the lost and found, dear. Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift the game rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground. ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light against the lies. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light against the lies. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light against the lies. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the dancing kind. You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. Yeah. Feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're lost. Even when I'm gone, like circles on from near and far above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, it will never be apart.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the command.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Awaken. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Green flag G2, the perfect teammate. They take it all. Here comes the Crow Storm. Knock back, instant call, person. What is people? Oh my God! Claps, everybody. You know the story. You know the legend.
Shox?
Yes?
Why are we in space?
Why are we in space? I just needed to get away from Earth, from the LEC. I mean, the throws. I was watching from home and I was like, what is this? 13.7K gold throw. The LPL was so sick and we're down there covering the LEC.
I know.
I needed to get up here, yeah.
We lost the plot. You lost the plot here. It's not what this is about. SK, richtig gut. They've been really, really good for the past few weeks. Belgium, thriving. Niski is not as bad as we thought, and Torgemas is in one of the top teams.
Yeah, okay.
Heretics, not so much smiles anymore. They actually have a plan of passion, aggression, vision, and they delivered last week. And okay, here's the kicker.
Okay.
Eyes on the prize. Worlds, international events.
Yeah.
It's not a one-team region anymore.
No?
because- Yeah, no, Casey is good.
Yeah.
G2 didn't lose a single game, and Fnatic, if they're not good, at least they're entertaining. So believe me, there's hope.
Okay, you're right. You convinced me.
Let's go down.
I mean, our 11 minutes are up, so let's go back to Earth.
on.
Let's go back to
Yeah.
the LEC. Let's
It's
go.
gonna be great. It's
Okay,
gonna be great.
Thank
Trust
you,
me.
Laura.
It gets
you
better.
know what? I'm
Oh, no.
so happy to be back.
She's gonna kiss the phone.
Mwah.
Katy Perry at home, guys. Katy Perry at home.
Amazing. Now I'm excited. How about you?
I'm great.
Did you miss me?
We've got a spacefaring friend for you.
Oh, amazing.
I'm really
Does look
excited
kind of
after
like
the
an
bit.
alien, I gotta say. No, but it's true. There's some cool stuff happening, and I wasn't here last week, of course, I was watching, but the fact that SK is doing well, that Heretics is doing well, we've got a lot to be excited about.
Especially the middle of the pack, it shapes
Yeah.
up to being a very competitive battle, because in the weeks leading to this, we didn't really feel like maybe the battle for 5th and 6th was convincing or any exciting. But right now, I feel like with SK and Heretics ramping up with their games, it feels like we're going to be having a a pretty good battle.
We're also going to ramp up with a game. We're going to play a little warm-up into this week's Ready Check. So we asked some players to state 2 correct statements and 1 false statement. So 2 truths, 1 lie. And basically we have to find out what the lie is. The first person is Elyoya, so let's take a look at his 2 truths, 1 lie.
Elyoya, and this is 2 truths, 1 lie. Japan would be my ideal trip vacations right now. I used to be a swimmer and got some gold medals, mostly bronze, but some gold medals also, competing. Yeah, I got a 0 mark on an exam. Well, multiple actually. I got multiple zeros on exams.
But I think he's a really bad liar, I think. Those all sound like lies, the second 2.
I remember there was a content piece on him being a swimmer. I just don't know.
Really?
Yeah, there was, and there was a really good animated thing. That was really cool.
But
So
we've got a swimmer here, so does he look like a swimmer?
I would remember. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. It's just I would have probably remembered because
It
every
would have been
time.
years ago.
I mean,
but
I would be on the
remember
lookout
that.
for
You
whoever's the
remember
swimmer.
that? I'm gonna trust Alex.
So I know
then.
that one's true.
The first one, like the trip to Japan, literally everyone who's into gaming. So
Yeah, but-
that's not
Sorry,
right.
am I
feel like
wearing
you
the
can't-
right shirt for this? I feel like I am.
You can't
Yeah.
even get the 0 mark, can you?
I don't know. I feel
And
like
if
that's
you
a
don't
lie.
turn up, if you're late,
that's
if you
the lie.
miss the exam.
For
Yeah.
sure, that's the lie.
He was also kind of just like floundering.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
It's first or third. I'll trust you.
I would say the third one.
That's
I
right.
think that the third one is a lie, that he didn't get the 0 mark. Let's see what the answer is.
And the lie was the competition, obviously. Like, I used to compete swimming, never got a gold medal.
Alex!
Swimming, I didn't remember the medals.
You're gaslighting
I
us.
got
What is
bamboozled
this?
He was a
hard.
swimmer.
I was like,
You're really bad at all these games we play on the desk.
I won the last one.
Actually, I think I got baited into
I won
Mira's
V2
idea.
the last
Yeah,
one.
It's
because
fine.
also he said gold and then he said bronze.
Yeah, I was like, he's elaborating
Aw.
too much, you know? You can't bash yourself down like that. So I
Oh,
was sure
okay.
it's the truth.
At
really
least we're
disappointed.
learning something from players.
That is true.
You know, I know the Twitterers love that. Let's take a look at the second one. It's from Kadui.
When I was young, I actually skipped 1 year of class, so I kind of skipped class. If I would have not been an esport player, I would have been a pilot nowadays. I'm a relative to Dirk Nowitzki.
What's his last name even? Kitui's.
Kadui? Kadui McMedurson, I'm sure.
yeah.
He started with when I was young, and I was like, brother.
And you'd be glad to know I
Those are
haven't
3
seen any
lies.
content pieces, so I can't gaslight you for this
Okay,
one.
okay. He also delivered them all with a very straight face.
I think
so
that's just a
related to
German
Dirk Nowitzki, he's a basketballer, right? And Kadui is actually really tall, but
That
it
is
sounds
true.
like it would be a lie because
For me, all of them sounded like a
But
lie.
like, missing a whole year of classes, that's kind of intense.
But it's also not
That can
something that
happen.
someone.
Yeah.
I think it's the Dirk Nowitzki one personally. I
The
think
lie?
So yeah.
Probably. It has
but
to
that's
be.
really specific. Would you lie about something
I
specific?
mean, you need to make up an easy
That's
easy
true.
lie, you know? So it might as well pick a famous character or a person.
Wait, what
and
was the
then
second one?
He would be a pilot if he wasn't an esports
Oh. Oh, I don't
I
want
can
to be
see that.
responsible for our losses, but.
player. Okay,
Oh no, you're choosing this one. I died.
Okay, the third one's a lie. The
Dirk
third one's
Nowitzki,
a lie.
Dirk Nowitzki, for sure
Yeah,
it's
that's a lie. Let's see.
And the lie is, I'm not a relative to Dirk Nowitzki.
Oh.
I'm glad I didn't say what I wanted to say then.
Okay,
I'm
we
glad
have
you didn't.
one more left. Kadui is really tall, by the way, in person, so I was thinking about it. But before we do the last one, you can also play in Twitch chat, so you can start now once they start talking.
Ooh, Chatterman.
And yeah, you can start chatting and playing along with us since we're not doing that well, and it's Mickey. So let's take a look.
I was semi-pro at Mortal Kombat X. When I was around 12, I was a volunteer firefighter, and we had a lot of competitions, and we won the nationals. My favorite movie is The Prestige.
Wait, how do you wait? What's the prize?
He's from Slovenia.
It's like, okay, the house isn't on fire anymore. Like,
No,
what is this?
A lot of it's like obstacle courses, and you have to kind of like get a whole team of 4 people up a wall, so like you kind of scale that. So a lot of it's like very intense obstacle
Where's Twitch
courses
chat?
and carrying people as well.
They
If,
need-
like,
I
I
need
mean,
that
he looks like a
helps.
nerd. I don't see him doing stuff like that.
Wow.
I mean, it's true.
Excuse me?
I mean, maybe he was jacked when he was 12, you know?
What is
but-
Twitch chat saying? I can't see it. Is it not working?
Oh my god.
And,
but
and also like
Oh,
He's
it's
good at
not
fighting
working.
games.
And MKX,
Can someone tell me what
that
they're
would've been
saying
10
if you're
years
looking
ago.
on?
MKX was about 10 years ago, I think.
I think it makes sense. That makes
That one
sense.
makes
Yeah.
sense, I
yeah.
think.
And he's good at fighting games. He always
Yeah,
beats
look, he's a
everyone
gamer. The man's a gamer.
What was the last one? My memories.
So we had Firefighter, we had MKX, and then...
what was the last
oh no, it's still flying away from me.
Wait,
my God, this
production.
completely
What was the last statement he said?
I was too like bamboozled by everything.
Favorite movie, The Prestige.
Prestige, that's the one.
That makes sense.
Has to be the firefighter one. Like, come
Okay,
on.
we think the firefighter.
The firefighter is completely a lie.
And the lie is, I haven't gone pro in or semi-pro in Mortal Kombat, but at some point I will.
You said that made sense.
But
you said that made sense.
Semi-pro is so vague. Is everyone saying, "Oh, I'm semi-pro in this"? You know, when it's just you're better than the noob.
It's fine. I'll play by myself next time.
Yeah, you're better than the noob, but you're not good enough to
I
be
got
a pro.
everything wrong.
Twitch was
so,
correct?
Yeah.
Twitch was correct.
I'm sure it's
just
on the
here
wiki
as a
somehow.
handicap. I'm here to bring you all down.
Yeah. Oh well, this is really nice. We're gonna keep recording those with the players. But anyways, we are in the middle of the spring regular season, meaning we are inching ever closer to those playoffs. And I wanted to take a look at the standings and color-coded as to if the playoffs were to happen right now, who would make it in, and. It would be pretty stark. I think a lot of people would be very surprised to see, let's say, SK in there, Team Heretics in there, right? Do you think they can hang on to that, Alex?
This conversation gets a lot more complex when you look at strength of schedule.
Yeah.
I think teams like GX have a really hard road ahead of them, so I think they have to prove like instant turnaround for me to be more confident in them. Teams like SK and Heretics, I can't remember actually the exact things because we've got a number of weeks to go. It's just, you know, obviously a lot of games left to play. I feel like they're a little bit more safe though.
Also, the conversation is about the teams with, I'm looking at Vitality, I'm looking at GX, and I'm looking at Rogue because they all have a different number of games played. So for Vitality, it feels like the fate is in their hands a little bit more. But when you look at GX and at Rogue, especially Rogue, I feel like any loss past this point could be elimination. Especially given that you need to be top 6, it's not top 8 anymore. And for GX, it's also quite difficult, I would say. So I would say that the big outliers are SK and also Team BDS. I expected Team BDS to do a little bit better. But time will tell, I guess.
Time will tell. Let me jump on that BDS point because I created a little graphic and I want to know from you if you think these players are doing better or worse than they did last year. If they've trended up and down, you can also break it out a little bit more, but Irrelevant is in there for me. So what do you think?
Oh, I expected a lot more for Irrelevant, especially because I felt like him coming into LEC in 2022. 2024 was his biggest standout year. I felt like he had the best performance. His stats were looking great. And right now, I feel like he's in a position with BDS where they expected from him to be bringing out his A game as well. But I also feel like he's not being integrated that well into BDS.
Got to do one of the others. We don't have a lot of time. You want to pick one?
Yeah. I think Jackie's, I think he's doing worse than last year, but I'm not necessarily going to blame him. I think there's a lot of dysfunctional things within that team. We don't know who's making all the plays, so it feels like he's forced to. And when you're forced to make plays, you can kind of make some mistakes. I'm glad he keeps trying, but it's hard to really judge him.
Okay, what about Humanoid? We've got Fnatic Rogue up in just a few minutes.
He's still coin flipping as ever. Sometimes awesome, sometimes like dropping the ball a little bit. I would say maybe a little better compared to regular season this time last year.
But I mean, come on, people were calling for this guy's benching. They have been for a while, right? It was bad. We all know how bad it was. And some games you could also really see it. So
it wasn't really pretty, but at least now I feel like his biggest issue was the fact that in regular season he wasn't really doing well. He was always ramping up in playoffs, and also he was dying a lot to level 3 ganks. He was pretty much the 7th jungle camp on the map. This used to happen consistently, and right now that stopped, right? But I still feel like he needs to level up a little bit more just for him to have the impact that Fnatic
I'll say it's a little bit better.
It's better. I think it's better as well. I agree with you there. So they're up versus Rogue. You said it already, Alex. The strength of schedule for the teams coming up is very, very important. Now for Rogue, I think we're going to be repeating this. These are the teams they're still playing, and they need to get every single win. But can they begin with one today?
Oh, that's going to be rough. I think that depends more on Fnatic than Rogue, sadly, for themselves. Because we know that Fnatic sometimes look excellent. They demolished Vitality the other day, but sometimes they can lose to a lower down table teams. So realistically, they have to hope a little bit on the dice roll, but they have to show their A game too.
Yeah, they have to see if Fnatic wants a happy game today, and we'll see if we get some insight from the Fnatic camp, because Laura's standing by with Duffman in our Marriott Bonvoy pregame check-in.
Thank you, Sharks. Duffman, thank you so much. How have you been since the last time we had a chat? How are you settling in now?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's definitely different to like previous teams I've been on. Very different like atmosphere to like last year's G2. A lot more, I'd say, laid back. I'd say less, I guess, like regimented. I would say. So it's been good.
Is that better or worse given the players that you have?
Yeah, I think it's better given the players we have for sure. I think, yeah, just better.
All right. When you think about Fnatic and the way you guys have been improving, I know that thinking about SK was just a bump in the road. And obviously, given the performances you had since then, I would tend to agree. What would be some improvements for Fnatic? Because I feel like it touches on stability more than anything.
Yeah, I think we're definitely getting a lot more patient around objectives. I think that's like the biggest thing I saw before I came, is that there was just a lot of rush to hit objectives, to start it, and to put ourselves on a clock. So I think that's probably the biggest area that I've looked to work with the team on, is just recognizing when we actually have control without hitting the objective.
Something that Mickey was mentioning in Winter was like the impact of communication and the way the team was communicating with one another and how that made the team successful. When I think of mid games, I was wondering if it's been one of the issues that Fnatic may have had in difficult times and how you've been able to tackle this specifically.
Yeah, I think in mid game, I think the problem I seen was just a lot of ideas. Everyone kind of wanted to do their thing, so there was just not really a unified thing to do. So I mean, for me, it's mostly about finding like the triggers like on the map that tell us what we should be doing, instead of people like, I want to do this, I want to do this. It's more like, we need to do this kind of thing.
Do you try and have like a cohesive way of like having the same views on the game, or sometimes I'm taking that these players can have different inputs and maybe sometimes one voice can prevail because it would be the right one?
Yeah, exactly. I think when you have good players on the same roster, you often have the cases when you have 2 or 3 players who are like really strong in any game. So they kind of have their own different ways of using that, and that can be a problem sometimes. And it's trying to like find the stuff in the game that don't rely on specific players being strong.
Hopefully we can find those solutions to this. A couple words on Rogue today.
Rogue? I mean, I'm always interested playing against former players, so playing against Adam will be fun today. I think they're a team that could probably have a few more wins than they have currently, so it's not like we're playing against a team that we can take lightly, I guess. So, yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, no teams can be taken lightly
No.
anyway. Duffman, thank you so much. Best of luck for today.
Thank you.
Here we are, ready for the start of a new week, Rob. We're at halfway mark of the spring regular season, at least.
Which is kind of mad.
Yeah, usually we'd be in playoffs by now. You know?
True,
Like,
actually,
we've done 3 weeks. Where's our playoffs?
Yeah, it also feels like so short when you start to look, because I think it's also because we're in the best of 3s and not every team plays each week. You're kind of like, oh, I'm still waiting to see, more out of G2. And you're like, well, yes, they've just played less games than everyone, right? So I think there's a lot of that in my head as well.
I mean, there's a lot of teams that will play a bunch over the next 2 weeks.
Yes.
Right, obviously, or next week and then a week off. And then I've forgotten when the second roadshow is. Anyway, next week is Madrid.
Oh, yes.
So, yes, that week we'll have a lot of teams playing a couple of times over those couple of days because only 4 teams are going out there.
Yeah.
And then on the Monday, we'll have some of the rest of the teams that haven't gone to Madrid playing here in the studio.
Which is good fun. Like, I'm a little jealous of the analyst desk getting to go to Madrid. It'd be nice to try and see all the Spanish fans, but I think it's still going to be 6 shows. So, like, if you are looking to go, I highly recommend trying to pick up tickets. But yeah, I mean, to start things off for bangers, Rogue versus Fnatic as well. I think, look, Rogue have actually had some decent early games.
True.
Like, to give them their due, they have not always been able to cross the finish line with those early leads. But it's like the hare and the tortoise, They just need to figure out, once they get the lead, how to keep them.
The problem is, it's not one long game of League of Legends. Right? Like, they need to solidify their mid game.
Look, the looks you were giving me just had me fumble.
I get
you know what? I didn't cross the finish line.
Yeah, it was meant to be invented today. So we had this whole spiel prepared. We scripted it out as we always do as players take their seats on the stage.
And I also did the classic thing, which was I left my homework to the last minute. So I didn't realize I was in today, and my plan was to do the work today and tomorrow. So here we are.
I'm sure we'll still have a bunch of fun today as Fnatic and Rogue do take to the stage. For Fnatic, they have been on a bit of an upswing. Last week beating Vitality 2-0, before that beating Carmine Corp, which is obviously a large scalp for them to take. For Rogue, continuation of their struggles, I think I'll say. They lost to Ginex, they lost to G2. Not the closest of games overall, although the first game against Ginex, I guess, was a little bit closer. Before that, though, they did manage to beat Vitality, so maybe they can return to winning ways. I saw Grabs blowing a kiss over to, I assume, Freddy on the other side of the stage. Maybe it's Larson, of course, as we get the players into the draft for Game 1. We are on the new patch, 25.08, I believe, as that came out this week. not too many changes, a few nerfs to jungle Yorick, which is obviously a massive problem for everyone in the world because they all love jungle Yorick as much as I do.
I was going to say, yeah, I feel like that's more of a specific one for you.
It has slowed my fill challenge with Broxah quite considerably. I have to play Neferi now.
What was you?
I know. Azir, Gwen banned away, Skarner removed by Rogue Fnatic on the blue side to kick things off here. So far on the blue side, they've only lost 1 out of their 4 games in Spring.
Yeah, I mean, nothing too surprising here. The curiosities then are like the Ezreal and the Varus and these kind of things to see if they start to move up in the party list. Yone got to be banned away, which I don't think is a terrible choice from Humanoid, but upside is kind of pretty consistently gone back towards the Varus when it is left up and available. I think it's a good idea to get rid of this because certainly with the way Fnatic have been trying to play their mid games of, hey, we're going to try and play 4 side lanes a bit more, the poke Varus build where you can just immediately clear mid wave makes it so much easier to play that style.
Wouldn't be surprised if Rogue decided to get rid of that Varus. Upset's played it 4 times so far, his most played by 2 games. Talia banned away from Larson. And the final ban is going to be Vi away from Razork. So, Kalista immediately locked in for Fnatic, an aggressive bot lane. Their initial picks, usually they're the ones banning Kalista, actually. They banned it in 100% of their games so far. So, obviously, they either worked on it this week or they finally feel ready to bring it out.
But that's what I was going to say. It feels like the whole talking point around Fnatic has been, hey, let's go look at their mid game. So they've kind of been looking at picks that enable themselves in that mid game. Kalista very much early focused. So I think this is definitely a shift in direction from Fnatic to, hey, we want to try and get onto the board early. Mike here, I'm questioning though if Rogue just take away the Renata. Varus Renata, not a terrible duo. We've actually seen Fnatic run it last week against Vitality, but it doesn't look like they want to go for it. Instead, they want to get the Jace comfort for Adam in that top lane.
Yeah, Adam did have that storm of a game on the Jace a while ago. Was 8-1 into Nako, who went 1-9, I think, on that Yasuo. So obviously, when Rogue can get him ahead and they focus that top side, they can get quite big leads. But Oscar Renan's a different caliber of opponent to Nako. At least has a little bit more experience on the LEC stage. Do not talk about the hovers, and we won't. Pantheon instead of Zed.
Look, I won't talk about them if Razork stops tweeting about them, right? Because every time it seems to be Zed. But I think the Pantheon works well here. Again, early aggression, early playmaking coming through from Fnatic, and I think a huge amount of this is now going to be on Rogue, saying, can we withstand it? Sion also picked up, this is something we see throughout the LPL, an incredibly strong pick on the top side of the map, and something that can kind of weather the storm and just be an absolute beefcake in fights.
That's the thing, you're just surviving through the poke from the Jace early game, right? Use that Soul Furnace, get yourself a bunch of stacks, get Grass Procs off wherever you can, and then just scale up towards the later portions of the game, especially if we do see, you know, the 3-4 minute lane swaps that a lot of teams have been doing. Sion works really well into those. Maokai, the final pick for Rogue on this first rotation, likely to be their jungler. Can, of course, be flexed to support, but my expectations are that Maorang will be taking the Maokai into that jungle. Now, looking at the second phase of bans, both teams have picked symmetrical laners, right? Or mirrored laners. It's in exactly the same position, so likely to look towards the support role if you're Rogue, get rid of the Renata because of the Kalista-Renata combination. Fnatic are going to take away Poppy, which kind of implies to me they might be looking towards a Rakan. Of course, Kalista doesn't work too well into Poppy either.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of safety across the board. Even Pantheon trying to get the storm can work, but looking at Rogue, this is a very, almost exact same composition, depending on what the next 2 picks are, that they ran into game 1 of Giant X. Like, they had the Jace, the Maokai, the Varus, could end up going towards something like the Talia, and they did R5 the Karma, but I think that was more of an answer into the Nico that we saw on the opposite side. But this was a pretty successful game for Rogue, a very slow game from Rogue, but up until they kind of threw it at the end, it was a patient, it was good, and I like the idea that they're running it back again, because I think you have a lot of learnings that you would have taken away at the end, and now you can kind of rectify that and show, no, we've actually worked on this.
We can actually win this time.
Yeah. Because it was, like, genuinely,
up until they lost, they were winning.
Yeah, but I was impressed with it. Like, I actually think it was sick. Yeah.
I agree. They have had, as you say, some very good early games. Their mid games have been a little bit worse for wear. Braum, the final ban from Fnatic, Aurelion Sol taken away by Rogue. Looks like it might be a bit of engage from the support role. Alistair and Nautilus both do that, of course. But once again, it might be that counter-pick support, as the Victor is currently the hover for Larssen, would be his third time on it here in Spring.
Yeah, I like the Victor pick. Tali is already taken away, so that's the Victor, the other kind of zone control mage that you can offer here, and especially when you're playing against what's a relatively short-range composition, being able to split up the fight thanks to that gravity field is going to be crucial, and even then the Chaos Storm as well. So I like what Rogue have drafted thus far, and Rel, the kind of the main engage tool alongside that Pantheon, means it can be a little tough for Fnatic to engage if Rogue are able to play at range like they want to.
Yeah, the risk is you do have Fate's Call, right? So the Rel can just be thrown into the middle of the team. Alistair, though, does a really good job of stopping her from being able to actually get her combos off if she does jump in. I like that as the final pick. I think Karma here would have given you a bit more push in the lane, but would have been a lot weaker in dealing with that Fnatic bot lane.
I think it's also for Fnatic, you kind of need to be pretty on point with the coordination, because the other tool you can use to get in is that Grand Skyfall, but if Pantheon just sends it and you've got none of your team around you, you kind of just, you're on the train and the doors are closing and you don't want to be on it anymore.
And the risk is, right, you have Gravity Field, you've got Nature's Grasp, you've got the Alistair, you've got Chain of Corruption.
There's a lot.
If Razork does go in early, there's a lot of disengage or a lot of delay for Rogue at least. So we'll see how well Fnatic can coordinate things. It is an explosive early game comp. You have a bit of insurance in the Orianna, who will scale up. The Sion, of course, becomes very tanky as the game goes on, but in terms of outright damage, very front-loaded here for Fnatic. They'll be looking for leads in the bot lane most predominantly, and we'll see what Razork can do around there.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. Just try and get your bot lane ahead, make sure they're in a position to try and play things out, and in that point, I think you're in an okay spot to try playing for these early dragons, look to kind of spike off that 3 to 4 dragons around the 23 to 25 minute mark, and blow open the game off of 2-item spikes across the majority of your carries. If you start to fall behind though, and Rogue can set up on the objective first, that's where I do get nervous for Fnatic.
Very much agree with you, Rob. Let's jump onto the Rift for the first game of week 4. Best of 3 still. Fearless draft still. We are here once again. Fnatic currently 3-1, as you can see. Finally have those scores up on the top bar for you, which is great. Rogue said it 1-4, but as we heard in the pre-game interview, as we've heard generally, perhaps betrayed a little bit by that scoreline. They have been a 1-4 team, but at times they've looked like a team that could have been 3-2, 2-3. Yeah. They could have got a couple of extra wins. We'll see if things have been evolved over the last week. Regular lines of scrimmage set up for both the teams. No one really making too much headway into either side of the jungle.
And I do think one of the shining lights on Rogue has been Adam. I think this guy's been putting in a heap of work and has been getting some early assistance from Malrang, and I kind of expect that to be where Malrang wants to make things happen, right? Because you can always, with the Jace, set up for some sort of early dive. Sion will get tanky as the game goes on, but like the ability to interrupt a ton of his spells with the knockback on Jace, with the Bramble Smash from Malrang as well, makes that dive relatively easy to go for. So, but at least with the way things are looking at the moment, Malrang starting on top side, means the chances are he will just look for the counter play, where you assume Razork is going to go for the gank on bot lane.
Mickey looking to get that bone plating off Execute early, has dismounted for the shield and allows him to trade aggressively into Execute and Patrick at the level 1. Upset and Mickey will be looking for the push in this lane, but it won't be as easy to gain. They just have a little bit of threat with that Kalista early on, especially since they got to the lane first, so they can kind of isolate Patrick away from this wave.
Yeah, the lack of Hail of Blades on Patrick, though, does make it a little tough. You're not going for the poke bars, you're going for that on-hit, so it means that then the Kalista in these early stages is quite strong at setting up for those early plays, so at least the moment, Fnatic just going to be able to play off of that range advantage on the support and set themselves up for the level 2.
Yep, Mickey will get 2 first, use the Oracles there to sweep out the bush, but no ward from Rogue as they have an Oracles of their own. The wave is going to crash in here. Malrang is on the bottom side of the map and could look for a level 3 gank.
Yeah, I think Malrang's pathing here was basically to cover, is Razork going to go for 3 camps bot into a bot gank? So he's basically done this where he could immediately hit 3 on the quickest route, then get in towards the bottom side of the map and make sure that he's able to cover. Now that they haven't gone for that early play and the wave's crashing, he feels fine to go back up towards that top side and now cover for Adam as he's going to be shoving in that top wave.
Also covers him with Razork, instead of deciding to gank, goes for an invade. True. Right? Tries to steal away that blue, you know, Razor Beaks into blue or something. Malrang is able to get across there quickly enough to see that his blue wasn't being stolen. Adam, as you say, a key point for Rogue over the last few weeks has been having a relatively good spring split overall, probably one of the best performers on the team. When he's on his Jace, he can do magical things. The issue is, how magical can things be into a Sion, right? It's very unlikely you're going to be able to kill him consistently in lane. Good knock up here from Execute. Mickey does still have the flash and will use it. Both the Ignites burnt from the supports here, but Mickey has to burn an extra summoner.
Yeah, Mickey tried to go for the knockdown, but it's kind of where Alistair shines, and also sliding a little bit too far behind the Alistair set up for the headbutt underneath. So flash gone, but the jungler is here. Should be spot on the ward in just a moment, but I think it's just a scuttle take more than anything else.
Yeah, diving Alistair's still pretty tricky, especially when he still has that flash. Can Q buffer flash so that you have minimal time to react to that pulverized flash combination. For the moment, Mickey and Upset are just going to base, go back, get themselves towards those first items. Oscarinin is low in the top side, and Malrang could look for a gank. The wave still a way away. Oscarinin going to start his recall, but with a sapling coming out and TP from Humanoid to the mid lane, Oscarinin is on his lonesome for now. Upset and Razork are on their way across. Will Rogue call off the dive? It's been a while. Malrang stepping forward, Decimating Smash coming out, hits onto Adam. Malrang's going to tank with that sap magic. Adam goes in, Oscarinin flashes away, Twisted advance, they'll get first blood. Malrang will pay for it. Razork can flash stun here as Oscarina's on the chase as well. He's going to go in with that zombie form, and Adam will fall too. Upset with a double.
Great turnaround play from Fnatic. This was the time that you were talking about, Medic, that kind of 4.5-minute lane swap, and Rogue didn't respect that it could come through after that initial reset from the bottom side of Fnatic, and they're able to turn around the top side dive. Great cover from Fnatic.
And get about 500 gold lead, and all of that sitting on their Kalista. Upset across the course of his career has played 16 Kalista games, has gone 8-8 through them. We want to push that number slightly in favor of the wins with a victory here against Rogue in one position he's in to do it. Fnatic out to an early lead.
Yeah, interesting to see the way Rogue are setting up their lanes, though. So we were saying traditionally what we've seen from Rogue is play towards Adam, give him resources, try and set him up to be the carry, but they're now swapping Execute to the top side, wanting to give Patrick solo experience. So they're trying to set up this Varus more for those team fights and giving him that experience lead to try and play through that instead. So we'll have to see. Actually, maybe it is just a later reset, but Oscarinin not going to let that happen.
Yeah, Patrick's going to see that wave frozen in front of him. Razork is on that side of the map as well, so if Patrick stays around a little bit too long to push it out, there is the risk of a gank. You can see Malrang covering him for that. I'm just like, hey, I need a little bit of assistance to make sure that Oscar can't just hold this in my face. Malrang now runs out of the bush, puts a sapling in. The wave will crash as Oscarinin can hold... he can still hold it for a second. Yeah. He's a Scion. Patrick realizes he can't step any further forward, so he backs away.
Yeah, it does mean, though, Razork's going to have to walk his way all the way up towards, I imagine, what is Void Grubs, because that's where his bot lane is, and you want to try and go for the cross map. But Malrang is also moving, so Adam should be aware, there you go, that the bot lane of Fnatic are going to be on the top half. But yeah, it's unusual movements from Rogue. It's definitely a, hey, we want to try and set Patrick up.
Austin has to flash, gets underneath the tower. Razork burnt his flash as well, but you can see Razork is trying to expend some resources from the enemy before those grubs do spawn. Execute's going to headbutt pulverize Mickey away, but Upset can chase this one down. Adam has a flank position, can't do much more than a shot blast.
Yeah, Malrang now, so basically Malrang moved up to take some of his topside camps to ensure that then Fnatic couldn't go Void Grubs into his Raptors. Now moving back down to this bottom side to answer for the Dragon on the cross map. So Rogue basically covering multiple bases there, and also by moving Execute to this top side makes it some sort of dive on towards Adam impossible.
Yeah, it does feel more like Rogue are trying to absorb the pressure from Fnatic on the top side while letting Patrick walk back down towards bot. The wave had been frozen. I think they know they're not really going to contest the clubs. It's more about delaying Fnatic and taking that so they can get this dragon. A 3-for-1 exchange.
Oh, boy.
Grand Starfall coming out. Unstoppable Onslaught as well. Patrick has to flash away from it. Oscarinin looking for the chase. Does land the slow. Malrang will be knocked up with the Decimating Smash, but no more happening in the jungle.
I'm kind of surprised that they went that heavily on the play, though. Like, because at the end of the day, Dragon was already going to be taken. You were playing in a position where even if you got the play, I don't think you really had the damage to follow up onto some of the tankier members that were there. So I think I would have preferred to see Fnatic use this as a tool, say, hey, we're going to try and go for a dive onto one of these lanes where we can move Mickey into position as well, and you can start to reset aggro with Mickey taking initial aggro, then Razork coming in with the ultimate, then Upset being able to use the Fate's Call. There's a lot of ways to try and play out those dives, but that's a big tool on both Oscarinin and Razork now down.
The fact that Patrick doesn't have the flash, though, might facilitate one of those future dives. Does still have the cleanse, so we'll see if Fnatic can use the summonerless Patrick to get themselves 300 extra gold, or whether that ends up being really a damp squib.
Yeah, it's just we'll have to see if they can get the payoff. I think the main one now is going to be looking at just under 3 minutes until the next void grubs are up. I imagine Fnatic again going to try and play around that because you definitely want to set yourself up where tower taking is crucial on a short range composition like this. You kind of need to outpace your opponents on the map and quickly take turrets. So those 6 void grubs could be really crucial, even though you kind of consider it a objective that you want a split pusher to have. And when you don't really have anyone that can hit a tower, it also becomes quite valuable.
100% agree with you there, Rob. Fnatic do have about a 1.4k gold lead. Mickey poking his head in here as they have the push through bot. Upset's coming across as well, but more just about clearing out vision. Fnatic setting themselves up to have pressure on this bottom side. Upset will be alone for a little while here, as it looks like Mickey wants to base to replenish his stack of wards, and then will likely just sprint out, maybe open mid and work his way through the bot side. Instead, he decides, I can just go straight to the bot lane. This wave can be pushed in by Patrick and Execute, and I want to make sure Upset isn't the worse for wear.
Yeah, no Mickey means that there's not really any potential here to make a play. I was good looking at Malrang, who was there to cover a potential dive on the bottom side as well, but I think Fnatic are kind of happy to just continue playing through the positions that they're in, right? They have 2 kills now onto Upset. He's in a great spot. Your Jace on Rogue is not getting that far ahead.
The collapse here. Fate's Call coming out. There's the Pulverize. Headbutt back. Flank position. Chain of Corruption is cleansed away by Upset. Patrick down to about half his health. Still no flash on him. Razork might look just to slow his retreat with a spear, and he does that. Are they going to continue the dive? Execute can walk and just body block for Patrick, so they will lose a plate here and about a couple of minions, 1, 2.
I think it'll be the next wave as well, because Fnatic now stepping in behind the turret to make sure that this one clears out, so it'll be quite a bit lost by Patrick. And Malrang is now trying to move down here to cover on this play and see if they can gain access for Patrick and Execute to the wave, but yeah, it's a good few that are going to disappear.
Execute goes in onto Mickey, but Mickey's not tanking the tower, so just waits until he's out of range and then jumps away with the crash down. So 10 minutes in, it's a Drake exchange for the Grubs. Fnatic have a slight gold lead.
It's also the slight XP lead, because Upset was slightly behind Patrick off of the initial moving around and Patrick getting solo XP, but off of losing that wave, now Upset is caught back up. And when you look at the top side of the map, Oscarinen also has that lead because he got the solo XP. So for Fnatic, here comes the dive.
Adam has flash, but doesn't really have an opportunity to use it before he is just dead. Meanwhile, in the bot side, a dive might materialize here for Rogue. Nature's Grasp comes out, only clips onto Mickey. Execute has the ultimate, and even with the TP coming out, I don't think Mickey survives for long enough. Execute tanks up with the Unbreakable Will. The TP was cancelled as Humanoid, I think, met a gravity field in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think it was Larson being able to interrupt that, also throwing down, actually might have just been the Chaos Storm as well to get the channel off, but nicely done by Larson to stop that, and it's Mickey who ends up giving his life. And Rogue responding well. They knew that there was no Fate's Call available for Upset, so just turning on towards Mickey, a valid option in that case.
Yeah, nice little dive from Rogue, but still a 400 gold lead for Upset on that Kalista, and gold leads across the rest of the map as well. 700 the lead now for Razork, 500 for Oscarinen in the top lane, who was meant to be the point where Rogue could focus.
Yeah, that's the big one for me. The fact that this Jace is kind of just nullified in this position. They haven't given him resources to really play through this top side. Like, there wasn't enough vision to continuously shove waves, to start to look for plates, and also then with the lane swap meant that he couldn't get access to the turret as easily as he would have liked to. So this Jace, not a big factor right now, and it's Fnatic that are looking to bully through this Kalista.
And look at how far Patrick and the Execute have to play, right? Like, Upset's pushing the wave in, there's a cannon minion here, Razork and Mickey just...
I need to correct you there, they don't get to play.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's true. You guys can watch. It's absolute cinema for Patrick and Execute. They're just there with their popcorn, watching as the top tier 1 will be the first tower of the game for Fnatic. 6 grubs for them as well. Mighty powerful are those grubs when you have these short-range compositions, as you were saying. Rogue will get their second dragon of the game, but Fnatic will be very happy with this exchange.
Yeah, especially now that they can just basically constantly play through Upset. It's, okay, reset, we can then put him in towards that bottom lane, continue with the pressure that we have from Razork as his ultimate's about to come back up off of cooldown, try and look for plays on towards this bot side turret, then you can rotate in towards mid. And once you have these side lane turrets down, it becomes really difficult for Adam or Larson to contest sideways, because at any point in time, Razork shows up in the lane with Oscarinen ulting, dead. Humanoid ends up putting the ball on towards Razork, dead. It's impossible for Rogue to address any of the waves on the map.
Rogues return to sender. No address found as Oscarin has to flash away from Adam, who was going to knock him back underneath the tower. Decimating Smash coming out as well. Mickey will get the lockup onto Execute, who does still have that unbreakable will and will pop it to survive the damage from Upset. Larson Marang on the chase as well. It's a 4v4. Nature's Grasp just clips Mickey, but won't be able to find much more than that.
But this is just opening up the mid lane. Humanoid didn't commit to this play, whereas everyone on Rogue is on this bottom side, so more plates given across right as they're about to fall off, as Razork trying to interrupt Larson from reconnecting with the mid lane.
And he manages to do it because Rogue don't have any vision in that river, so Larson didn't know exactly where Razork was. Could have been on the top side of that bush. You can see the chunk as well that Larson takes as he tries to get back here. Meanwhile, on the bot side, lots of pings coming out as Patrick was looking for Mickey but couldn't find him. There's a blue buff being fought over as Rogue will try to defend their jungle, perhaps at the cost of their lives. Razork constantly poking his nose where Rogue don't want it. Blue buff is in the bush right now, so it'll be very hard for Razork to steal it, and Marang does manage to get the smite down.
Yeah, a little dicey on the steal, but now Humanoid finds Adam in his lane.
And, yeah, just walks away from him. It's like, okay, mate, that's fine.
But again, it's kind of Rogue overloading a part of the map, hoping to counteract Fnatic's play. But Fnatic are like, oh, there's more of you, cool, we'll back off because we've got push in top side. Now it opens up Oscarin to make the play, and we got the mid lane play, and we're missing ultimates on the bottom side of the map.
Chain of Corruption is the most missed ultimate in the game. I'm so sure of it.
Yeah.
But talking about how Fnatic are playing this mid game, Vedi had actually helped prepare this graphic, looking at the Duffman effect, right? Fnatic's mid games. In winter, they tended to get about 600 extra gold between the 14 and the 25-minute mark. In spring, they've got about 2,400 extra gold between the 14 and 25-minute mark. They haven't been in as commanding a position through the early game as usual, but they get ahead and then they snowball a huge amount over about the next 10 minutes of the game. So right now they're 4,000 gold ahead. That's a pretty sizable chunk. We'll see how much they can extend it.
And I think you can definitely see these same thought processes that we got on G2 now coming to Fnatic, which was, you know, Caps is going to be in a side lane when we fall behind and we're going to give a ton of resources to him. If you look at like Vitality game 1, Humanoid, after they fell behind on Aurelion Sol, just existed in a side lane for the majority of that mid game to get him resources, and then later on he blows up Karzi in a team fight, right? And it's a lot of these similar stories that we're seeing as Fnatic learning to play sides.
Larson pulled back with the shockwave. Gravity well on Humanoid will stun him up, knock back on Mickey, but Fnatic, you can poke and you can prod and you can look for these little bits of damage, but they kind of knew they were never getting a kill there. All they really want is the tower and continue to extend that gold lead.
And it's, again, it's kind of understanding how to use that pressure is what has been the big factor for Fnatic. It's still not perfect, but it's only been a couple of weeks. And I think but you can see the changes in the shift in mindset that make me excited for Fnatic to see that we might have them as like another team that can commit to a title.
I've played it out in my brain. 14 million possibilities, and only one to Fnatic not go 0-3 in the finals, okay? It's just the most Fnatic thing to do. Give us all a huge amount of hope. You're like, oh yeah, we're gonna play really well this time. They're gonna challenge. No, 0-3. Maybe 1-3. Maybe they take it again. We'll see.
Yeah, I think
I agree with, sorry, just quickly.
Yeah, you're good,
I 100% agree with you. There's a huge amount of hope for Fnatic, and because it's not just we will hands dip our opponents, which is what Fnatic have relied on so many times over the year. Like, look, this is 3-2. They're out-moving Rogue on the map. And Rogue, their early games have been impressive, so being able to do that through the early game into the mid game is a very solid sign for Fnatic. Chain of Corruption again. I don't even think it's an ultimate, guys. I think it's just a bait. I think Varus is patched and balanced around his 3 abilities, and they assume all chains of corruption will miss.
The problem is, it's like, as a player, when you listen to the darken inside you, that's when it goes wide. When you go with the humanity side.
The voices.
But no, I think, like, I want to go back to a point that you hit on, which is like, it always felt like Fnatic, even when they were at their best, was, hey, we're going to outplay you in a team fight. It was that hand stiff.
Yeah.
But what I really like about watching this Fnatic now is you can see the growth on how they want to operate on the map. And how, like, thinking ahead of time is, when do I need to reset to catch this side wave? When do I need to set this up? And that's the part that makes me really excited for them, because it's not just the, hey, we're going to rely on this thing. It's, no, we're going to set up the game in a way that will always benefit us. But even in the times where we stumble, we still have the hands to rely on. Like, these are still incredibly good players. I think that's what's going to turn Fnatic into just an absolute machine as this year goes on.
Yeah, totally agree with you. We'll see if Fnatic can keep the form going, for now, they're focusing on this best of 3. 5,000 gold ahead of Rogue. They stopped the dragon stacking, which Rogue was probably their only real way to victory. Early game has not gone in Rogue's favor at all, and I'm trying to look for how do you get back into this? You do have good scaling on hit. Varus, very powerful later on. Larson as well on the Victor will put out a huge amount of DPS. The problem is your tanks aren't as tanky, and your catch isn't as catchy as Fnatic.
I think at this stage, if I'm Rogue, I'm like, right, we have 2 dragons. What do we need to address in the map? Like, until Baron spawns, kind of nothing. Like, everything else can kind of just sit there and do its own thing, right? So if I'm going to be Rogue, I just want to try and catch these waves, make sure that we're in a position to cover in case Fnatic overload, and that's kind of what you see at the moment, is Execute trying to get that vision to spot out how Fnatic are moving through their jungle. But unfortunately, you can see once you start to lose control of these parts of the jungle, this becomes impossible to match both sides. And with those 6 Void Grubs, Fnatic just takes these turrets the second you're not.
Yeah, that's the main risk, really, isn't it? 6 Void Grubs, if you're not there for 10 seconds, your tower is gone. You can see Upset and Razork playing around the mid lane as Unstoppable Onslaught comes out onto Larson. There's the Grand Starfall as well. Oscarwin has tanked this tower for an absolute ice. He's still just tanking it. What is Sion, man?
This is
why he smacks the tower for half his health. He's a lumberjack. He's not a mason.
This is why it's been everywhere in the LPL. This pick is so dumb. But yeah, I mean, look, just Sion things. It works out great. Man is going to wander in again, get another Demolish proc, and Adam is about to be the next victim of the Fnatic playing on towards sides.
Roar of the Slayer already got him 977 stacks, 4,200 health on the Sion right now, and really, there's only physical damage that can try and hurt him right now, and it's not really doing enough to get through him. Adam is at 2 items. Black Cleaver was his first pick, knowing that the armor stacking can come out from the Sion. We saw the tower not quite falling in the bot side, but all 3 of those tier 2s about half HP across the map. Next neutral objective, 2.5 minutes away. It will be an Infernal Drake, but as you say, very likely that Fnatic will push up the lanes, take that for free, and Rogue will just be left catching these waves.
Yeah, and kind of back to your point, like for Rogue, they kind of wanted to be able to play for, hey, we get on the objective first, we're able to contest using range, but at this stage you're barely holding on to your structures, and anywhere that has an objective just becomes way too difficult to access. So with Atakan up and available, it feels like Fnatic just end up moving over towards that. They're then going to be able to start wailing through mid lane towers, especially as we already saw what Oscarwin can do solo to a tower if left to his devices. Doesn't really have to worry about taking damage either. So Fnatic, this is kind of, if you're a Fnatic fan, what you want to see, this slow and steady gameplay that's going to close the game out for them.
Clear out mid, move through the jungle towards the bottom side, play with the fact that you are in Fog of War. Adam will be able to clear out this wave before Oscarwin can get close enough. Upset goes back towards the mid lane to make sure that wave is constantly shoved in, but you can see, like, where with Fnatic? Well, we saw Razork because he stepped into vision. Mickey was able to sneak his way around that corner, and now they'll play through this midway. There's a blast cone there for Mickey if he wants to get here a little bit quicker, but fair play to Rogue. They've managed to survive at least the last couple of waves without losing too much health on these towers.
Yeah, I think, again, this is kind of the only way I feel like Rogue get back into it is, hey, just hope we can hold on to these structures and play for 3-4 items plus. Yeah.
It's a curse.
I know. But there's nothing else you can do, right? It's like, you're just slowly losing out the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really well synced from Fnatic as well, because they go into Fog. Larson steps back from Humanoid because he's like, I don't know where they are. They could be coming through topside jungle, and then you see 3 people just appear in the bot lane when the wave crashes. It's like, okay, well, we can't defend this. You lose top tier 2 and bot tier 2, and Fnatic extend that gold lead to about 7,000. So between the 15-14 minute mark and the 23-minute mark or so, they've garnered an extra 2,000 gold on the map over Rogue. Good stuff overall from Fnatic. Now we'll see if they can dot their I's and cross their T's and close this one out.
Yeah, for Fnatic, it's just establish vision once more in these jungle camps and make sure that you're fine to continue pressing on. The bottom tower gone. I wasn't sure if they're going to swap the, oh, maybe they are. I was going to say swap the Orianna down to take that bottom side of the map because she can then push and group mid. But with 15 seconds now until Dragon, looks like there might be the big engage in mid.
I don't even know. Like, if you're Fnatic, you kind of want to fight because you should win it. You're just that much stronger. But Rogue are all on 2 items. So in terms of actual direct itemization, there's only a small amount between the 2 teams right now.
Yeah, and I think the fact that you're giving Rogue access to a potential trade kind of helps, because now Rogue are on the objective first, which is exactly where they want it to be. So as long as they can get some poke down, you're in a decent spot. Mickey just needs to be careful of any of these accelerate shock blasts, taking his health bar down.
Yeah, you can see Razork actually leaving the Dragon. Grand Starfall is available to him. That Pantheon ultimate. Oscarwin is just going to walk straight in. Unstoppable Onslaught. They get the damage. Look at how low Execute already is with the Grand Starfall there to follow up. Mickey dives in with a Magnet Storm. Marang falling low. The Otacon secured by Razork. He gets the smite. Mickey pays for it with his life, but Patrick follows suit. Upsets flashing forward, and Marang is going timber. The tree has been felled, and the petals their prize.
Yeah, Adam managed to sneak a few away, but at the end of the day, it's still Fnatic coming out on top, and now they just reset and go for that Dragon off the back of it as well. So Mickey sitting off to the side here. As you get this engage coming through from Oscar, and it works out perfectly because Humanoid's in position then to follow straight away with the shockwave. So everyone on Rogue ends up getting, well, 2 members on Rogue get caught out there. Razork then able to follow through. Mickey engaging as well to set up on that back line. As you say, he ends up giving his life, but sets up perfectly for Patrick to then follow, and Adam was just doing his best to hit off the side, but you can see the damage he's doing to Oscar, and like, it's absolutely nothing.
Negligible at best, as Fnatic now get the Otacon. Alongside the pedals, you do get a buff to all the neutrals you've taken in the game, which will only help, or all the big neutrals at least, only help them with the Void Grub push. As Razork dives in, like, Oscar tanked that tower for just an age. There's nothing you can do, man.
The thing is, he's at half HP, which means you've only got 3,000 more to go. It's so ridiculous.
I think that's just Baron for Fnatic. Yeah. Void Grubs and Oscarwin in tankiness, allowing them to bait Patrick into a state of unawares, we'll call it, as they see Rogue TPing down towards that bottom side to try and get themselves onto Soul Point. They're 10,000 gold in the hole, and I don't even think a soul would save you from that sort of death. Razork and Upset should be able to secure the Baron. Oscarwin and Mickey and Humanoid should be able to keep Malrang, Adam, and Larson away from the Drake. Malrang goes in, knocked up with the Decimating Smash. There's Mickey with the Magnet Storm on the backline, finds 2, but the rest of his team unable to follow. Grand Starfall in by Razork because he looks for a little bit more of a chase. Execute won't go in, and Malrang will die. So yeah, Fnatic get it all.
Oscar came out with more health than he went into that fight with.
Yeah, tanks, man.
Unending despair is the thing, you know? But yeah, I think at this stage, like, I appreciate what Rogue are trying to do. It's just anything we can get access to in the map, try something, throw stuff at the wall and see if it works. But unfortunately, at this stage, you're just too far behind. Like a 12k gold lead for Fnatic. They can continue to do whatever the hell they want. And as they go towards the base, with Baron, it's just nothing Rogue can really do here.
The thing is, throwing stuff at the wall,
didn't want to say it.
And seeing it helps works for pasta. But that bit of pasta you can't then eat. And it feels like everything that Rogue have thrown at the wall is now inedible.
Why can't you eat? What's wrong?
Because it's been on my wall, man.
My walls are clean.
When did you like? Okay, first we have a game of Legend. It's coming in. Cleaned your walls yesterday. Yeah. Oscar winning, still very tanky here as the engage happens in a 4v3. Larson here to make it a 5v3. Razork's here to try and even out the score. Meanwhile, Humanoid continues to push in. 5v4. Rogue are on the back foot. Razork won't fall, Fnatic will get a kill, and Humanoid very happily will accept all of these himself. Shockwave goes down onto Marang. He gets another one. There's nowhere to go. You're stuck between a ball and a hard place, and your only choice is death. Mickey the only one for Fnatic to fall. 15 kills to 4 and 16,000 gold ahead. Fnatic will clean out game 1.
Fnatic making it look easy, to be honest. Great rotations in the early game, playing well around Upset. And then Oscar in the biggest beefcake that ever existed at the end of this one.
Would you throw a beefcake at the wall to see if it sticks?
I mean, it was cooked.
Oh, okay. Then you can't eat it, man. My cats would be on that like a cat.
I don't have animals.
Oh, okay,
right, yeah. Apart from myself. Why'd you go that way?
You want to find Rob that way? Nights out Saturdays. Anyway, we'll see how the next game goes. I can see Law standing by. Our auto queue is broken. I haven't been told to hand it over, but I am going to anyway. Law, take it away.
Yeah, there's not much to say about this game. Upset, anything you could criticize about your absolute fantastic gameplay here?
Maybe we could have ended 1 minute earlier. I'm not sure, but it was fine.
Usually we see games slow down the pace of the game, or the pace of the game slowing down when they play against Rogue. Any indication as to why you kept on going?
I mean, we have a dinner reservation, but probably we're going to throw, so we're going to miss it. But yeah, let's hope we make it.
Yeah, content is coming. Thank you so much. Upset, that's all for us. Now we're going to be back in a few minutes with game number 2. Stay tuned.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
because he got the solo XP. So for Fnatic, here comes a dive.
Adam has flash, but doesn't really have an opportunity to use it before he is just dead.
Can you dive from bot?
Can you ulti, Oscar?
Yeah.
Go.
Varus could move around, I guess.
Varus here right now.
Should I move too?
He's dead.
He's dead?
Nice. Okay, Varus not close. I get this.
I shall do.
Kill the Varus, I will flash on him.
Yeah, no flash.
Get the flowers, guys. Flowers. He's taking off flowers.
Welcome back to the LEC. First game, bit of a short one. Fnatic completely stomped through that game, but I'm joined here with Odo Amne to talk about before the game started itself. We wanted to go back to the draft, because it's something that you've been very passionately talking about, is what makes a good draft, because when we walked away from it, we didn't think that Rogue got out-drafted overall.
I felt like Rogue was going to take over this draft, but at the same time, I felt like both teams had clear win conditions. It's just my main criticism for the Rogue's draft, if we can bring it up right now, was the fact that a lot of the carry power relies in this Varus pick, because as you can see through the checklist, everything is quite balanced, but the only outlier here is the one winning lane on Fnatic side. Because when I was looking at this bot lane draft for Fnatic, Kalistarel, I feel like should be losing versus the Varus Alistar. And this is the main reason why I thought that Rogue was going to take over this draft, is because Varus is just a great neutralizer into Kalista.
And that is where a lot of this discussion is going to hinge around, because when I look at everything picked up on this side and what we both agreed on is, hey, this draft looks really good. I think particularly wanted to hit 1-2 items particularly. I think that the Jace does a lot of work. We can talk about a bunch of other champions doing well there, but you have to get to that point. And that's where we go back to that question mark and say, right, where can this game snowball through? And it turned out, actually, that question mark was answered by that Kalista.
Exactly, because this is just the starter pack for a good draft, but this doesn't eliminate individual plays. So if you can bring the B-roll out, what happens here is that Kalista will get 2 quick kills, and she's going to be completely accelerated. Now the question mark becomes a huge check mark, and the Kalista just ends up taking over the game. Gets these 2 kills, completely dodges the laning phase against the Varus. The Varus is forced to lane against the Sion, and afterwards, if you can speed up already, the tier 1 towers are just going to fall, and then we're going to start seeing this huge influx of gold on Fnatic side.
Yeah, so after this, we do have a load of clips of basically Snowball from the Kalista completely destabilizes the map, and in a very quick domino effect, the game just falls apart. Kalista goes from lane to lane. You have Pantheon covering with ult, forcing plays all over the map with the Sion being able to tank turrets as well. It completely falls apart.
Yeah, exactly. We would see, I think we saw 5 or 6k goal lead at minute 15, and this is just the resurgence of Fnatic from Winter Split. This was the Fnatic form that everyone saw in regular season, leading into playoffs, expecting them all to win the split, but after that we saw them collapse. But now, is this the Duffman effect? Is this the resurgence of Fnatic? Because it did look extremely clean. I felt like most of the rotations who had nothing wrong going with them, they're all covering for each other, and we saw the elusive 1-3-1 from Fnatic that was just completely snowballing this game.
So it's a little bit heartbreaking for us to say, look, Rogue, actually not bad draft. There's some stuff to work with there, but Fnatic completely snowballed out the game. And of course, we've got a little bit more to talk about, so why don't we go join Shox to think about what's going to happen.
That was so formal. You can just come over, guys. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Give it the gravitas it deserves.
The gravitas it deserves. I don't know. It was no JDGIG, I'll tell you that.
True.
Odawamne, is there something missing on the... There's many things. I know we talked about it. If you want it, you would actually like to put a lot more there, but it needs to stay easy to read.
Exactly.
But one beefy boy in the top lane or something of the sort would have been a request from my side for Rogue, because that's also something we saw very quickly. Do you think the Sion would have become a problem regardless of the early game shenanigans and the way the game went, or not?
I don't really think so. The way I look at Sion is he's pretty much a good slaughter into...
Slaughter?
Okay, funny, but...
no, it's cool, yeah.
Yeah,
I like
a great champion into any team comp, because if you win, he's gonna help you win. But if you lose, I feel like he doesn't really provide anything. He just gives you that big beefy front line that enables all of your carries to have a lot more space and a lot easier time to navigate in.
And so I've been watching a lot of LPL where the Sion's made a huge resurgence in this last week or two. It's not had much success here yet, and of course this game looked really, really good. The thing about the Sion is, particularly against the Jace completely destroys you at 2 items once you get the Muramana and you get the Black Cleaver, and a couple of items come through. You basically can't side lane.
Yeah.
But as we saw in this game, if you don't get to that point, Sion doesn't care, and he can just keep rolling forwards and buying that time for the carries in the way that you were saying.
Exactly. My big criticism for Rogue is the fact that they hinge all of this power on the lane execution from Patrick, which I feel like he's been having, on and off games. I feel like his Ezreal has been doing good, but when it comes to these sort of lane dominant champions that Upset, for example, is extremely good at, to just take over the game and, abuse his lead, he's not really the type of person to do that. And I feel like a lot of this draft from Rogue was hinging on the fact that Patrick would be getting ahead, and this Jace, sure, if Patrick would be ahead or if the rest of the map would be stable, he would be snowballing, but we saw a lot of blunders from Rogue.
Yeah, it's one of them where you have to praise them for taking that gambit and empowering the players that should thrive in these situations in kind of the broader situation that they're in, right? We do need to mince words because we can't say exactly what, but there's a lot of pressure. Let's just say that. So I do like the fact that they go for that approach, and it's not something that you think is going to happen twice with the Kalista, ideally. The problem is it's a best of 3, and you're now 1 game down.
Yeah, and we already walked away from this saying, look, Rogue, good draft, actually. You hit 2 items, you have triple poke compositions. That's good. If you get to objectives and you can slow it down and play for second, third arrow coming out, awesome. That's cool. What we actually saw this game is the game completely fall out of control. Once they actually went to objectives after that point, they couldn't slow it down, and they completely got blasted.
And now I'm going to say something extremely controversial,
Yeah,
but...
go on then. What do you got?
But the way for Rogue to win is to bring back the Slogfest. Yeah, bring back the Slogfest. We need to bring Vedi back to do his 48-minute segment on Rogue again, because you need to neutralize these lanes, because it looks clear that Fnatic, if they have winning lanes, they are more comfortable to play for these sorts of, outplay matchups where they can just take over games. And now, I think for Rogue moving forward, they need to bring back a lot of neutralizers, just scale fine, play for these Drakes, bring a 50-minute snooze fest, but this is realistically their win conditions. And, it sucks.
He said it.
It sucks. It sucks, but that's just the harsh reality right now.
That's sometimes how the cookie crumbles. I do wonder, the person that's been most outspoken on this Rogue roster, and I think he's also been put forward by the team as to be the person to do a lot of the interviews, but is Adam, right? And I look at a lot of these games, and I look at him particularly, and I think I can understand the Jace pick there as well. This is a guy that really wants to show, hey, maybe I'm on this roster that seems a little doomed, but I want to come out here in an okay way where I'm still a good prospect, right?
He was given the tools for it in this game with that Jace first assign, but the sad thing for him is he just didn't have the time window to show it. Like, the game was over. You see that little kill feed come up in this.
You're probably like, oh.
You're like, oh, that's 2 kills to a Kalista. That's thrown our plan for a loop, and that's a big problem. I do like the fact that Rogue were, they had a coherent, we've said it many times now, that was really the bright moment for it before it.
Yeah, like, whoa, this is great, guys.
Yeah, that's great, but that's basically what we can say about this. I do completely agree, though. You have to start giving some agency towards Adam, and you got to hold the shop down, really, until he can actually make a difference on an individual level.
We'll see. For Fnatic, though, I think they smashed Vitality last week. I feel like this should be a walk in the park for them, but I never trust them fully. I wouldn't trust them with my life. Oh, no, but I perhaps would trust them to bring this one home.
Yeah, I still don't trust Fnatic that much, especially after the game 1 against Vitality. I do trust them to bring them home because it does look like a resurgence, right? Because even though we meme Rogue a little bit about the fact that they're losing games, their games are really long, we still need to remember that in most of these games, they're coming out with early game leads and mid-game leads, and it's just about converting the win. And now Fnatic, with this disparity between their projected form with how they're showing up today, I feel like they're doing a pretty good job.
And now we get a chance to see if we can say Duffman effect even more in this next game.
If we can.
It was a really good closeout in this game. I was happy how they played through this. They seized those mistakes, got really far ahead in the game, and it didn't look close after they got ahead.
It did not. Duffman, he's working his magic. And we'll see if he can continue to do that in game 2.
Grabs is actually the one that plays Magic, though. I think Duffman might play a little bit of Magic.
I think, he does.
Does he?
Yeah, because Mickey was telling me that they used to play together. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well, we haven't played with them recently.
That is
makes
true.
me sad.
Yeah.
I think Vedi, addicted to Magic at the moment, went over to their house and played with them a while ago.
Vedi resisted for so long.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, for people who don't know, Vedi basically just refused to join what he said was our cult. And now I don't think a day has gone past that I haven't gotten a message about something to do with Magic.
Yeah, it's literally, hey guys, we have a 30-minute lunch break today. Why don't we play a game of Commander? It's like, Vedi, that takes 90 minutes. It's like, no, it's fine.
On a good day, it takes 90 minutes for us.
We played a fast game last night, and that was 110 minutes by the end of it.
Yeah, well,
Look,
if someone
Blood
didn't
Moon
have
is
that,
a good card, okay? I'm a big fan.
I'm not a big fan of it at all.
Well, understandable. Fnatic have done a good job in game 1 of playing a fast series. We'll see if they can continue that early game pressure and snowball it away from Rogue, or if Rogue can somehow find a way to get the games into that later portion where they can rely a little bit on other teams making mistakes, or they can get to a scaled position, which is where they can do some work. Let's get into draft for game 2. Rogue on the blue side, they're going to take away Skarner, Yone removed by Fnatic.
Yeah, I think we may not get it as explosive as an early game from Fnatic, because certainly with the Kalista and the Pantheon, that kind of had all the tidings of, hey, we're going to get onto the map, nice and early. But I want to see now what the answer is for Rogue, because you've kind of gotten the tools that have Adam been looking great on the Jace, a lot of comfort for Larson on the Victor, even Patrick getting things like the Varus, which is one of the strongest picks on the patch, hasn't really worked out. So I think there's a lot of questions on what Rogue want to prioritize now.
Well, they're going to get rid of the Vi, the Rumble, and the Skarner. Fnatic, having already taken away the Yone, will add the Sejuani to that list. And for their final ban, I mean, there's a bunch of options still. You could look for one of the engaged supports if you want. You could remove Gwen, who would be the other AP top laner.
And Bessa, also something that's on my mind, but just because Oscarine, I think, has actually played it very well over the last couple of games he's brought out. But Zinzel going to be the take instead. Okay.
All right, get rid of an aggressive jungler, right? Someone who can really snowball leads through the early game. I wonder where Razork will want to go. Neferi, still available, was nerfed a little bit last patch. I don't think she was touched on 25.08, if I recall correctly, but instead it is Azir for Larson. So scaling for Larson does make sense. That's what the analyst test talked about, what they wanted to see from Rogue.
I think it's also just once you get to this point of draft, Azir just becomes kind of king in the mid lane. Like, Talia is always the answer for it, but it's just such a powerful pick, and Talia can shut it down by the fact that you can't go for these big sweeps in the mid to late game. Definitely nerf some of the playmaking potential of the champion, but still just an incredibly strong pick of the patch. Also the fact they're going towards the MF, so already setting up for another strong bot lane in Fnatic that they want to look to play through and play around. Still need big engage for this, so maybe Mickey looking at something like a Leona or even the Rakan to try and set up for that big AoE ulti.
I wouldn't mind that. Amumu's support as well always springs to mind whenever I see an MF. We don't see it that much these days, but does give you that curse of the sad bullet time. A classic combination in League of Legends. Ivan and Leona, the picks for Rogue. So very supportive jungler, very aggressive, or at least CC heavy support.
I do tend to like Ivan though when you have these here, because obviously the items that he likes to pick up enable auto attacking champions, and Azir just gets that benefit now with the change he got like sometime last year. Where he applies on-hit effects, so I think it just makes a ton of sense. More than likely going towards something like, I'd imagine, the Xayah or one of these more on-hit AD carries in that bottom side. So may end up looking at a little bit of a early lane swap, I'll say, coming through from Rogue to try and get out of it. Ashe would probably be one of the picks I'd also ban here from Fnatic, just to try and limit the long-range auto attacks that Rogue have.
Yeah, I agree with you there, 100%. Get rid of that pick potential as well from the arrow and the hawk shot that can track the Zyra. One of the reasons you pick the Zyra into the Ivan is how quick her clear is. She can really get through those camps really quickly. Ivan's first clear obviously very speedy as well, because you just set up all the camps and then you take them on your re-clear. So Razork actually the only player in the LEC, I believe, to have won on the Zyra so far. I saw 1 and 5 pop up on the screen, and Razork has 100% win rate on it. So Upset yet to die on the MF as well in the one game that he's played on it, but he didn't die in that one game. He's actually done a really good job of not dying across the course of the entire
As a statistician, my one-game sample sizes are my favorite.
Yeah. So Upset will never die on MF.
Ever.
Fnatic will definitely win the game because they have 2 100% win rate champs.
Yep.
They actually have 3 because the Talia is 100% win rate as well.
Oh, we're popping for Fnatic.
That we are.
That's a grabs draft if I've ever seen it.
We'll see where Fnatic decide to go with their supports. It was Ezreal and the Corki banned away, Nautilus and Gnar taken away by Rogue. The Rakan that you talked about would make a lot of sense. I believe, though, Mickey has only won 1 of his 3 games on Rakan.
Never mind.
So does that balance out the 100% win rate from the rest of the draft? I think so.
Mathematically speaking, I don't want to do maths on gas, so I will move on from that one. But Jhin, I actually like the Jhin in this sort of, well, I was going to say, I like the Jhin for the matchup. I think Leona Jhin, very strong, and it's something that can try and bully the MF and the Rakan in the early stages. But I think the biggest issue is the Jhin just doesn't make a huge amount of work with the Ivern. You can still kind of lean on the Azir as that late game carry, but I prefer more on-hit or regularly auto-attacking DPS whenever I have an Ivern on the team.
I agree with that. I think Ivans can forego the Ardent Sensor as well and go Moonstone Redemption Dawn Core. And obviously it does still help if you're getting some of those extra hits in, but gives you a little bit more just sustained healing through the fight and shielding. We saw the possible Garen, the possible Kennen, and instead the blind Renekton with Narband away.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. I think the second options here is Oscarinin. Like, this does remove Ambessa from the pool, which is kind of what I think they were nervous about, the Ambessa or 5, but Renekton is incredibly strong into that pick, so I don't think we'll be going towards that, but we'll have to see exactly what the answer is. Jax. Yeah.
Okay, it's a tale of as old as time. Jax, Renekton, top lane matchups. Really about, does the Counter-Strike stop the Ruthless Predator stun? Does the Renekton manage to get extra damage off early? Usually swings towards the Jax as the game goes later, because Jax just scales a bit better than Renekton, and Renekton is more about, can I isolate someone in a team fight with Slice and Dice, / Ruthless Predator? But
yeah, it's kind of like level 1 to 3 is Jack's favorite, because the Counter-Strike, you get the level 2 and then move on. But as you say, once you get to kind of a level 11, it kind of starts to teeter over in favor of the Jax. It becomes very difficult. And I think this is where, I think oftentimes when I look at MF, I think, oh, the composition needs to revolve around MF and the bullet time. But I think what a lot of teams have started to do is kind of what we're seeing on Fnatic now, which is shift away from, I want these big AoE CCs to lock people in place. Instead, I'm going to use this bullet time as a wave clear tool, try and play aggressive on the mid lane as well, and bully out the opposition, and then I can play out to sides. And especially when you've got like a Rakan who's very good on a roam, and trying to move him around the map to play for these two side laning expert champions makes a lot of sense.
And it's what Fnatic did really well in game 1 as well. Their movement around the map was what left Rogue a little bit dizzy between the 14 and the 25-minute mark. They managed to snowball the gold out of Rogue's favor. Fnatic are looking very solid so far this week. They're looking down the barrel of a 2-0 week. For Rogue, they really need to bounce back. Currently sitting at only 1 win and 4 losses in total. We're kind of starting to walk towards playoffs. It's slower than it usually is, but you're getting towards, weeks. We're in week 4, week 5, week 6, week 7. Obviously, that's how maths works.
But it's also the fact that Rogue have played so many of their games already.
They only have 3 series left after this one. 3 series. And the expectation is 4 series wins or 5 series wins is going to get you into top 6. That's kind of where we usually look. Rogue have SK on Monday, and then Carmine Corp and MCoy left.
Oh, nice and easy way.
That is a really difficult road for Rogue. If they can somehow sneak away a win here, then they just need to somehow sneak away another win against either Carmine Corp or MCoy, and also beat SK. It's going to be difficult for Rogue to make playoffs. I'm not going to mince my words, but we have seen stranger things happen.
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, but Gillies isn't in the league.
That's true. We don't have the God of Lee Sin.
And that does make it tough.
That does make it tough. That was a long time ago now. 2019?
I don't even know.
2018? Anyway.
I was still over in China at that stage, right?
Oh, yeah, true. For Fnatic, they just want to continue their winning ways. 3-1, sitting atop the charts here in the LEC, just behind Carmine Corp and G2. Carmine Corp have played an extra series, so if Fnatic win this, they would even out with their French rivals in that #1 spot. As Execute looks to push Mickey out, but Upset and Mickey hold their distance well, get the Guardian proc off as well, and Patrick and Execute will be forced onto that back foot. Oh, good damage though with the 4th shot onto Mickey. He will have the Gleaming Quill though, so should be able to heal up in this lane a little bit. It's hard for Execute to not give away that healing. You see Mickey actually leveling up the Grand Entrance first. But when you're playing melee into a Khan, it's really hard not to just give him the healing, because he can step up, use that Q just outside of your auto range, and then dance back.
Yeah, it makes it very hard. But it looks like Rogue should still be able to get the level 2, so they're going to be happy out and just continue to bully through that lane. This is a definite kill lane whenever you see Jhin and Leona. There's a huge amount of opportunity to take out the opposite side, so I'm curious to see how Malrang wants to try and introduce himself into that bottom half of the map, because I think even if you end up going for a counter gank as Fnatic, all of your players are kind of squishy on the bottom side, so it feels like, if you jump in to save Mickey as Razork, you kind of just take his place in the shooting line.
Yeah, you definitely do. No real tanks as Malrang walks across, puts a couple of bushes down for Larson, which means he'll get a little bit more damage. If you're in one of those bushes, Ivan helps you out a tad. Razork has been pinged out on his red buff, so Rogue should know exactly where he is. Adam's lane is pushing out towards Oscarinin, so there's always a risk for the Croc here. He's going to meet up with Razork, gets the ward in, and stuns up Oscarinin. But now Adam has to play a little bit more defensively as this wave is shoving away from him.
Yeah, I think you'll see Razork, though, just basically moving in, wants to clear out this ward, realizes there's no camps on the top side as well, so Adam needs to be a little careful. Got the second half of the slice and dice there to get away, but this is just a perfect spot now for Oscar to be able to catch this wave and grow out this lead. Well, start trying to grow out a lead from the top side.
Yeah, just trying to garner a little bit of extra gold in his pockets. It can be those, 2-3 CS that really make the difference. Razork, he's going all the way behind the tower here. Flash? Razork flashed over as well! Oh! I mean, that's gorgeous. I didn't see the Razork flash, but avoids the vision, flashes around. And for 2 flashes, Fnatic get first blood.
Yeah, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't there as Adam. Like, you have to try and get that wave crash, because otherwise it just gets frozen on you by Oscar and you don't get to touch the wave and you start to fall behind. But if you go for the wave, well, you know Razork's there. And look, at least it's 2 flashes burned, but that's a very difficult position for Adam.
Oh, I love this as well. Oscar actually TP to bot off his reset, so they're going to switch the lanes around. You can see Razork here. Flashes, tanks the tower shot, and Adam's like, okay, well, I guess I'm just screwed in this position anyway. Oscar in TPs to the bot wave because Adam had forced out top, so Upset can reset, go up there, catch that, and it sets them up well for Grubs in a minute and a half.
I will say, though, that it is now Upset who is behind, though, because the wave did crash, and you can see in the CS there, he will even it up quite a bit, but he will actually lose out on a little bit there because that wave had already hit the tower. So, it is still going to be fine, but it's like just a little bit of a lead now for Patrick, even though it was working well for him already.
Yep. Very much agreed with you. Upset using that struct to get back to the wave as quickly as possible. It's one of the benefits of MF is the ability to move between the waves. Same with Humanoid, who can rock surf next to those bits of terrain. So actually Humanoid, I think, almost could have killed Larson if he'd hit his threaded volley on the seismic shove a little bit earlier. Grand entrance coming out. Shield of Daybreak up for execute. Now slowed up. Won't have that stun anymore. Still has the Zenith blade, but doesn't really want to go back in. So just forced all the way back underneath this tower.
The resistance is, though, doing work, so Execute could actually get out of there. Razork was only finishing his camp, so couldn't quite be in a position to follow up. But again, Razork kind of sticking around this top side, wanted to try and play for Grubs plus his bot lane here, but maybe fishing for mid as Larson takes a bad trade.
Razork coming across. Larson has the flash and will use it to get away from those grasping roots.
Yeah, unfortunate for Larson. Like, it started off as a decent trade, but as soon as Razork shows up, it makes it very much worse for Ware. And Adam, they're doing okay in bot, but dodge by Mickey.
Played on Mickey. He's stunned up underneath the tower while he's tanking it. Mickey's not going to die to the tower shot. Got Guardian, used heal, and had a Gleaming Quill proc.
Yeah, unfortunate. Patrick. Oh, not quite able to hit with the Deadly Flourish, but yeah, not being able to get at least just one more auto off could have been the end of it, but Mickey ends up surviving, and now we're just having a fight around Grub Stitch. I think it's a good call from Rogue to contest.
Yeah, Marin walked across and just smoked one away from Razork.
Yeah.
So he just steals it away. Now, Razork can't get that 6 grub sack that worked out so well for Fnatic in game 1. It's still a 600 gold lead for Fnatic. They're definitely in the lead as the grasping roots are going to hit onto Malrang, but he's just chunked out. Not really much more going to happen.
I don't think Malrang really needed to take that route, to be perfectly honest.
He's a tree, he takes all the routes.
Well, you know, in the infinite routes that could have been taken.
Yeah, but if you get all the roots out, then the Xylem and the Phloem suck up that good watery stuff.
Okay, yeah. And then the Chlorophylls in the middle there. And okay. But it does mean Fnatic are able to get the next 2. I don't think Rogue were going to commit to a trade, like, to go for the following 2. But it does mean that you now have to try and position yourself into this bottom side to look for the Dragon trade. They're going to look for Oscarinin.
Ruthless Predator stun. Root Caller doesn't quite connect because Oscarinin can just leap strike his way to safety. Humanoid's walking down the river right now and will spot Malrang, who isn't going to be able to get the Scuttle Crab too easily.
Yeah, see, the thing was, the Fnatic shifted Mickey to the mid lane so that then Humanoid could guarantee the push on mid, and then Humanoid started to rotate down river to see what Rogue were up to. So it meant that you weren't actually able to commit to very much on the bottom side of the map here, and it's Fnatic kind of covering their bases. Meanwhile, Razork gets the fully clear out of jungle and be in a position now to contest.
Oscarinin chased out by Adam here, who flashes. There's the Root Caller follow-up, and Daisy's here for the party. Adam gets the first kill for Rogue on the board. And even out the gold lead as well. Execute stepping forward here. Mickey and Upset showed on the top wave. So Rogue know they have at least a one-man advantage, or a person and a Daisy, I guess.
A nice plays, though, from Rogue. Finding that timing window just before Oscarin's TP comes back up and Adam's able to punish. Now that's a couple of plates that are going over. You're going to start up Dragon here as well. a just nice window of opportunity for Rogue to punish.
I mean, it's a crazy good window. Like, if Fnatic had done this, it looks like game one, right?
Yeah.
Like, they just totally outmaneuvered Fnatic on the map. They get themselves back in the gold lead. Well, really in the gold lead for the first time this series. They'll get a Drake. They'll get 3 plates in the bot lane. Rogue have started this game off swinging. For Fnatic, though, they'll be looking to strike back, and I wonder how they're going to do that, because oscarwinner's pushed up a little bit too far on the bot side. Does still have the flash, has that leap strike. Execute here with the Shield of Daybreak. Counter-Strike comes out first. They don't get any of the CC. Okay, well, yeah, you got to hit one of those. You got to hit one of those. And because Fnatic know there's 3 players on the bottom side, they'll come in and invade this top side.
Yeah, so Fnatic going to respond well. Oscar with the fancy footwork means that he's fine. But Adam doesn't actually get to answer for the way this about to crash in top. Upset set up a very slow push on this top half. So Adam trying to reconnect with the wave here, but I don't know if he'll get there.
He might start to walk up. Executes on his way. Adam doesn't have the Dominus right now, nor does he have his flash. Grand Entrance coming out from Mickey. He's going to have to battle dance back to Upset. So Adam will be able to get to the wave and clear it out with the Cold Meek. The plate did not quite fall there. So Upset will very greedily want to push this one out again. Can do it pretty safe.
Calculated Malrang stole 1 of those Void Grubs, which is just enough to keep the burn off. And we'll just ignore it.
Well, made him stay for an extra wave, you know? Made him stay for an extra wave. See the TP coming out from Adam towards that bottom lane. He's going to answer Oscar Winning's push. He will lose about half this wave or so as he does manage to get down here. And for the briefest of moments, Rogue were in the lead, but Fnatic extend that gold lead once again to about 1,000 in their advantage.
Yeah, I think it's just, as you can see, just the CS leads that are starting to be picked up. Like, Razork has just been power farming through, as you said. Now also looking for a play on top side, but kind of the benefit of the Zyra into Ivern, as you were alluding to, as we saw it in draft, but also just Upset sticking around in a lot of these lanes has meant that as Patrick has shifted to cover for Adam on the bottom side, or they went for that play to get the turret plates on bot side, they are sharing XP and sharing CS, whereas Upset is getting that solo. So that's where you're starting to see sizable CS lead, but also a sizable experience lead for Upset.
And you see the experience deficit for Mickey as well. He's about half a level behind. Execute right now isn't going to be level 6 for the second set of Void Grubs. Execute, if he steals one of these minions, there we go, takes the cannon, gets his level 6. So a discrepancy in terms of ultimates between the supports, at least, for what could be the next fight. Fnatic will want 2 of these grubs to get themselves the mites. Razork has a ton of damage, though, already has that Leandry's complete. Mauer and Patrick are going to start up the grubs. I have the assistance of Daisy. Mickey on his way out of base, but still only about near the Razor Beaks. So a couple of seconds before he's able to rejoin this. Rogue have taken 1.
You're going to lose a wave on top side as Rogue, as they all commit for this.
Razork, Solar Flare, Flash Shield of Daybreak, but there's no damage to follow up, and the Strangle Thorns will keep Rogue at bay. Bullet time opens up, Patrick has to flash away, Maron falling low, shields himself, but it's not enough, and Humanoid will weave his way to another kill. Fnatic find 2 in the battle. Humanoid can't quite get Execute or Larson in the end, but he forces them away from the tower. Fnatic don't even turn their backs towards the grubs. Instead, they are looking for more of these plates. Mickey very aggressive as he steps forward, knowing he can just grand entrance, a grand exit back towards the safety of Upset.
Yeah, I have to double check in the replay, but there was just no real follow-up from Rogue. I'm not sure if Larson tried to go for the shuffle in and got hit by Talia's Unraveled Earth, but Mickey now starting to wrap around again.
There's the quickness, and Larson doesn't get away in time. Mickey takes the kill, Upset takes the plate, while Mickey gets a helping of it as well. And Razork takes the grubs.
Yeah, really well played. Level 6 just been hit by Mickey, but we'll see it here. So I love this from Execute. Go on towards Razork. He's not great, but yeah, so right as Azir went in for the sweep, you end up with the Talia Unraveled Earth stunning him. So Larson can't get the play, has to flash out. And then it's Upset coming in with the bullet time over the side, just finishing off members. Great. And wall from Humanoid as well, just to lock down the Jhin. So nicely played by the Fnatic mid laner. Kind of set up a lot of that success for Fnatic there.
Yeah, now they're 3,000 gold ahead.
Yeah,
right,
that'll do it.
Little bits in the early game, we were praising Rogue. We were like, oh, really nice movement towards the bot side. They get the Drake out of it as well. All it takes is a couple of fights. Now Fnatic are well in control of this game. Bloodthirst are complete for Upset. Humanoid, of course, he's got a Rod of Ages. I feel like, are they called Rod of Ages because it takes ages for them to feel really effective? Or until the build becomes useful?
Probably.
Or
yeah, probably playing worse.
Because Rod of Ages is also like it feels like it should be an impactful thing. Whenever I see one built, I'm like, eh.
Yeah, but when it hits 10, you're like, oh, you know.
A whole extra skill point.
Yeah. Well, also,
Or
like, it just
level,
gives you a really nice, like, yeah, it gives you a nice ability bar, it gives you all that good
yes,
stuff.
I know
health,
it gives
and-
you a bunch of stuff.
yeah.
We're just seeing it on every champion right now. It's a little tedious. It's like AD carry builds. You know? It's all the same. I say with the two AD carries that don't build the same stuff in the game. Anyway, I'm going to talk about mage itemization until the cows come home. For the moment, Adam is looking to see if his chickens have come back home to roost because the collapse from Fnatic is here. Maybe just going for those plates. They do have the grubs from the mites from the 4 grubs they've secured. Seismic Shove not going to hit. Adam dancing in and out of those bushes, but another plate over to Fnatic, and Razork looking for that flank position. Lands the grass and roots, there's the Strangled Thorns, and Malrang is decimated, taken down to about 10% HP. And forced away from the tower. This is what Fnatic did well in game 1 as well. It's just about chunking someone out around a tower and then making sure you can secure that objective.
But it's also the shift that we're seeing in the map. So you get top wave pushed in, Oscar in goes mid, covers the mid push there, so you can't actually get the tower play. And now you've got this numbers advantage that is created on the bottom side. And even as you go for that, Humanoid TPs back up to the top side, protect the pushing wave from Azir. So across the board, Fnatic are covering a ton of these plays to set themselves up for success, but also then to cover any sort of answer from Rogue in the map.
It's called shifting, I believe, in the technical terms. Means something different.
No.
It's yeah, good shifts there from Fnatic across the map to make sure that they weren't losing much. Of course, you're still going to lose a little bit when you invest into a portion of the map like that. But as you can see, top lane tower still very healthy, mid the same. And doing a really good job of extending their gold lead without giving Rogue any opportunity, really, to find an advantage in this game.
But these are the things that, like, when you look at what I wanted to see improvements from Fnatic, it's these kind of things, right? And that's why, like, ad nauseum, we're saying the Duffman effect, but it really is these small things. And now Oscar in and feeling the execute effect potentially.
Yeah, Zenith played underneath the tower. There's the Solar Flare follow-up. I don't think they have the damage. Redemption will follow here, so Adam is going to be healed up. And with Larson coming across, they should have the damage.
Oh,
no! He gets the counter-strike. Adam flashes away. He's okay. He'll survive. It was almost absolute disaster. It was a moderate one. We'll say 4 on the Richter scale for Rogue as they lose damage on top tier 2 as well. The curtain's open, but they're closed by Mickey. They're going to lose the mid tier 2. Fnatic takes so much on the other sides of the map.
I don't know why you send a pigeon to do a crocodile's job. Like, let's be real at the end of the day. But yeah, it's a bit of a disaster and a whoopsie there for Rogue. Spot's gone, mid's gone, top struggling. And Fnatic now going to be able to reset as well with the Herald in their back pocket. This is a big swing for Fnatic, exactly what they need to blow up in this game.
And it's exactly the opposite from Rogue of what Fnatic did on the previous play.
Yeah.
Like, we were just praising Fnatic for pushing out the waves, making sure you have someone who can teleport to top lane to catch that wave as it comes in. Oscar's playing mid so that he makes sure there's no pressure there. Rogue did not do that, and because of that, you'll see Fnatic push through mid with 3 people. They get top tier 1 as well. Yeah. Obviously, the dive goes horribly wrong, and they expect to kill Oscar in a lot quicker. But even then, like, Larson's TPing over here, you give up so much pressure on the rest of the map.
Yeah, and they've already kind of, like, because they've shoved mid, Mickey's able to move in, get some vision, so they know they're free to move through this top side. But Oscar in again in trouble, but
walks away.
He hops out. Razork here to cover, but again, Talia pushing in top side, and Adam can't contest mid or top side push. And now Upset can rotate up to catch that top wave and get that tier 2 tower as well.
When you're making plays like this, it's so important to have wave shoved in or have no wave in the lane.
Exactly.
So, like, if you have a longer time before the next wave comes in, you push forward in the lane to make sure you clear that wave out earlier, and then you survive as Adam. Well, he tries to survive underneath this tier 2. He manages to, but the tower does not, as it's now a 6,500 gold lead for Fnatic.
Yeah, and that's one of the downsides of having like a melee champion like this trying to contest against double ranged, because it's just impossible for you to contest the wave. You go forward with slice and dice, immediately Humanoid stuns you up, you don't get back out. Then you've got a bullet time that comes over the top and you die alongside the tower. So it's kind of Rogue also utilizing their players in the wrong parts.
Yeah.
Like if Larson was there, at least he can contest the wave from afar, maybe clear it out before you're able to get the turret. But when it's a Renekton, there's just very little that he can do in these sorts of situations. So again, Fnatic like outbraining Rogue in a lot of these situations.
2 minutes on the Mountain Drake. It is a Mountain Soul for us this game. Otacon up in about 2 minutes as well. So there's the possibility of a 1-2 punch from either team there. we'll say much more likely from Fnatic right now. Rogue have spent most of this series of fights on the mat as the Rift Herald charges in towards the bottom side. Have one mic spawning. If you ride the Rift Herald, by the way, you get a lot more mics as it crashes in, but Alpsa didn't want to put himself in what could be a little bit of a precarious situation. Mickey's going to quickness, flash, and battle dance his way to Humanoid. The tier 2 in the bot lane falls, and Fnatic extend their lead.
And it's kind of just waiting for Adakan to come up as Fnatic pick off every outer turret that now exists. So for Rogue, it's going to get a lot more difficult as the rest of this game goes on. You've got item completions coming in at crucial moments for Fnatic as well, when Dragon is up on Adakan to shortly follow. So Rogue, I think, basically trying to make a pick now on towards Oscar to get something, but he's out.
You can just stay back. Doesn't need to push forward if you don't see those little circles on the map. Don't go into an area you can be ganked. Maybe we'll call for some vision towards this top side, but looks like actually Mickey is going to invest that towards the bottom side of the map, protecting Humanoid, who is a little squishier than the Jax.
Yeah, Razork is still in his own jungle, but Rogue kind of need to get into a position where they can cover on this bottom side play, because there was a oh, actually, they're just going to go top instead. I was about to say, but I couldn't move.
Okay, he's just diving the Sun Disc. Will jump away. Larson slides forward. Emperor's Divide coming out as well. Fnatic are beginning to collapse, but Oscar Ridden is tanking up that tower. Mickey with the heal will get his top laner to safety. The curtains open. The Solar Flare connects, and Oscar Ridden, you can't counter-strike the bullets from the curtain call, but Mickey can block the final one for you. Oscar Ridden escapes at the cost of 3 ultimates from Rogue.
And this is what we mean when we say it's still not perfect for Fnatic. A little bit of an overextension there for Oscar, and then when Fnatic were rotating into position, could have gone for the catch, but now it's actually given Rogue a little bit of respite. Push of the top wave, not going to stick around for the tower, as there's still a lot of members of Fnatic on the map. Although it looks like they're feeling a little bit more comfortable as Razork and...
Oh, TV behind.
Yeah, this is why you don't go for the tower.
Okay, so we've got Mickey has the quickness in 7 seconds time. TP's coming out from Rogue as they're about to be pincered. Mickey should just die. He immediately steps into them. Mickey, what are you doing? That was not fine at all. Humanoid looking at the seismic shove onto last, but can't find it. Now Fnatic are fighting on 2 fronts. Humanoid has to flash away from the Zenith Blade. Redemption coming out from Rogue as they look for redemption in this series as well. They've killed off the support, but they can't find more yet. No Emperor's Divide for Larson. Still about a quarter of that cooldown left. But Rogue could look for the Adakan. Remember, tanking it reduces your resistances as the seismic shell comes out from Humanoid and chunks out Adam just a little bit.
It's very hard to go into this area when you've still got the bullet time for upset. And now Patrick! Oh, nearly gone.
Humanoid's on the other side of it, though. Unless he can kill Patrick quickly here, the Solar Flare's going to follow up. Dominos out from Adam. Humanoid caught out as he dived a little bit too deep. He'll die, so will Execute. Razor coming in, the bullet time, the Strangle Thorns. It will be enough to kill off Larson with the Leandri's proc from Razork. So in the end, it's a 2-for-2 in the exchange, but Mickey's already back up and fighting.
Yeah, take 3 is the one that works for Fnatic. It took Humanoid going a little bit too far again, but it still ends up working out. Yeah, Adam just going to clear out the wave, and it'll be Fnatic who end up getting the Adakan.
What is Adakan? Oh, it's the pet. Okay. There was a thing dancing on the screen.
It took me a second as well.
Razork had hit the Scuttle Crab, and so the pet was jumping between them like a yo-yo on a string. Get it on a leash, Razork, okay? It's a public area. You can't have your pets just running around like this.
But yeah, this is, as you say, like this from Humanoid was quite dangerous. There is a lot of follow-up there. Execute just barely missing with the Solar Flare means that you get a little bit more fancy feet, but you've still got enough members of Fnatic here to try and follow through. Oscar Ridden getting good damage. Razork opening up with Strangle Thorns and also getting the lockdown as well to let Upset open up with the ultimate. So it does work out. And now it's kind of Fnatic, I think, we'll take a breather and look to close this out a little bit more smoothly as they can go for Dragon, they can start to stack that, and then look to just siege onto these towers and make sure there's very little Rogue can do to play out the game.
Yeah, just been a few moments of over-eagerness. Right? Oscar in, getting caught out because he went a little bit too aggressive too early when Fnatic were collapsing in the top lane. Then Mickey getting caught out because he went a little bit aggressive too early, getting caught out. Then Humanoid getting caught out because he went a little bit too aggressive too early. Fnatic should still win this game. They are so far ahead. 7,500 gold in the lead. Rogue have only got 1 tower in the entire game. They are massively behind. But for the long-term growth, you want to see those little mistakes cleaned up.
But it's the thought process was still there, right?
Yeah,
like the intricacies of the play may not be there, but the thought process is there, and that's kind of why I'm more pumped about Fnatic. Like, you get to clean these up as the season goes on. And I think for Fnatic, they kind of said it as well, right? Like a lot of their goals are looking at internationals and looking at worlds and not just winning this one singular split.
Now they have the false life. Weaver's Wall coming out from Humanoids. He tries to separate Rogue from their inhibitor tower. Oscar then putts the counter-strike down, rooted. Solar Flare coming in as well and already had to withdraw. Mickey going in with a quickness double charm. The bullet time into the redemption isn't going to do too much. Fnatic invests a lot and still don't fell the tower.
No wave to try and play through now, so Rogue get to hold on for the moment, even having the defender's advantage where they can send some people back to heal up if they need to, but again, this slide over eagerness coming back. You still have the Adakan.
He doesn't have flash. Daisy could look to chase him down. Yeah, he'll be okay because of the collapse coming out from the rest of Fnatic.
Nice actually from Malrang there, microing Daisy to get away from the unravel or the flick back. Means that she's able to survive because you do lose a lot of threat with your Daisy gone in the middle of these fights, but still, Fnatic, I think it's with Oscar in having the Adakan down, it just does mean you're kind of waiting now for Baron in a minute's time to try and play through that instead. It would have been nice to crack the turret, but I don't think it's really the end of the world.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you are deliberately playing for it, but just a little over-eager overall from Fnatic in these last few minutes. They were doing a good job of keeping the wave shoved synergistically, though, which meant that Rogue had to deal with 3 different prongs of pressure at the same time. But as you say, likely we'll see Mickey and Razzle just walking into that enemy jungle together, getting a little bit of vision down. As you can see, Mickey using the Scryer's Bloom to spot out where Rogue have planted some vision of their own. Clear this out, put your wards down, and then turn your eyes towards that Baron in 20 seconds.
Yeah, with Upset resetting now, just picking up the Mortal Reminder, it does mean it's a little bit more, like, the timing for Fnatic to get this vision is a little suspect, so yeah. I think it'll be kind of another 45 seconds. But Rogue now opening up on midway, basically just trying to brute force some towers and try and get something back in the map.
Well, they're managing to get at least the wave pushed in. Upset does have that bullet time if he feels under threat underneath that tower. Humanoid is looking for a flank here, but he will be spotted on vision as he comes around this corner. Weaver's Wall out. Humanoid jumps off it early. Adam's on the wrong side of it, but he's a croc and he can navigate tricky terrain, so we'll just slice through it.
Yeah, I think Fnatic would have been nice to get the pick, but at this stage now, I think you just try and play this slow, deny Rogue access to the Baron area, and try and shift Oscar in and down to that bottom side, because that's where he's a bit more of a threat than here.
Boots on Oscar, Solar Flare follow-up. That's a lot used. The Solar Flare, the key long-range engage tool from Rogue, and you can see Oscar immediately jumps in. Double flash coming out. Oscar is going to be locked up. The Zenith Blade into the charm from Mickey. Stranglethorn's not going to find anyone, but Execute will fall on the other side of it. Larson forced away, but he's putting some damage back in with his soldiers. Humanoid flashes, so does Malrang. And Malrang will escape. Larson looking to open up, does have those soldiers down and is doing quite a lot of DPS.
Rogue have no vision in this Baron area though, so with both solo laners resetting, they can TP into the play, and Baron will be the name of the game for Fnatic. Trying to face check into this is miserable if you're Rogue.
It really is. It's most likely on Adam with Malrang's shields. You put the trigger seat down, of course you can use the bushes as well from Malrang. Larson's going to be the one stepping forward for the moment. 6,000 on the Baron now. Adam has a blast cone, trying to build up that Fury bar. Humanoid does manage to clip him with some damage of his own. Oscar Winnin falling low. Malrang still looking for that smite, but can't get in there in time. Upset secures it. The seismic shot back on Larson into the Emperor's Divide. Rogue will find 2, but they cannot get away yet. Another seismic shove will land. Upset still has the bullet time here as well as Patrick is taken out by Razzle. Adam will have to dice his way across this wall. Humanoid jumps forward. Upset flashes the wall. The seismic shot back. Zenith Blade coming in. But Fnatic with the Baron now, and only Adam standing in their ways with a wave as well, will at least be able to crack the base, if not more.
Yeah, Adam's going to have to make some sort of hero play, but against 3 very strong DPS champions on Fnatic's side, it's going to be so tough. He needs to get the wave.
He needs to get the wave, but there's another one just coming in. Stranglethorns, Adam flashes away, clipped by the bullet time. And unlike Matrix, Adam couldn't dodge that. Fnatic will start up on the Nexus towers. They'll take them. Larson the only one standing for Rogue as Fnatic find a clean 2-0.
Great stuff from Fnatic. You can clearly see the stuff that they're trying to work on off stage, and it's now starting to show itself on stage. That was sick. Like, genuinely, I love seeing the movements, how they played around the early stages, being able to get these leads, the setup and objectives. Like, it was just crushing from Fnatic.
Yeah, it really was. Superb stuff from them. Still a few foibles, a few mistakes here and there. I think we'll obviously expect them to continue to clean that up. But as you say, the foundations are looking really solid for Fnatic. You can vote for one of them in your Kia Player of the Series vote at LEC on X. Razork, Humanoid, and Upset are your nominees. I mean, they all had really good series. Like, everyone on Fnatic had a really good series.
But I think, like, that's what I love about when you get to games like this, where it's like, it's no individual person, it's everyone doing their job. Everyone is on the same page, everyone understands what they're doing. So it becomes more of this team effort than just a hard carry from a solo person.
I agree with you there. For Rogue, it's looking dicey now. It's looking really tricky for them. They only have 3 series left against Carmine Corp, against MCoy, and against SK. And they need to win all 3 really to be in a realistic chance of making it to playoffs. Our top 6 qualify. We're expecting 4 or 5 series wins to be the cutoff. That is, it's not maths. It's
but
what
it's
we
also,
expect.
It's like, it's so difficult when you've already lost so many of those series against the teams you're trying to compete with now. So it becomes less and less likely for Rogue that they're going to hit.
It does. Tiebreakers, though, if we do have a 6th place tie, they are played, even if the head-to-head goes one way, because it's a single round robin. So we'll play those 6th place head-to-heads. For now, though, I believe we have Law, who is standing by with a Magic the Gathering enthusiast himself. Mickey, how do you feel about Blood Moon?
It's horrible.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm Laure, standing by with Mickey in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Quick question, though. Have you played with the casters? Do you know if they're actually good at this? Okay, who's better, Dagda or Medic?
Probably Medic.
Probably Medic. Okay, there you go. Medic, you can go with this one. Now we're going to talk about League of Legends. Really convincing series today, but I feel like that's what you needed to do against a team like Rogue. But I know your urges. I know the trends that Fnatic tend to have to get a bit too excited sometimes. How hard was it for you guys to just like keep things in control and have this one smooth without any,
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely tough. And we learned from our series against SK that we took everything a lot more, I don't know, like kind of how we do like every week. Like just don't take everything for granted, I guess. And I think our comms were quite controlled, quite chill. We didn't take like many unnecessary fights. And we also just had good conclusions from scrims this week. So I feel like we executed a lot of that on stage. So overall, pretty decent series.
The casters were talking about the Duffman effect, and I had an interview with him, and I know that he's been helping you on mid-game. As someone who's been working with Duffman in the past, how much do you quantify his impact in making you guys better?
I mean, I think he is probably the major reason why we actually close out the games cleanly, or why our games look like it's not only about just fighting. We actually win games by just playing around the whole map and being efficient, which I think is... he's the biggest part around that. So hopefully we can continue to improve on that and by the end be a good team that doesn't have to rely on just like mechanics and skill checking everyone. So,
What I told him though is that for me improvements come from stability, but I'm like, how do you guys make sure as a team that you're gonna build enough foundations that you don't get too excited in games when you're supposed to keep things calm and steady?
Well, I guess it's mostly just about repetition in scrims. Because we still have a lot of moments in scrims where we're not like on the same page, or like we get too overexcited or too snappy with the engages. So I think the more we talk about it and the more it happens, then the more examples we have of it going bad.
All right.
Should be easier to fix in that way.
Well, we'll see in the next stage game you have, which is going to be next week. Quick question though. Upset said you had a team dinner, something planned. What are you going to have for food tonight?
I want pizza.
Pizza? Pizza it is. Thank you so much, Mickey. Congrats on Fnatic for this one. That's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes with GX versus KC. Stay tuned.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
It was a quick one, a 2-0 by Fnatic. We've got Humanoid here to talk about, not that much about his match, honestly, a little bit more about Casey versus Giant X, which is our next best of 3. We do have to crown our Kia player of the series, and it was Berserk Humanoid. Deserved or not, you just told me that he always wins it when he's in it because of the Spanish fans.
Wow.
So.
Of course he deserves it. He's
Yes.
Spanish, so.
Just get some more Czech fans.
Yeah, I would love
Yeah.
to, but we
Where
don't
are
have,
they?
we don't have that many people in the entire country, so.
That's true.
What can I do?
Maybe if you hit like 2 more Talia shoves, maybe you'll get it.
I'll try next time.
We'll try. Okay, nice. No, fantastically done by Fnatic to close out that game. But we want to talk about the next one. We want to talk about the mid laners more specifically. We've got the new king of EU, I want to say, in Vladdy up versus Jackies. And I think it's quite interesting because they're very young players. They're up-and-comers. But we want to use Caps a little bit as a North Star. I hope you're not too insulted by that, Humanoid.
Nah, it's fine.
Is it okay? Next time we'll use a little
alright.
picture of you with a crown on it. So let's start there. Out of Vladdy and Jackies, I think it's obvious that Vladdy is having kind of a better peak right now. What has impressed you about him?
Yeah, I mean, I think since the start of this year, when I scrimmed against KC a lot, because we are scrimming them a lot, pretty much, and I think he was really surprising that he was actually really good, and not only mechanically, but pretty smart about the game. Because usually the new players that come into LEC, they can't really play with brain. They just come from like, I mean, they just come with like good mechanics, but then they just run it down in mid-game, you know, they have no idea what to do. But this guy actually knows what to do.
Yeah.
So I think he reminds me of myself
You're always the macro
5
god.
years
That's
ago.
all we heard. 5 years
Yeah.
ago. It's a long time,
Jeez.
Marek. Yeah. So where would you put him? And maybe Alex as well in relation to kind of Caps, if we still see Caps as the North Star for Vladdy.
I mean, Vladdy played really, really well last split. The question is, the thing for me is like, is he, I think, is he on a same level of Caps? I think maybe not right now. So we do have his face to put on here. I mean, I've put him on the pedestal. Would you put him close to Caps? Would you
I don't know. I don't agree.
Where would you put him then?
I mean, come on. The guy
All right.
beat him in the finals and did really amazing. Like, oh, I made another one. But
Okay, you can do it now.
right now.
You can tap it. Where would you put him?
Well, right now. Right now.
Would you agree with that? Do you think that Vladdy's
I'd
better
put them
than
at the
Caps
same,
The same?
spot.
Yeah. The same. Okay, that's fair. Let's
You can
send
go
it
up here.
there.
You can be cozy with him.
And just to say, the 1, 2, 3 might be a little bit misleading. It's just a podium. Ignore the numbers because, unfortunately for Jackie's, I think, Humanoid, he hasn't had that highs recently. You were just talking about when Vladdy started and in scrims and whatnot. What was your first impression of Jackie's?
Yeah, on Jackie's it was basically the mechanics only.
Okay, not
in
the
my
macro
opinion,
part, yeah.
So far, so he needs to improve that part, but he can be really good, I think, because yeah, his laning is pretty good, so he's pretty creative as well.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to give you the honors here. If you can
Where would you
tap
like
a
to
place on him, just tap the screen somewhere. Where are you putting Jackie's
In
compared
relation
to these
to
two?
Caps,
compared to
yeah.
these two,
It's compared to these two. All right.
there's two
Okay.
of them now.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. I think when it comes to Jackie's, right, I feel like this is a player we were all super, super excited about. And when it comes to EU mids, they always have kind of a tall order to follow,
EU mids, man.
right? But lately, I don't know if it's the team environment, because we got to say the GX environment, like it's just not going well, and it's very hard as a mid laner, I think, to set yourself apart.
Yeah,
Then.
and I don't know whether you saw his Ari game last week where he got really, really fed, but it felt like a game where he had to be the playmaker, and a lot of those plays didn't go very well at the start. And as an Ari player myself, I've definitely had a time where I've
You're an Ari player? Wow, I didn't know that.
I did. I once upon a time I played that champion where, well, we can go through all of this, missed a lot of charm flashes. If that were you in solo queue, maybe you think, I won't do that again. But he does keep doing it. And eventually it did work out. He missed a couple of charm flashes. He ended up with a couple of really big plays. He ends up getting a quadra kill here as well. I'm really glad that even though it seems like whatever the hell's happening at GX is really impacting a lot of different players there, which we had a lot of high expectations for, he doesn't stop playmaking.
Yeah.
I think that's a really important skill to have because I think particularly when you are someone with high expectations, you're not meeting them. I'd imagine the pressure is really high when you're trying to make plays like this.
Yeah, I mean, this guy likes to make plays. He's not afraid of it, which I respect. And especially if you play Ahri, you kind of have to go for these plays. Otherwise, this champion does not really offer that much. So yeah, there's a lot of players that would just play Ahri and try to wait for teamfights, not do anything. So I think that's where Jackie's gets the edge, where he's not afraid to go for it.
In 2025, do you think the mid laner still has the ability and like a meddling team to make the difference, like as sometimes in the past, or not as much?
I mean, I think in like the first 10 years of the game, the mid lane was just OP together with AD. And I think now it's more even with kind of all the roles. So
yeah,
I think
there's
like
Kasante outplays.
Yeah,
now.
like in season 5, if you have good mid lane AD, you just win everything.
Yeah.
So, but now you kind of need every role. So I would say that there's for sure less carry potential than before.
Maybe that's the problem for
Yeah,
Jack.
that is the
You
problem.
do need every role. Where do you land on KC, Humanoid? Is it? What do you think of the data we have of them in spring? Because they were obviously the best team in winter, but where do you put them now?
I would say that it's Fnatic, KC, and G2 are top 3, and I don't know who's the best, to be honest, right now.
Do you?
And I think there was an interview that Kalist had, I can't remember who it was with, but he was saying that they were only playing at about 30 to 40% of their kind of first stand form right now.
Oh.
Now, if that's what they're playing right now, and they're still putting up decent results and clawing out series, there's still
Interesting.
a big upper
How
ceiling
much
for them to
percent
get.
are you playing at?
20%.
20%, okay. And
We're
Tito's
way better.
playing at 10%.
If we were at the 100%, they are getting
It
stumped.
would be insane. Okay, here we go with Giant Expert. Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Should have got this one.
Something visual, because there's two people beside me who are not normal beside me. You saw the back of his head as well. It's like a sneak peek. There's a man he's so legendary. You can put him in any role and I think he'd succeed. Okay? His eyebrows went up. I am, of course, talking about the legendary Mickey X on the cast, alongside Jack Spectra. We have a bot lane in a 3v...
well. 3v whatever this is.
3v Tricast.
I'm just Phil. I don't know what I am.
I mean, you play every role, you told me. So.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to play AD carry now. I literally did it just for this cast, just so you know.
Nice.
I think you put your mic a little bit closer.
A bit closer.
And we can hear you now. Yeah.
How about
so
that?
I'm super excited here for Giant X versus KC. What do you think of these two bot lanes facing off? Because I have pretty high hopes of No Engine, but this split has been not the best.
I think they've been a little bit lackluster, but I can kind of say the same for the KC bot lane. So I think they would be quite evenly matched, I would think. So I'm looking forward to it, yeah.
Okay, that's good news. We're about to hop into draft as well. Mickey, how you doing after the game, by the way? You know, we don't have to go straight to the draft.
True.
Give us some feels. Like,
No, it was pretty chill. I mean, I was like a bit sad that I couldn't make any like highlight plays because we were actually just like going around the map and just like I was just clearing wards and basing. I didn't get to do anything. The one time I got a good flash ult, MF wasn't like in range, so it was
without the gun, yeah.
That's all right, brother. Hey, still, highlight coming in. All right, first ban's off the board. We've already got the Jace, Yone, Poppy goes through as well. For you guys, what really stands out here? I feel like we need to talk about AD carries first. Varus is big picks, Ezreal as well. What else?
Kalista as well, as we saw Upset playing very well on it. What do you think is like the highest? I mean, not to give away too much, but would you expect KC to go for the Kalista first pick over the Varus like you guys did?
I would expect so, yeah.
Yeah, you would expect that? Because we saw the Kalista prow dropping a little bit, but now it seems to be kind of back.
Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of depends, but I think the Poppy ban on blue kind of indicates that they want to pick it. So, yeah, I'm confused about the Yone ban on blue side. Usually the champion's quite strong to first pick on the blue side. But yeah, here's the Kalista response ban.
I feel like Yone Sejuani right now is still one of the best jungle mid pairings.
Yeah.
You know, even as we get to 25.08, like, you know, does it change anything in the bot lane in this new patch, guys? Because I feel like this is like small tune-ups, right?
It's pretty, not much has really changed.
Stale.
And Rumble first pick, I mean, that champion is a powerhouse. Do you think a Galio counter pick could be coming here or something like that? Or
I think maybe it's a bit too early for the Galio. I think it's usually picked on 3 if you want to see a bit more champions. And for Galio, you kind of want to have either a champion that you know you can ult on as follow-up for your ult, or that they have a champion that you can protect your team from, like Vi, for example.
And since they already take out the Vi, it's definitely lowers the Galio value, and it's going to be the Varus pick here.
Top match, support match. I mean, the Aurora's been seen top, so for Lot, he's going to pull this one out. Actually, first one of the split for him as well. He's been very much the Cassante, Gwen, a lot of melee top laners so far.
Yeah.
But syncing up with KC, we obviously want to see an AD carry match here and maybe Pro support. Mickey, thoughts?
Yeah, just something that has a good setup for the Rumble ult. I would say something with a knock-up, maybe like a Rel. Usually people just blind Rel. They already been popping for it, so...
Are you bored of the support meta yet? Like, are you sick of playing Rel, North?
Rakan?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to best of fives, basically.
Do you think Ezreal here is a good pickup, or...?
Ezreal would be solid, yeah. I'm not sure how many AD carries they have in 4-5, but it looks like they're quite confident that they have 3.
Yeah, I feel like if you ban out Ezreal and Ashe now, then you kind of have to go for maybe the Jhin, or...
That could be, by the way, let's not forget, that's probably Varus top. Against Rumble, that has been the matchup.
So.
Could be,
and when I say probably, I mean because we don't see many Galio tops here in the LEC.
Yeah.
And recently, people have been cooking with this Varus top, and Lot strikes me as that person that might be cooking into the matchup since he plays Rumble himself. But for now, Skarner gets locked in, so that Aurora, that could also be mid as a question mark. We throw it in the air a little bit for GX here as we look towards the next bats.
I mean, it is possible, but at the same time, when you look in the Aurora that early, I feel like you're kind of saying it's going to be top. Yeah, because it is just a good matchup into the Rumble, and it's been like a pick that many top laners in LEC has favored. Even with some going like the crazy. Do you know the Adam Shirelius?
Yeah.
Do you think that's good?
No. It's funny.
A lot of guys. That's a crazy water spillage.
The pause drop. What happened to Jackie's bro? He went into an airplane with a bottle of water or what? Have you ever gone like 40,000 feet in the air and you bring a water bottle with you and you fill it up at the airport and you open it mid-air? That's what happens.
Nah, I've never done that.
No, either. Something to look forward to next time you fly internationally.
I'll keep it in mind, yeah. But yeah, I was a bit confused why Giants didn't just ban 2 AD carries here. They should try to pinch out the KC's AD carry pool. Since it didn't pick
Alistar ban is strange. Normally you'd last pick support here, no? For the side of Giant X, unless you're worried about this Aurora flex.
I mean, I assume they just wanted to take the Rel away as well, but also they should still ban the Alistar last, because they banned Alistar first, so they could just respond with the Rel ban. But MF they should ban no matter what, so they should ban it first. But anyway, I guess we'll see what they have cooking here.
So what does that leave us? Something like the Nico support for someone like Jun. Hui might actually just confirm where everything's going. I mean, Jack already talked about it before, but support last pick here, Mickey.
Let's see what they could come up with. I would assume that... Actually, wait, KC banned Rel and Nautilus themselves. I will assume they want these picks on their team, but I guess not. Maybe there's one to Leona or Rakan.
Yeah, looks like Ezreal, Rakan, very safe, standard lane. I don't think you really want to... Like, you could go for like a range support here on GX to try to counter this lane, but...
But they do have like 2 AP champs already.
Yeah.
Not sure about the Bard either. I guess they do have 3 mobile champions, so it could work for sure.
Varus, Way, Bard. Long range setup, right?
Yeah, I mean, they do have a lot of poke and a decent bit of like follow-up, but not the greatest engage, right? Skarner's solo engage doesn't feel the best. You'd also have the Varus ult, but it's not very reliable.
And the Nico's for sure better for lane, but I would say for the game, Bard might have been the better pick. But yeah, we'll see. Yoon has been pretty good on Nico so far.
He's gotten a lot of good ultis for sure. But which draft do you favor overall? I think I'm definitely leaning towards KC. Looks a little bit easier to execute since How can just jump on in, a lot of follow-up. But I feel like for GX, a lot of magic damage.
Yeah, I mean, I think if they went for the Bard, I would favor GX. But yeah, I think they're a bit AP heavy. But then again, I think Talia might have a bit of a hard game. It's not really great into any of their champions, I feel, except maybe Aurora. And I think Rumble doesn't have the greatest setup, so that's why maybe I would prefer Giants draft still.
Okay.
But I feel like it's quite even, honestly.
Okay, well, I like that going into the first game, of course, between GX and KC. Mickey's going to be with us most of the way, 10, 15 minutes. If you stay a little bit longer, Mickey, that's okay. I think someone will come and ask you out and be like, maybe from your team, like, yo, Mickey, we're going to go. Bus is waiting for us.
I don't think they're waiting for me.
All right, well, someone in the audience can drive Mickey home after game 2 or 3, depending on how long this goes. That'd be nice. Yeah, we got some Nemesis love in the I was going to say the chat, in the audience as well.
Might be in the chat as well, after you said it especially.
But you know about the Nikos, we get in the game. I was just looking up because I'm like, yo, have you played it, Mickey? And I'm like, no, only Lebrov and Jun. What do you think about the Nico support these days? Because it feels like a replacement for when there's no Nort, no Leona, no heavy engage, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is a very strong pick when you need some engage, and it also wins lane very often.
True.
I think you just need to be careful that they don't have too much engage. Like something like a Nautilus can like really like murder you in lane. So yeah, you have to be a bit careful of that, but I think overall it's a pretty good champion. If you didn't know, I'm actually undefeated on the champion. 3-0 in my career.
What's the sample size though?
3-0.
Okay. Not too bad.
That's career or is that?
Career, yeah.
Holy.
But yeah, I'll pull it up at some point. I think my Nico is kind of crazy right now. So I have my own Nico trick that I'll see. I'll let you see for yourself when I pick it.
You spam the airplane or what do you do?
I don't know what I do.
Oh,
I guess we'll find out.
You can't spam the airplane anymore, no? Didn't they?
You can't? No, they
I mean, you can put it there and let it spin, but you can't move it. Okay, June is almost copying my runes. It's close enough.
Okay. You approve? What do you mean close enough?
I mean, he went Nimbus Cloak. I don't really go for Nimbus Cloak, and he didn't go Relentless.
Sudden impact.
Sudden impact is because when you use W, you're stealth, so then your next spell does the true damage. So, you know, I checked some Lolithic stats and I saw that was up there. So, but I go Relentless as well, because Relentless also makes it easier for your W, because your W goes faster the more movements you have, right? So with Relentless, you can basically scout almost the whole jungle by yourself, so that's nice. Already a good start to their lane here as well.
I mean, this monitor is like a replay.
Yeah.
So this is the real.
Yeah, I'm logged in there.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, you got three different.
Yeah, so I just didn't want to throw you off.
If you want, you can draw. You can do anything. Okay.
I'm alright.
It's alright, just in case. The option's there for you as well.
Too much clutter. I wouldn't want to ruin someone's experience.
No. Just, look, I think it'd make it better, to be quite honest. So we're obviously gonna have a bit of a focus on the bot lane matchup for those at home as well, especially when you have, you know, two legends side by side. We talked about what? You know, like
I feel like. I mean, thank you.
One wash player and a legend. Is that better?
Okay, sure, yeah, sure.
The legend check. But so an interesting thing about this lane with Nico versus Rakan is that you can always turn into a minion when he throws the Q, so he doesn't get the healing off.
Yeah.
So you just want to always go, throw an auto attack Q, and then when he tries to Q you back, you just turn into a minion. So Nico should always try to go get a minion and.
Ooh, Kalis with a nice little step forward there, dodging the Varus E.
Yeah, as you can see, he's a bit of an amateur Nico player because he didn't have the minion ready there.
Yeah.
And he also took W level 2. Not sure about that one. I'm not a big fan.
Okay, fair enough.
I think E second is like way better, but maybe other people are not confident at landing it. You know.
It's what happens when you don't have a 100% win rate on Nico, by the way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's using his auto attacks quite well.
Darkness flashes in, gets double flash.
I guess Zen was trying to.
That was triple summoner off 1 W from Targmas, and yeah, as you said, Yike was nearby.
And this kind of volatility, right, of this lane, where all it takes is 1 little 3 triple camp from the enemy jungler, and you lose all that pressure now. They have to play so far back, they can't really poke anymore.
No, it's very scary, yeah. I mean, in theory, there should only be using their heal to dodge a W. Like Rakan should never get like just a raw W on them. I feel like they should just instant match the heal when he heals and run away.
Yeah.
But you know, it happens. I mean, Zin did like some creative pathing. Hopefully he falls behind now.
Yeah.
They should not go unpunished. Otherwise, Jungle needs to get nerfed if he can just do that.
Oh, really?
But yeah.
So what are we hoping to see now? Maybe Sin Sao finishes full clear, resets into bot, and looks for maybe a repeat, something like that?
Yeah, and I think for Giants, they just kind of need to get out of this lane, probably try to swap around maybe a little bit if Rumble gets level 6.
Because I've noticed in other regions, it depends on timing, but like even before Grubs now, we're getting like 3-minute, 50, 4-minute swaps.
Yeah.
Do you have any insight onto why like now we're obviously with lane swaps down? I know you can't swap till 3 minutes 30 because of the lane swap timer.
I mean, usually it just depends on the push of the lanes and the TPs for top laners, because if one top laner TP stop, and then your top laner TPs bot, and they can also stop enemies AD carry recall, then they are most likely going to lose a wave, or even 2, depending on how they respond and how long they can lane. And usually AD carry doesn't want to lane to the top laner, especially before he gets a base.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
So, yeah, usually that's why people do it. But yeah, it's not good every game for sure.
I feel like with Varus, it's super easy to do that right now. You know, the insight is that like there's so much push. Varus, obviously the best AD carry in pro meta right now because he has push, he has multiple builds. Jack, you're talking about this behind stage as well, how versatile the champion is right now.
It's just so annoying, no? I'm starting to get bored of Varus meta. I feel like he's in every game, he wins every lane, and he just auto-takes you down.
He's more on the support matchup.
Yeah, that's true.
Should push the Varus, but yeah, in general, Varus is pretty strong. Except against Sivir Alistar. That one you kind of lose. Especially level 1. This is a scary one.
Yeah, Alistar known for his crazy level 1.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Especially with Renata. You just lose those.
They got push for now. I'm just watching Jack. He's just dropping a ward in River. Junglers aren't doing too much. Top lane was a bit of a lead before, but this because Kana had his wave pushed in.
Yeah, I think Giants needs to Lucana swap now. Like their wave is completely
Yeah. Definitely this looks like a ideal swap timer for them. Wave is frozen, Yike is here, no sums. Ooh, Targamas. Crucial there, gets the cancel in.
Yeah.
That feels really bad here for Noah.
I mean, the irony is Skarner to come right now because he's actually bot side, so he can actually come help push out, but it doesn't look like they are communicating very efficiently with what they want to do. So I guess he's going to move top.
Yeah.
Skarner is bot side now.
I mean, this is a thing I have, maybe Noah has the same, where you feel like if you messed up and you ruined your own game, you're much less likely to call for resources than if you're like winning, you know?
Yeah, that's fair enough, yeah.
And I could see Noah being like, no, I messed up, you know, I'll just, the wave is like this, we go swap.
You like Glad left.
Yeah.
Glad pays the price now.
There's a double TP. Noah's going to be there first. I'm noticing Kalist has a bit of a CS lead as we move to this top lane as well. I guess that's what happens when double flashes burn and Yike adds a bit of pressure into the lane.
Yeah, and you had some crazy Kalist stats, because I felt like Kalist and Targamas so far haven't had the craziest good laning phases.
You want some stats, don't you?
But according to the stats, Kalist is like #1.
Because Mickey, you came in, and you know, we've been saying this on the broadcast as well, that for KC's bottom lane, it hasn't been as, I guess, pristine as like Kalist's entrance last split, even towards playoffs. So I was surprised when I looked up this as well, when I was like, wait a minute, this dude's still leading as Targamas punishing the no flash. Not in a bit of trouble, but again, the damage doesn't reach. Trying to get a return as Yike comes in and flooding out level 6 as well. One of the most powerful skirmishing duos, and on a silver platter, Yike's getting his damage down. Tangle Barb connects on the side. Running away is Isma, but for now, for KC, they got pressure in top, and that just feels like free grubs.
Yeah, that's just disaster for Noah. He has the wave frozen bot, swaps up into top, immediately gets chunked out, and has to recall again. And he's just falling further and further behind while KC get everything they want on the map.
Look at the levels as well. It's a bit of a disaster here. On the AD carries, he's almost 1 level down.
Yeah. And the thing with both these matchups is like so volatile, right? Because whoever's stronger can just play in your face and perma-poke you, and neither of them are really going to get any lifesteal, so you have to go back to base every time you get poked out, or you're just stuck under tower like Noah is now. And oh, Kalist even Eing straight forward.
It's a real one in Jordan. Noah takes a Mystic shot as well. And Noah did stay for this wave, didn't want to lose it, but Yike again, with all that's going on top, just gets free grubs. Plus Kana has push in bot, because I think Lot got poked out by a couple of Electro Harpoons as well, so played bot, wave denied bot, and Mickey, that is bad news bears with almost 1k gold lead.
And yeah, Varus has to
This
drop another
plays
wave
around, but
doesn't look like there's much to happen in the area.
I wanted to ask you, Mickey, about Giant Eggs, because I was speaking to Gyota, and he said they were doing pretty well in scrims. But their results, that was before they played against SK and lost.
Yeah.
And you experienced the wrath of SK as well.
Yeah.
So maybe they're just the goats, but what do you think, like, the problems that Giants are facing, and why are they so much worse in officials than in scrims?
I mean, I'm not sure if they're like that much worse in official than scrims. I think it just depends who they scrim. But I don't think we played them in a while. So yeah, I don't know what's really going wrong with them. I think individually, no one's really performing exceptionally well, and as a team, they seem a little bit lost. I think, yeah, just no one's really pulling the weight in their team. I think the last Ari game Jack was playing, he was kind of trying to do some stuff, made some stuff happen, but ultimately I think they just make a lot of bad decisions as a team, and that's kind of what usually loses them the games. And here as well, they already made like a lot of crucial mistakes. Yeah. That I mean, I guess it's a bit individual as well.
Yeah. Do you think the loss of Closer was like big for this team, losing that voice and what he brought?
So.
Because the team looks really different without him.
For sure, yeah.
But I don't know if it's just like they kind of descaled anyways.
Yeah,
like they looked better at the beginning.
Do you have other thoughts on it, Mickey? Because you said you guessed, so like, is there another piece? I'm not asking you to leak the world, but do you feel like there's something else that really stands out for you for Giants?
Nah.
Okay.
That's all right. I mean, maybe that's the problem, right? That there's nothing that really stands out.
Because bro, with this bot lane, I mean, it's a pretty insane bot lane, no?
Yeah, they're pretty good. I mean, I think usually it happens that they descale. The longer the year goes, the worse they are, I would say. So I think at the start they were quite good, but now I'm not sure. I think
I also feel like they lost confidence.
Yeah, I think that could be a big reason why. But yeah, just it seems like they're not on the same page with their jungler as well.
Yeah.
Maybe Closer was more like communicative or something.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, maybe it was the comms in the end. I'm just going to walk everyone through this GX play. That they're getting deep in jungle, but KC are right here with a seismic shove waiting. Not going to hit onto Isma. Giants escalating this bit though. That's Jackie's walking in with his ulti up and available, trying to find an angle himself. Good zone control with the Eye of Sauron down. Okay. Bloody gets out. Pop Blossom for one, but that's okay. It's a good enough order. Mickey claps his hands, first blood. And in my ear, Mickey, I've been told apparently I have to get ready to let you go. I don't know whose decision that was. What do you think the rest of this game? Like, what do you kind of feel like? Do you feel like this early game hole's too big for GX? Do you feel like that kill ramps it up a bit? Like, give me a bit of insight on what you think.
I mean, I think there's still hope comp-wise. Yep. I think Skarner can always make a game-winning ultimate to turn the game, and Nico as well. So there's for sure hope there. They're at least like ahead in gold right now. So let's see. I think let's say Giants will win this game one, but they're probably gonna lose the series anyway. So,
and before you go, do you want a lolly? Do you want a sour gummy?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Mickey likes sour gummies. Big. Put your hands together. Thank you, Mickey, for coming on. We really appreciate it. That good?
I was just polite.
No, what, you didn't really want it?
They're fine.
Oh, bro, you didn't have to take it. It's all right.
I appreciate it.
Next time, we're going to get Mickey ice cream instead when you come on.
Good idea.
That down? What flavor?
Vanilla.
Vanilla?
Vanilla?
No.
Come on.
I like vanilla. You seem like a white chocolate pistachio with like Bailey's cream on the side.
We need to do like a quiz of every pro player's favorite ice cream.
Okay. All right, we'll get you vanilla ice cream. Joe, thank you again, Mickey. We appreciate you. I'm sorry. We'll find out who's trying to kick you off, all right?
All right.
We'll get them.
Name and shame them.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
And thank you again. Mickey came on after the series, sacrificed dinner time that Upset said there was a plan for. He's clipped in.
Yeah.
He's trying to get off the broadcast right now. Jack, you might have to help him. He can't get the microphone off.
Nice.
That's our plan. Yeah, thank you again. Good insight. And again, when we have, let me repeat, two bot lane legends, okay, setting this game up, it is nice to get that insight. Thank you to observers for really focusing in on Noah and Jun. We talked a little bit about it already, the fact that Noah, you know, in this lane, the early blower flash, the level difference, also Mickey X was talking about too. Even though Callista's down in gold, it still feels like it's a good lane state. It's all in. Pop Blossom. Jun, nice engage. They're going to catch one out. The Impale doesn't connect on Callista, so he's okay. Targamas, Battle Dance was close to getting away, but Callista manages to survive it. Another kill over to GX.
Yeah, it's a great recover by Giant X. I thought Noah and Jun were so far behind, but due to just great team play, they're able to recover here. And it looks like they might even be able to pick up 3 grubs as well. Targamas goes down. They're able to get 2 subs from the KC bot lane. And now it's actually Noah with the gold lead.
It is indeed. And I feel like when you're looking for a carry on this team, but GX is a nice person to step up. Yike wants the entrails of what's left of the grubs, as KC already picked up 3. 4 would be Supreme, but fleeing for now. That's because the stun, or rather fear, lands from Jackie's. Jack's poked out, but only a clone as KC. Trying to get their ball to the party. Targamet's going to try and steal it, but 3 for 3. And, you know, Jack, we didn't get to actually talk. We've never casted before.
Yeah, this is a wonderful first time. And we even got Mickey on. Made it even more special.
Yeah, the 3 of us together. Who knew that 3 was such a magical number? And I've been trying to think of a catchphrase, you know, Jack and Jake.
I think Jake and Jack is better.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Jake and Jack?
Yeah.
The 2-man stack. Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we'll sit with that. Because otherwise, man, it was Jack and Jake, and we're holding a snake. But bro,
doesn't really make that much sense.
And with no context, it's very dangerous on a broadcast.
Yeah.
Now, we said KC not doing too well in the early game, but this is not an irregular occurrence, is it? I know before Dracos, unfortunately, a little bit sick, was coming on with you.
Yeah.
Today you really wanted to hammer down what KC's early game looks like and where they go from there.
I feel like for me, it's just been, after first stand, they've been trying new things.
Yep.
And it hasn't been working the best. They do have this kind of tried and tested formula of putting Yike on a tank jungler, but now we got to play from Vladimir onto Jackie.
Jackie seismic shot flashed away from. He's okay, he's just going to walk it out.
But I just feel like the individual lanes of KC have not been looking as well as they did. And we got another fight here on top.
Lott's going to ulti out as well. You're getting there. It's like a marathon, not a sprint, I guess, yeah.
Oh.
And again, Chains of Corruption, but this time there might be more commitment. Yike's poked out, great ulti, saves him from the severing bolt of Jackie's.
But it looks like it's going to be the Drake going over for the side of GX. And it is only the Chem Tech, but probably we're going to have quite an impactful soul then, as the Chem Tech is now being taken out.
Okay.
So I'm always happy, if I'm the team that's taking Drake, to see that Chem Tech is the second or the first dragon. Can't be the Hex Tech soul, which would be another big one.
Because you also value the individual stats as well, right? So you're like, oh, that's nice, you know, like, we get the Chem Tech, well, you don't like tenacity, heal, shield power?
It's kind of whatever, especially for like, if you look at these two team comps, very little CC.
Heal and shield power, big. I love it when my Hui uses his WE or whatever.
Please wait, now you play shielding team fights, okay?
Right.
This is going to be the Cloud Soul. I think that's really, really big for both teams, that they can easily kite each other out. And for me, the key player of this game has kind of been Jackie's. I think he has been consistently getting this mid prio and able to set up the 2 kills that GX has gotten and kind of getting them back into the game when it looked so dire.
I like to see players pulling up play again. In the LEC, it was always a response to control mages mid, but small buffs, small damage increases as well. It was like a quality of life change for Hui that
I think Hui is so cool. He's like the Aphelios of mages.
He is, isn't he? We need one for top lane next.
True. That would be so broken, I feel like.
I'm trying to think, but in a nutshell, I guess it's Ambessa, isn't it? Because you always spin, there's always something to weave in.
But she's like Kalista of top lane.
Yeah, she is.
And she doesn't have different like weapons or spells or... Imagine the top laner that has like 4 different weapons.
Oh my
like
God.
a sword, a spear, a dagger. That would be insane.
Yeah. Oh, that would be good. Okay, design team. I'm still writing this down as we speak as Herald gets taken off. And Lott is just committing his time to the side lane, but at 16.5 minutes, Herald here for KC feels like a pretty done deal. GX contesting this. Pretty much a no-show. Just poking his head in his Zizmo as he gets damaged out. But hey, Herald down to KC.
Yeah, Lott is not even going to be able to pick up this bot tower here as Kana TPs to defend it. Bit of a lackluster cross map for the side of Giant X. Just didn't feel like they were strong enough, and Lott didn't want to invest the TP to actually try to contest it. Now we'll see if KC can use this Herald to presumably break open this mid tower, as it's so important with this like full poke ADCs that really want to contest this mid prio. But oh, Isma flashing in.
And it's a great engage. The Impale as well, but it means that Pop Blossom doesn't do too much. Yike has bought time. He's flashed over the wall as Lott has also teleported in. It leaves open bot, so they need something here. Targos for the ulti. Sucks shove over the wall. True shot barrage. Lott tagged by Kalis. Mystic shot. Giant X used so much for that, Jack. And they're going to lose bot on top of the kill.
Yeah, it's Lott wanting to go for way too much as he TPs in, and Yike plays it wonderfully. He's able to flash out and survive, but Lott feels that he's already invested the TP. It's a sunk cost fallacy, right? He wants to keep going for more, but that's what ends up killing him. And it's Kana picking up a bot tower for free off of this TP. And this gold lead for Giant X evaporated, just like that.
Just like that. It feels like a 2K gold play. 1,000 for KC now. And remember, they haven't sunken that Herald into the game. There's a mid turret that's freestanding gold as well. So for KC, it does feel like, again, we're getting past that mid-game trop. You know, you're talking about how KC, I mean, experimenting in this game is maybe a far-reaching comp, but...
This is a pretty tried and tested KC comp.
Yeah, I think in anyone's better. This feels like a pretty normal comp. But for KC, at least getting past the early game is big news here. With a minute 40 to Dragon, minute 45 to Artican as well. Bigger objectives are coming up. That means we should have a fight, question mark. You and I were talking backstage about like how it seems very, what's the word?
Telegraphed?
Yeah.
And I think also just slowed down a lot. With the Nash being spawned at 25 minutes, it means that it's just really rare that you see games being decided at the 20-minute mark these days. And if they are, it's like a slow strangling process.
Comes out of lanes and like abusive there though. The lanes is KC getting collapsed on, or rather it's Noah who is flash over the wall. He gets out in a good tag as Kana sends the ulti as well. That means no Noah in the fight as True Shot Barrage is close and barrier comes out anyway. Noah now without a summon spell.
And it is going to be Lot being able to push in this bot side here. Crashing Waves denying a lot of KC, but they might be able to break this mid tower with the Herald. It's a great play from Kana, just moving.
Yep.
Noah doesn't expect it, able to get his flash. They don't break the mid tower fully, but you know, 300 HP, 400 HP on that. They're gonna be able to get that eventually.
Yeah, seems easy. It feels weird that, again, you know, we had such like, I guess, such a clean start to the early game, and then GX just found these picks. And it's all been dropped by one overstep. You know, one overstay, that push for that topside play around this area here. I realized I can draw right there if you weren't watching on the screen before. And then again, we feel like we're going to decide this around, maybe Artican, maybe towards 4th Drake.
And that's the hard part when you're playing against a top team like KC, right? Usually all it takes is one mistake, and this one might have made one.
Like this.
Just now.
Impale doesn't connect. And there's the engage from Yike. That's what I was trying to say, is that one mistake and it blows over. Jack helps me with that. KC helps with Isma.
And now KC can decide, do they want to go for the Drake or do they want to go for the Artican? It looks like they're deciding to go for the Drake. Maybe even tier 2 bot, but it looks like that's going to be a little bit too much. But you can see now that they're just continuing to build up the gold lead. They were at, what, 1.5 deficit, and now going to have a 1k gold lead soon. And once they break this mid tower as well, they should be able to break the top tower and kind of just start attempting to strangle Isma out of his own jungle. And that's usually where the game kind of breaks apart for the losing side.
I like the odds for KC as Dragon gets picked up. And especially when Yike is on something like the Xin Zhao, which I think right now is like, people are starting to work out as one of the strongest junglers on the patch, right? With how many good skirmishing mids we have, with Silas's, Talia's, with things like Hui in the midst as well. There's so many good pairings right now with heavy skirmish junglers, right?
Yeah. I do think, though, for the side of GX, it's like they do still have a really good win con, as Mickey was talking about.
Yep.
Like, they have a crazy good CC chain with Isma or Jun starting into the Varus ulti, into the continued Skarner CC. So they can also be the one getting the picks. It's just that they're kind of lacking the, you know, the individual firepower that one person takes over and starts to make these plays. But I think if they can get that, then I could see them continue to actually regain control of this game. But it's just, who's going to do it?
True. More of the setup, maybe Noah, Isma. KC looking to face check. It's about Artican for now. Lots accepting bot wave. He's got teleport to match if anything happens. But no, we chill out a little bit, don't we? That means I get to play more buttons, don't I?
Okay, I just want to say, Kana here with another great roam might mean that they're able to get this mid tower, but it is going to be a TP from Jackie's, so it looks like he might be able to hold it. This is far up, but Isma can't reach.
You then just respond, you look at side waves here. I mean, Vladdy's there for now.
Yeah, Vladdy's going to be able to crush this top wave, and they will get full control of the Artican from it, but Kana needs to go catch bot since Lot's already first there. So it's just kind of like a ping pong of waves, both side laners trying to move and make some proactive plays happen. I do much prefer how Kana's been moving this game. I feel like he's been able to get the flash onto Noah, get a lot of pressure around mid. Well, I haven't really seen much from Lot at all yet.
True. And it's hard though, because I feel like Lot came in with high expectations, not just because he was I mean,
I had very low expectations, but he exceeded my expectations. But then now he's like disappointed in the expectations I put for him.
Did you? So there's a mix of expectations. What you're telling me?
Yeah.
I was going to say before KC start invading jungle and GX look for a bit of a pick here as out goes Targamas. Good zone control that comes from Vladdy as well. Team Geo, we can talk about them in a second. As Isma just backs off or rather runs in. Targamas is just trying to test the waters, literally. Yike doing the same. Good control ward or rather ward to lay down as GX are now again still fishing. That's fake Jun, fake Scorpion, you know what I mean?
I love how Kalista is playing, just eating forward with no fear here.
Doesn't care. It's like he's playing with a Lulu or something. Doesn't care.
Oh,
and again,
but he might have got out.
Hurts him because Jun Pop Blossom is beautiful. Tangle Barb into the quickness. He's going to sacrifice his life, but has he done enough work? Targamas getting out with an inch of his life as Lot looks for the follow-up kill, but Kalista is now zone controlling as Yike and Isma battling it out while the Weaver's Wall comes in and Vladdy's going to make sure that Isma has to flash. GX get out. They lose their support. Targamas also dies in the end for a 1-for-1.
Somehow this ended up being a 1-for-1. It's a great pick from Isma onto Kalista, but somehow he's able to just flash E out, cleanse everything, and actually escape. We'll see the replay here. I love this look from Isma. He dodges the Astral Q to give Kalista safety, and I thought Kalista would die here for sure, but they're not able to get the CC chain on him, and with the flash cleanse out, it's actually Jun that ends up falling alongside Targamas. And then the fight is so split up that Lot can't really join it. Vladdy is the one that can actually go on to Isma. And he has to flash out.
Yeah.
So it kind of ends up being a win for KC.
Question mark?
I mean, there's some check here. 4 flashes used for side of GX and 3 flashes used for KC. It's a slight win for side of KC.
Okay.
But very slight, you know?
You are right in slight. I mean, still only 1k gold lead. This game hasn't really gone anywhere, and again, I was setting up like, yeah, maybe in the next objectives, but as we said before, games do tend to trough through the same kind of mud every time we're in them. I still want to ask you a little bit about Team Geo, because I think you're right. Lot had low expectations, right? I remember watching him on that team with Bukata when he was a top lane Gnar player as Vladdy. Gonna face check. Jackie though piles it back. Look, they're spiraling to spare. Vladdy, if he gets hit with a Severing Bolt, he might be dead. And indeed, he does get hit. The passive comes out. The burn is ticking and ticking and ticking. But Vladdy thinks, okay, I'm alive until you're right. Lot gets seismic shot back. Flash away Severing Bolt. Ulti from Yike. They're trying everything to save the Greek god. But eventually, all gods must fall.
And they threw the whole kitchen sink at him. They're able to bring down Vladdy and Casey. They don't have any sort of cross map. Kanna actually moved up all the way here, looking for some sort of cheese. Maybe they'll be able to break this mid tower with that pressure, and I mean, literally one hit, so.
Yeah, he just protobelts to ward. Super easy. But yeah, again, we stay at 1k. It's a nice pick, and Vladdy burning his flash. Let's see how worth it is in the long run, as we're gonna have a dragon fight here, but Jackie's has no ulti. Jack, I'm looking across the board. GX have everything else.
Yeah, and Vladdy's still dead for 10 seconds. He does have the teleport, but KC are very split here. Targamas is still coming out of the jungle.
Well, Kana's angle, though, that's what I'm going to look at first. With Equalizer up and available, he might not be 16, but he's definitely going to fry some members of GX.
They have no idea he's here.
Well, this is trying to poke out. Yike as well, doing his zone control. Kana moving into a higher bush. Equalizer down. Not as big as I thought, but it is one. Pop Blossom is a disengaged version. Tangle Barbs as well. Targamas might be dying. Into the thick of it goes Slot as well with a great ulti himself as Vladdy gets poked out. Noah steps up to get the range, but he's punished for it. Kana fries them all. GX are now low as the re-engage happens, and Yike will be pulled in, but in the ulti, he again, by so much time.
Oh my god!
Tangle Barbs are big, but KC are just taking so long to die. Giant X found the start of the fight, but KC, it's the roundup that hurts the most. It's always worse when there's a remake in the second fight.
Oh my god, and it's so close for Giant X. It's a heartbreak. They just barely don't have enough damage, and it's the flash being down from Noah that ends up being the death of them. He's not able to get out from this crazy kind of flank, and it looked so good in the beginning. GX are able to avoid the Rumble ulti. They're able to one-shot Targamas. Lot gets a great 3-man ultimate. It looks fantastic. But Vladdy gets a 2-man shuffle onto Noah and Isma. Kana is coming from the flank, burning them down. And Yike, he's unkillable. He just doesn't die. He gets all the procs of the, the item.
Yeah, not Atma's Impaler, Sundered Sky.
Sundered Sky,
yeah,
all the Sundered Sky procs. Heals up with the Triumph, with the Conqueror. And Kalist finishes up.
Someone I can relate to.
I don't know why I don't ult actually.
Well, he should have ulted, I
He
suppose.
should have ulted. I think Jackie should have ulted.
I thought his ult was on cooldown from the Talia pick,
I
but
thought
maybe
it
it just came back up during the fight.
Yeah, maybe.
And he didn't realize. Oh.
Good poke. Jun actually poked out massively here. Support being low is huge as Lot. Electro Harpoon has to get the ulti from Lot. He's so slow, he almost didn't make it to the side. And now, with Pop Blossom up, Yike just ulties and takes Jun down midair. Jackie's, yeah, why didn't you ult? But again, he didn't have a chance to in this moment either.
It's a disaster for GiantX, and that looks like it's going to be the Nash going over to KC as Noah here with a good play onto Kana, but
that's lethality Varus. I mean, it all relies on these skill shots. Kana can walk it out, no DPS needed, or rather granted. And KC just start the Baron on the other side of the map while two members are spotted out of GX.
Yeah, it's a slow Nash, but GiantX, without the support in mid lane, just can't contest it. They have to drop it, and now is where you'll really see this gold lead start to snowball. They already have good damage on the tier 2 bot and top, but Kana here might actually be caught this time.
I think he kills Lot with him, though. That's the biggest question.
Ooh.
Flash away. Kana fancy beat until he's impaled in, and Lot will now get his revenge. Again, it's not enough damage, but Lot does get a shutdown here for what it's worth.
And Vladdy was able to pick up the tier 2 top, and they get the Atakan. So it's not like KC are too sad about this death from Kana. He does also have the TP to come back, and they have the GA Atakan plus the Nash. I think this is a Nasher where you're looking to end the game.
Did we establish, I mean, I asked this like a patch ago, do you still get GA when you die? Is GA Atakan still given when you die?
Actually, I don't think they changed it. It used to, yeah. It's really weird that it does, because like
it's the
no
only
other
objective
buff
in the game. Yeah. Even if you get the global red buff, I'm pretty sure if you're dead, you don't get it.
Yeah. It's quite strange, but I do believe he should have it. We'll be able to see now.
Yeah,
real
we
life
can still that. Stupid Nico. I hate Nico so much. The fact that just stays in midair for so long.
It's so annoying.
Yeah, it really is. And I'm sure you've had your fill of it as KC probably have in this game too. 29, 30 minutes approaching. Inatara's going to drop down. Teleport coming in finally to answer life's biggest mystery. Does GA stay when you die? Yes, it does.
Wow.
Yeah, point mode. It has been a quite early start, Jack. But
yeah.
9k gold lead, by the way. Just to quickly mention how KC are rolling over this game for now.
Yeah, I mean, now with this Nash plus Atakan, you really want to see some sort of dive here as Vladdy looks to ulti. Is able to deny them from accessing the tower. I think he would have wanted more. Maybe getting a Noah flash, but isn't able to. And now they're going to be looking to play at 2 lanes here. But Kalist getting really chunked. He wants to try the lifesteal maybe on his Raptors, but I don't think he has any sort of lifesteal probably because he has Legend Haste. So it's really hard for him to actually sustain back up here. Playing a bit with fire with this HP bar, but even then, just yeah.
I guess just thinks, yeah, I got a GA, doesn't really matter. Chain of Corruption does connect though, and Yike is a sitting duck. Good poke comes through from Noah again, trying to defend to keep this game going a little bit longer while KC use that time to get the other side of the map with the Pop Blossom setting up and beautifully locking down. But Kana kills Jun in the process. Seismic Shove was easily done. In Greece, they feed them something different, I'm sure of it, as KC are running past the dead turret, now a dead inhibitor. 4 members are still alive, the GH didn't even pop.
Hey, KC looks like they want to take the game here. They do only have 1 minion that dies. They do have the mid wave. 20 seconds on the side of Jun. They have the bot wave as well. I think they're going to end the game.
I think they are indeed. With this Baron and 31-minute shenanigans filled early game with GX, you know, trying and finding some picks, but never really getting off the ground. Let's call a spade a spade. KC slaughtered them from the moment they took a lead. That's what makes them one of the best teams in the league. You can't drop a single second.
And it was a good attempt from GiantX. I think they had a better showing than some of their previous games, but they're up against KC, our first stand representatives, and KC showed why.
They did indeed. We'll go to a short break, but when we return, find out if GX have any fire to fight off KC in the series. Needs a map.
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Law, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly. What do we do now?
Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this. Say it.
What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm not talking to you. I don't like you. I never liked you.
No, you don't have to be that honest.
Oh, sorry.
You can look scanner if you. No flash, okay?
Oh, he's basing.
We fight this corner, no flash.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
Kill him. We can kill him.
Hurt.
Aurora is here.
Yeah, he's dead. Kill him.
Yeah, nice.
Oh
Nice
my
one.
god.
That's the best Aliyah.
The best Capachungus.
He has scanner. Here looks.
The best Aliyah indeed. Hey, their early game might suck, but it literally does not matter because KC will still win, right?
It does seem
That's
like it.
what I'm getting from these games.
Every time it comes to team fights, it's always gonna be a win for them. I
Or they
would say.
pick someone off, one here, one there, and then they shut the door.
I mean, like, that's one of the skills of a team that's very good in this current meta. Like, you take the champions at their power spikes and you use the power spike. It turns out KC...
Is it really that easy? Why does everyone have to
no,
wait?
it's not. That's why we only have, like, 1 or 2 teams per region which do it. Just turns out that KC's one of them that does it here.
There was very much so one team fight that really broke the bank, I want to say, for GX and broke the game in KC's favor.
Exactly, and it's the team fight around the 4th Drake, if we can bring it up now. So what's happening here is that they lost the skirmish early, K-Corp lost the skirmish early, and now Kana is going to do a little scramble for position. He's going to be playing with Fog of War, so if you can play it now. Now, from this point on, GX won't see where Kana is anymore. He's going to loop around He's going to play with Vision. And now GX is looking for this mid-wave position because it's really important to this Drake to get as much space as possible. And kind of gets a little bit trolled by the Grom there. He almost loses his position. So now it's just a scuffle for Vision control and for a better position. And right now, Kana is still in fog. And if you can pause the clip right here, the main protagonists are... Well, it was the Rumble, but he just missed his ulti, right? But on the side of GX, I'm looking at June and Lot as the main characters that can be doing something here. And on KC side is pretty much Targamas and Rumble. And if you can roll out the clip now, June is going to be forced to disengage Targamas here, and Kana is still in fog. Crucially, he's still not showing anything. And right now, when GX presses the position forward and uses all their combo, now is when Kana walks out of fog and gets a great turn with the flank. And after that, it's just a cleanup from K-Corp because GX's team comp relies very heavily on this Hui, Varus, Nico engage, and everything is just pure burst, while KC has a lot more reliable damage.
They have reliable damage, and that Xin Zhao wouldn't die. Also, we're hearing it as well. We don't know who's messing with their mic backstage. We really don't. We're figuring it out. Laura, is it you? I don't know. Regardless, though, that Xin Zhao didn't die in every one of these skirmishes. They just got out to the better end, even if Targamas dies early, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, and I think what really helps with it is that even when someone's taking damage, someone else is kind of stepping into another threatening position to kind of take over the, I guess, the overall tension of the team fight. I mean, you see in that clip so many things happening in terms of what you highlighted with the Rumble. Also, I think that the Talia wall just following up, opening up other angles. It really freaks out teams which are struggling a little bit because they're like, oh, we've got to think on our feet. And if the plan A goes wrong, what happens to the plan B? I think KC are very good at throwing that curve.
That's a great way to put it.
Exactly. When you walk into this situation, especially as a team that is struggling, you want to simplify these sort of positions as much as you can, make them as reliable and, you know, kind of a baseline in that sense, where if this happens, then you react like this. But when you play against a team like K-Corp, and they have a lot of these curveballs that they can throw at you, and everything becomes so unpredictable about these dragon situations, that's when the creativity comes through from K-Corp. And also, this is the reliability that K-Corp has, because even though their early games are not that good, good teams always manage to make some magic happen around neutral.
It's true. It does remind me of a conversation that we had a lot when G2 was winning the championship. Still, I say still because KC has taken over, at least for now, right, in that regard. It's a similar conversation we had in terms of the early game stats. We always said, yeah, their early games aren't clean, but they always make it work. The problem was that coming into an MSI or a Worlds, and the thing is, I hate to like rag on a team that's winning. It's just because I have these expectations now of KC because I saw them at first stand and how awesome they could be and how awesome they could be here in EU. So I just think it's one of those things that, how long do you keep it going for? Does that make sense?
Yeah. We say this out of love, right? We say out of love because we expect great things from a team which just went to finals of first stand. The early game is not what they want, and they know that too. They have been very vocal, actually, Karmine Core, about they're not playing at their limit right now. In fact, actually, can we just bring up a quote that we have? Oh, well, this is another thing too. We can definitely do this as well. They've had 4 games now in a row, no kills at 14 minutes. And if actually right after this, we have a quote from, I believe it's Callisto, who had an interview saying that they don't think they're playing at their peak value either, only 30 to 40%.
Fair enough.
This is a big thing to be saying that. Obviously, they hold themselves to high expectations as well.
Yeah, exactly, because when we think about K-Corp and the way they won their winter split, it wasn't really based off of creativity. It was, I feel like, based off of strong individual performances. Kana was performing very well. Vladi was performing very well. Targamas came into the split from, you know, the black sheep to being one of the more reliable carries, probably top 3 in his position, and they all leveled up massively. But there was always this small step in the creativity department that was missing for them to truly elevate them at, for example, let's say G2's level, because consistently what made G2 really good was the fact that they had this pedigree of always innovating. And right now, I think the problem with K-Corp as well, with the stat that we had with 0 kills at minute 14, is that if they don't have the right conditions that they seem to have before or that they enjoy getting, they struggle a little bit to break the mold.
I will say, though, it is still a positive that even when things are not going right, they can find these really good team fights. So hopefully you can see kind of like our kind of warring opinions here too, where it's like, okay, we do want more from the early game, but at least they've got this great skill set
they realize it as well. I think it's something that we're tracking in KC. It's something we see from a lot of teams that do come back from international tournaments, right? It isn't always as clean as it was before for a little bit. Let's talk about GX as we get into this next game. I feel like it's a similar story to Rogue in the first series, whereas this is a team that needs to pick up some wins, right, Odoamne, and I feel like this train has been off the rails for a while, and it isn't because of the lack of, I don't know, is it because of lack of individuals? I think that's unfair to say when you look at a team where it's, as a team, just not going very well.
I would say it's definitely not because of the lack of individuals, but the problem is that this team is also just built on those individuals. Because I feel like when Closer was there, he was kind of the gel or the glue that was holding everything together, and it felt like he was enabling Jackies, enabling Lot, enabling the bot lane to truly shine. While I feel like right now the meta for them is to enable themselves through individual play, and every time you play against these teams that are higher placed than you, that have a catalyst in the roster that can, you know, truly bring everything together, that's when they struggle. And I feel like also the meta for players like Lot and Jackies, it's not really there, especially for Jackies. When I think about him, he was always this kind of meta guy. When AP mages were there, he was playing the Yone, he was playing the AD carries, and he was doing work. And right now, I feel like they don't really have this sort of X factor in that sense in their own individual champions pool that worked in the past, and also with the fact that there's no glue there.
It's right there. It's a really big X, actually.
It is a big X, you know.
It's huge.
Yeah, I think you phrased that really well. I don't think it's lack of individuals. In fact, I think they're completely floated by those individuals. But then we see Jun going towards these great Nico ults. I was very impressed with him. We've had some great games out of Jackies as well. We need this to happen probably for Giants all at the same time, which is a problem. So you're rolling a lot of dice there, but they need to be on the same
page. And you can make no mistakes, and unfortunately Lot has been in the position where maybe it's a forced or an unforced error a couple of times, unfortunately, that means something in the
Hey, listen, when it comes to top laners, I feel like every time someone comes into the league, they always have, I remember a lot, I think he had 2 or 3 banger weeks, he was playing really well, but then it somehow seems to be happening this top lane curse where, I think this is the Lot TP. Exactly, he's gonna TP here, and we're gonna see the weight on his shoulders to make a play happen out of nowhere, because now this flash ult, I don't think this is what you're looking for. I still praise them, I still commend them for the fact that he's still trying, but the problem with top laners is that as time goes by, they get kind of, I wouldn't say broken down, but they get, personal trauma here maybe, but they get kind of pushed into this little box where they get expected to make this thing, how to say, this sort of responsibilities that they expect from them every single game, and this kind of takes the creativity a bit from them and also forces them into this, predictable play style. And that's what I feel like a lot of the rookies that come in, they start not really stagnating with time, but they don't grow to the expected, projections that everyone thought of them.
Okay, well, let's see if they can be creative. That's what we want from them also in this Fearless draft. In game 2, let's kick it back over to Hysterics and Jack Spectra. Jack and Jake.
Jake and Jack running it back.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Do you feel like, I mean, Odo felt like he was almost on the verge of a breakdown.
Yeah.
Do you feel like,
I mean, I don't feel that way, but I do agree with that in general, when you play more and more with the team and you get more and more established, it kind of becomes harder and harder to be yourself, because the individual is molded to the team, and also your gameplay becomes more and more refined, which is a good thing, but that also means that you lose some of that chaos that
individual identity, right?
Yeah, that might have brought something to the table that you otherwise didn't have.
Right, okay.
And I do think Lot, for me, the biggest thing that stood out to him when I played against him last year was the fact that he was willing to pick any champion. He'd be like, suddenly a Fiora, suddenly a Tryndamere, suddenly anything that he could come to mind. Well, now I feel like he's kind of just playing the stock standard picks.
Role player, yeah.
Yeah, and I also wonder if part of that is like confidence, right? It's really hard to have the confidence to bring out weird picks if you can't win on the meta picks.
Easy to do it when you're within the confines of the LFL and you're like a top team.
That's true as well.
Within the top team, and you're right, coming to LEC, a much bigger stage, you've got other top laners like Kana, who, even though he's not having the prime split that he did in Winter, he's still within the top tiers of the top lanes. We get the pick ban for game number 2. Now, Jacksepticeye and I, we've been thinking and been talking a little bit off stream, as we always do. Well, yeah, we talk backstage. Hey, he's Norwegian, I'm Ukrainian, Australian. We get each other. We understand each other. Both Vikings, I think. Yeah. And we probably both know how to fish.
Yeah,
you know how to fish?
True. Of course, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm an Australian. I know how to fish. Yeah, dangle the line is okay, Draven's banned. What does that fish for GX? Anything strong?
I think it fished for Kalista, which Casey took out, as that has been Kalista's go-to answer. Now the question is, do they actually still want to go for an ADC? Looks like not. We've seen the Azir. I think it's actually has a very bad win rate. I feel like it's a very strong pick, and it's a very easy pick to execute. But we've seen a ton of teams having very good win rate with Talia into it, but the Talia is actually taken out, and the Hui is taken out, which is another answer I feel like I could have seen Vladdy play into it. So I'm curious to what they go for here.
I was going to say the pick that I'm sitting on. I mean, Nefiri, like, the East still plays a lot of this.
Yeah.
We walked away from the priority of Nefiri. I mean, Vi is open.
Oh, Kai'Sa Vi.
Yeah.
Just a full-on dive comp.
I was going to say.
Maybe a little Mbess on 3 or Sal's on 3.
You're also saying today that, like, you want to see more things like Kai'Sa, right? Because it opens up a lot for the other side, makes comps more interesting.
Yeah.
KC have just made this open draft game 2 more interesting.
Yeah, because now for me, bot lane is way more... There was way more creativity involved. You could play the Xayah, you could play an immobile carry, but paired up with something like a Tahm Kench or a Thresh or a Renata. Or you could play something that wants to like really lane bully this guy's out, go something like the Corki, go something like the Ashe.
Sure.
And the Poppy is also a great pick, as it's probably going to not just counter the 2 picks that KC have right now, but if you want to keep building this dive comp, you're going to have more dashes.
What do you think about Xayah into this? Because it was the option into Vi. I'm thinking about current price point of where you put that 80 carry.
And the thing is, I think Xayah is thematically very good into Kai'Sa Vi, but the champion is really bad.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know, she just doesn't have the greatest early game. Her item spikes are nowhere near as impactful as they used to be.
True.
Her low range feels really bad, but it is just like objectively into the Vi, into the Kai'Sa, it's great.
Ladder brought it up, yeah.
But you lose the early game push, and you can get poked out by the Kai'Sa once she gets some AP items later on.
And I guess you don't have that same level 1 that you get with Rakan, with the W star, with Xayah as well, because Rakan is taken off the board due to Fearless. Poppy is a flex, but do you think it's just being supported? I mean, Jun would play Halo Blade's Poppy before, as we get the Ahri Vi. Talk about that later, who cares about that? That's normal stuff. I want to know where you think this Poppy's going to go, first of all.
I think it's going to go jungle, just because like, it's a good tank for the Zero as well.
Yep.
And I think support these days, it's not the strongest. You typically want to play it with a stronger ADC, because how Poppy support works is if you have push, it's very obnoxious, because you can never really walk up, because she always has the wall. But if you lose push, then she loses access to the bushes, and then if a Poppy is running at you, trying to EU, it's very easy to play, right? It's usually the Hex Splash from the bushes, Flash from the bushes, that actually makes her very dangerous. So I would be surprised if it goes support, but at the same time, as you pointed out, if they choose to now ban more supports out, we might have a situation here where there's no other good pick than the Poppy.
And then GX just play with it anyway. So they banned the Nautilus away, which even though into the Poppy would be annoying, let's be real, Kai'Sa Naut, because of that auto attack, because of the Q, you get, what's it called, second skin stacks.
His streams are great too.
Right, very nice. So that combo's taken away.
But one pick that could happen, that I think would be really cool, is Fiddlesticks from the side of KC, because I think it's great with this dive comp, and Targamas already played it. It's great into the Xayah because you can poke her out. And the only thing is you need a heavy 80 top laner so that you're not too heavy AP.
Yep.
But I think it has like great follow-up, can also start a fight. And with all these engaged supports being taken out, could definitely be an option.
And Bessa maybe fishing for something here for GX as well.
Although we do actually still have Rel, Alistar. But it's like you don't really want to play Rel or Alistar into the Poppy.
Yeah.
Right? While Fiddlesticks doesn't really care.
True.
So I could see it.
Nah, top. In the meantime as well. We are getting a counter pick support regardless though, so we get to hold on that answer. Gwen is something that's just kind of been glazed over a little bit. Some touch-ups in 25.08, but...
I love the Jax. I think Jax is great here. Just it's fine into the Gnar and works great into this dive comp. I think Alistar here for the side of GX also makes a lot of sense. Really good disengage. What you really want is just, I think, another carry top, since you now have 2 tanks for the side of Giant X. And just more disengage that is great at dealing with these champions jumping in. I think both Jax and Gwen kind of do the same thing. Jax provides a little bit more survivability and CC, while Gwen just has more overall damage. It's going to be the Jax that they go for, and I think overall a really solid draft from GX. I think Targamas should try to cook something here a little bit on support, but he might just go for the stock standard of Leona. But I do think the Fiddlesticks...
The Fiddlesticks angle, you're right. In a dive comp with Vi Ahri set up, like...
The only thing is you would be kind of lacking on the frontline department.
Right,
So maybe he just feels like picking a tank. But normally, Leona into Alistar is kind of like Alistar is the counter pick to Leona. Because Leona can never really go in on the Alistar, because the Alistar can always Q and then knock her back further into the team. And Alistar, once he gets 6, right, can ignore that CC. But it is still just an overall strong support, also very tanky, and can start fights. Although I do think I actually kind of prefer the side of Giant X, but the thing is, it's always easier to play the side that engages, in my opinion, because you get to decide when to start fights.
True.
While Giant X kind of have to be at the right time and right spot, and then hope that KC goes on them.
True. They are good at disengaging though, GX's comp, right?
They are very good.
So to walk you through more of this draft, because again, there's silent pressure that comes with the Jax as well. We know what his scaling does in the game. There is good scaling on GX as well. And this kind of like front to back. I'm going to ask you more questions about it as we get into game. But for now, I'm glad you tell me you're pumping up GX a little bit.
Yeah.
Because KC obvious favorites.
Yeah.
Let's be real. We're coming into this going, KC will make it a quick night. They're 4-1 in the league. And right now they're sitting up and above G2. I've only played 3 series, but still, you know what I'm talking about. Alongside Fnatic, of course, as well.
Yeah.
But GX early game got a couple of picks, just didn't get to go anywhere with the game, Jack.
I mean, I think...
So let's hope they can this time.
Yeah. I think Giant X has a better composition than they had last game, but the problem is that, as Mickey talked about, their comp last game wasn't bad.
Yeah.
And they still kind of just were worse.
Okay.
Which, you know, that's how it is sometimes.
Yeah.
But I do think now that you have more of a clear, like, countering identity. You have 5 champions that are great at disengaging into a comp that engages. If this isn't LS's dream comp,
okay,
like dream draftive, I don't know what is.
All right. Well, let's hope for GX's sake we get somewhere here and closer to a game 3. Good trading from Lot. He's just whacking down. He's only grasp, but he's going to get 2 autos here. Oh, he just ran out of range.
Just 1 grasp proc, unfortunately.
Just only 1. He could do some fishing in the meantime, though. Hang on.
That's the most dopamine thing with top lane is grasp procs.
It really is, isn't it? And the thing is, like most top laners these days, they're so flexible with rune choice. You can run grasp on pretty much any top laner right now.
True.
I'm trying to think of one you just can't.
I remember there were a few patches where you could run grasp on ranged, and then they completely nerfed it because it was super broken. But those was pretty fun.
Do you know, I'm still waiting, like, more Mirwin stuff as Isma needs to be squelched. That's too much spamming. I'm waiting for the Nidalee top that the Shy's been playing.
Take notes, bro.
Bro. he should, so I can see this pick.
Oh, he's on a ward here. Let's see if he takes some notes.
He's also a Nidalee player, actually, so shout out to Isma. Now, spamming this is good, you're right. But on a ward, full information over KC, and what do you think about the 1v1 here? I mean, Poppy's level 1 isn't too bad with Buckler.
Yeah, and you also have great AoE damage for this camp. But Yike is actually choosing to stick around here with Vladdy.
Oh.
Oh, take notes.
Not even warded. He did, because Yike just felt that and moved back from the hammer shock. So.
Oh, and Isma's choosing to drop it, even though the camp actually resets. I'm surprised here that Isma doesn't decide to contest the Vi. It's going to be a bit of a strange start here.
Bro, it's just with him and Kalist in the same game. It's just, dude, it's going to be a noisy emote spam of a game 2.
But I remember there was an LPL player, no, that said he used emotes in bushes to see if the enemy responded. Yeah.
This is Dagdo, I think, who was talking about this. This is Isma close.
Oh, he gets cancelled by the plant.
And that E, it's on a long cooldown, about 13-second cooldown on level 1. It's just going to move to the next camp. And Yike just goes and, quick smite. He wants to get this done quick so maybe he can move and do vertical jungle.
And it's going to be Prio here for the side of KC. Maybe Yike could look for a bot side invade with this bot lane Prio. But he is quite slow. We'll see what Isma decides to do. He might path through mid lane here to try to protect his bot side camps.
Maybe an angle as well. Good charm onto Jackie's electrocute proc. Vladdy, cleanly done. And you know, there just had to be something coming into today, didn't there? There just had to be something highlighting how good the mid laner is. Because when you got these two guys going up against each other, when you talk about their longevity and how far they're going to go in the league, is yes, you're going to see some engaged bot, and the 2v2 Kalist is chunked out a little bit. I want to bring you back to mid.
Yeah.
Because mid is really important to tell the story of, like, Jackies, who flashes away, and Vladdy matching that. How hyped up these guys are, and especially Vladdy, who we feel like we've undersold with how well he's done in this environment, when again, he was a replacement for Saken.
Yeah, I mean, Vladdy has just slotted in beautifully. Already just joining KC in summer, upgraded them so much. And it's been such a wonder to see Kalist join as well. And how these two young kind of rookies are coming into the league, dominating in their roles. And finally someone to challenge Caps.
Yeah.
And Jackie's, for me, was the player that I feel like could have been what Vladdy is right now, but he just hasn't evolved in the same way.
And now he's going to evolve into this game in a very bad way. First blood over to Yike. Nice gank and getting Vladdy ahead as well in this game.
Yeah.
Sets that up.
And that's been the story, right? It's just We hope to see Jackies do more, but in the end, he ends up falling. First blood going over to the side of KC now, and the gold lead starting to build for Vladdy as he gets some good chunks into this gank.
And Isma, a bit of congestion going to come through. Yike thinking about the smite over the wall, doesn't take it in the end. As topside camps are respawning, Isma's now level 4. He's got an advantage here, Jack, and Raptor's being done again, but we're coming back to the first scene of the crime.
Let's take some notes here for this Raptor invade.
Oh, we should. I've been writing this whole
He
time.
cancels it. Isn't able to, I believe Yike got the whole camp here, yeah. So it doesn't feel too great for the side of Isma. Does get some mental pressure though, maybe.
Mental pressure's always good.
Yeah.
Do you know?
But if you lose the camp,
yeah,
I feel like the enemy kind of gets the mental advantage.
I mean, they would have to, bro. Bro, anyone taking my camps, I feel like, you know, a small hit at the table. Not that I have anything, you know, any problems, but I'm just gonna let it out, you know. That makes me sound like a bad person. I just don't jungle, all right?
But looking at top here, Kana is building a big CS lead and getting to chunk down Lot here a lot. I'm not sure how much of the CS he'll be able to catch under tower. Maybe Isma's here trying to make a gank happen.
Let's go Mega.
Kana
He autos.
probably knows that he's here, but can still bully him under CS. This is rough for Lot here. It's going to be a 10 CS lead for Kana. And Lot's going to be forced to TP back here as well. It's not one you see. And actually, ooh, interesting here, very interesting. Kalist is going the Yuntal AD Kai'Sa build.
Okay.
Despite the fact that I would say you should always go AP Kai'Sa here, because you do have a very good damage profile if you go AP. Because you then have the AP from Ahri, AP from Kai'Sa, and then the AD from the Vi and the Gnar. But some pro players believe that Yuntal is just better on Kai'Sa because it's just a better item than Kraken.
Okay, when we say some, is that you?
No, I don't like Yuntal. So I don't like crit on Kai'Sa because it doesn't work with her kit. None of her spells scale off of crit chance. Her passive doesn't scale off of crit chance. While if you buy on hit, everything scales with on hit because, you know, all the damage. And the same thing with AP. When you get some AP items on Kai'Sa, her damage skyrockets. I think her scaling is so much better. The only person that I managed to see consistently scale well on AD Kai'Sa is Gala. Everybody else, if you go AD Kai'Sa after 3 items, they're useless.
True. Gala is the exception, though.
Yeah.
I'd be like, Gala right now, yo. That team, I cannot wait to see if a team like KC or G2 get to verse them, depending on when IG gets to the next internationals. It's about Kana right now because she's not even going to get to Mega Gnar. Isma with a clean setup. GX, it's happening again here, Jack. The early game, they're finding some picks to create motion.
Yeah, it's KC's bot lane that swaps up here to try to match the GX bot, but Kana sticks around for too long. Luckily, he still has the teleport, so he'll be able to teleport bot and not lose too many minions. And it's a kill going over to Isma. Would have preferred that to be on Noah. But still, a good pick by them. And Jackie's here dashing in. Oh!
Good all in. Vladdy caught midway. Takes a turret shot. The Charmin response, though, makes it even. Vladdy gets out with his life with another charge on the ult to follow up anything in this top lane as Targamas was caught fishing again. We really like looking for salmon, trout, flushing away. You're not going to find anything in the top side. It's only a red herring. Targamas dies for a trade, but it's Yike who saves the back of the play. Now for a Kai'Sa, this is a dream come true. Skirmish, stopping there. GX have to beware.
Oh, I did a little rhyme.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. It just came out. And the Dracos in me today, you know?
I mean, yeah, it's I like the play from Giant X, but it's Yike that stays in the area, able to flash Q onto Noah. We'll get the replay here going. No, this is a mid lane fight. I mean, I think Jackie's very good recovery on this mid lane. I like that he's still playing for these aggressive plays. It's good that he's able to get this chunk. Unfortunate, he's not able to actually kill Vladdy. And then Targamas here wants to cancel Noah base. They do have the exhaust here for Jun to lock him down, and he still gets rooted by the Xayah. But crucially, it's Targamas landing this E onto Noah, combined with a quick flash from Yike, a little Q flash on his head. Able to make it a 1-for-1, and it's ADC for support. So overall, pretty good for KC.
Yike getting early blood, early damage. Now, I know for people out there, you might know him on this champion.
How many stats have you made? You have one for every player? Or
yeah, well, to be fair, Dracos did a lot of the work for me.
Okay, fair enough. Those are not that good stats.
No, they're not. But the thing is, I think it's a bit of a meme. And I feel like Yike, certain champions talk about like Yike sins out, holy. Yike on buy sometimes, I wonder. Now, the ability to go in, will it be a benefit for him or not this game?
Oh.
Let's see. The ulti's popped up. It
He
sets
goes
up and he queues up, but now he's in the middle. You know what? Perfect time to bring out the stats. The angle from Kalist was beautiful. The re-engage from KC's Bloody gets everyone with an orb, a deception, a charm out as well, deceivingly. Jun walks towards love. We all love love, but Bloody knows that they do not. So in the end, Giant X don't love love as they walk away. KC, it ends up being an even trade, or rather 1-for-1, I believe, in the end, Jack.
And we get to see the beauty of this Giant X comp as it's able to disengage so well from Yike's engage. They're just able to kite back, one-shot Yike, and peel back, but it's Kalist ulting over the wall, generating so much pressure. He has a level lead on Noah, and he's quite a bit stronger at this point in the game.
He is.
That he's able to force them all out alongside Vladdy. It's going to be a 1-for-1 in the end. But I do think you see kind of the shines of hope for Giant X. What they need is really to stay clumped up like that, and whoever engages first from the side of KC, either just CC and one-shot him. And if they can do that consistently, they have a really, really strong comp on their hands.
And normally I'd say, like, oh, worried to see Isma with 3 kills, but seeing a Poppy this far ahead when you're going against Vi Ari as well with a lot of pick, maybe that helps you buy a bit more time with Tool. Maybe that helps you buy a bit more time to see more of this front to back from GX, more of this setup.
And he's also going this Bruiser build, which is interesting. Normally on Poppy and jungle, they just go for full tank and just say, I don't care about doing any damage. But I like the adaptation of being like, yeah, I got some early kills. Let's start going for more damage and playing this more Bruiser style where you actually have enough damage to one-shot someone if you get them up against the wall. Only thing is, actually no, I was going to say that they're a little bit squishy, but they do have the Alistar and the Jax to make up for it, so I think it's completely fine.
Okay. Well, Jack's going to need a couple more items, a bit more time for Jun as well. This early game again for GX has been really good renditions.
Yeah, and
using this pick.
The Jax that we talked about, he looked doomed, right? He was down 12 CS, he was getting fisted a bit. But after they killed the Gnar, now the gold lead is completely even for him. And very happy.
You're right. I mean, landing phase was a bit rough for KC. As you said before, the only part that's really playing well is Lot's going to all in. Is Kalist right now, sitting on a BF sword. Yuntal still not there yet. To be fair for Noah, it's not there yet either. Might appear around the edge of the second dragon as that's spawning in 5 seconds. Kaisek went back, and yeah, there's Yuntal first. So KC do feel like they have a bit of a power point here.
Yeah, and it feels pretty bad to not have the Yuntal onto the side. So now the problem is that Kalist can start stacking this up way faster than Noah can. And also just the completion of the item feels really good as you get that enhanced attack speed when you do get an auto attack off. You do have the Liandries on Jackies. It doesn't look like maybe Vladdy can base and TP back to get his item completed. But I think fight could go either way. Very close.
Okay, either way.
Either way.
We like that. Targaman's going to face check, and at least we know we're going to get a fight as Solo Play comes down. There's no follow-up yet. Waiting for the steadfast presence as the Poppy ult misses. It's the engage from Yike that pops in with Kalist in his third kill. And Flatty, he goes to nowhere with that charm, but he still does the damage on the flank. Yike jumps in. He's going to get stunned up as Lot comes in to save the day. Fletch away from Noah. GX getting away, but Jackie's getting in him. Really nice ulti. GX have found an angle. They've found a road, and I think Jackie's built it brick by brick.
Oh my god, Jackie's! When Giant X needed him so desperately, he steps up, he finds the ultimate, and it's 3 kills going over to the side of Giant X. It starts off with Noah being zoned here. He's being zoned and pressured by Kalist. He can't really join the fight. And now, Kalist can then go onto this Poppy, while Noah has to walk all the way around. And as you pointed out, the Poppy ult misses. Vladdy TP's in the back. He's able to get onto them. Noah misses his ulti, which feels kind of bad. He has to flash away, but then Jackie, with the Azir wall, able to bring down 2, making it a 3-for-1 for the side of Giant X.
It means grandma in German and Danish, no Dutch. Oma.
Oma.
How do you say grandmother in Norwegian?
Bestemor.
Okay, it sounds nothing like that. Next time, lead with that. You're learning your cultural roots to see what Jackies can bring out of Jack next. From one Jack to another, it does feel like a good setup for Giant X that now in this game have kept them in a pretty good spot. But the engage onto Jun, Soulflow is going to bring him down. The Unbreakable Will can't even be brought out because it's on a 10-20 second timer. Just like Jun is now.
And Jun is just face checking on the wrong side. Isma off to the bot side, while Jun tries to get the top side of River left to the Wolves. And ends up falling, and that's going to be Drake going for the side of KC. Now with 2 Drakes, 6 Scrubs for the side of Giant X as a nice constellation, but let's see what soul they get. And now you kind of have the 2 weakest souls out of the mix, and it's going to be Hextech Soul.
Oh, big one.
That's a big one.
I like
this
that.
there, face checking Isma. He doesn't get the stun though.
I feel like Kalist will kill him though. I mean, you're right. Ulti has to come out. Kalist flushes it! Hot damn, call your grandma. Tell her about that one. 5-0 Kalist on the Kai'Sa.
God damn. It's so beautiful to watch Kalist play so aggressive. Normally when you're the one face checking enemy jungler, you're going to be pissing your pants, running away. But Kalist just clicks forward. He knows nobody else is there. Flashes the Poppy ultimate. Doesn't even need to use the ulti. Beautiful stuff.
Don't feel like it ends there. Casey maybe getting some newfound confidence off the back of it as well. Dragon's not even up, but it seems it's all about this turret push. As even Targamas looking to shatter Kana in this lane that got pushed up.
I guess you could say Isma should take notes after that.
Oh, yeah, he should. He's still spamming it, I wonder. Jackie's going to get on his spam now as well. Don't you think it's so funny that today, like, you know, obviously we talked a little bit before about, like, oh my God, it's still there. Jackie's, we were like, yo, last year we talked a lot about Jackie's like the person who can live up to the hype of I was going to say, yeah, EU Faker Caps, right?
Yeah.
And then this year we're like,
Baby
wait.
Faker, no?
Yeah, Baby Faker. He was Baby Faker. And then Vladdy now is Baby Faker because Vladdy is just that good.
Yeah. Oh,
and again, no, the all-in. Yeah, Noah's in a lot of trouble. He might have to pop the ulti. The feathers fly out. There it is. Blist now doesn't have any more fuel in the fire, and Noah has to ulti just to stay alive.
Well, this does drop a few minions to do that all in, but that was just beautiful to watch. Just the movement, the clicks, everything is coming together. This Kalist kid is...
So you don't think Vladdy's overhyped, do you?
I don't think he's overhyped, no. I don't think anybody on KC is overhyped.
It is hard to say because, again, he is performing, so it's like,
yeah,
what
he's
is
performing,
overhyped?
and it's like... I think sometimes some of the KC players do have off games, but one of the things that I've talked about that I think is so nice to watch about this KC roster is that when one player is underperforming, it feels like any of the others can step up. You know, if Vladdy and Kana in this game, for example, aren't really doing much, Kalist is going to step up. If Kalist is not having a great game, Vladdy and Yike are going to step up.
Sure.
There's always someone that'll pick up the slack, and that's what a great team is.
Sure. Great individual members. You know, even as good as some of their parts, I think as well, KC have really become. Giant X is start Herald. Now, while we're yapping away, I bring it up because, again, Vladdy, Jackie's big conversation today when Jackie's was hyped, but GX are falling into a pit. In this same pit, they're now going to fight because KC chose to look at the Herald right in the mouth. Targamas loses a tooth. Kana in Mega Gnar, but he can't get the Mega Gnar angle. He's now out of it. Giant X coming alive a bit in this second game, and then not losing health as Noah doesn't have the ulti anymore, but the charm doesn't connect. An orb of misdeception. Noah might have to back away from the end.
Oh, a lot TPing behind here. They might be able to turn on him though.
Do you think?
Kalist is off to the side.
I was going to say, Lot is going to get mid-charm, but a great little counter-strike. Lot not going to get hit by the orb either, but that TP now burned and committed. But nothing's up on the map to get off the back of it.
Yeah, it feels a bit bad here. It's going to be Jun actually summoning this Herald on mid, but now Targamas is back, and Kalist does have his ulti finally. So I'm not sure if they can really make much happen with this Herald. They're going to get the crush in, but not much more than that. And I think crucially in this Herald fight, for me the biggest thing is when you're playing this AD Kai'Sa, if you don't have ultimate, you're pretty useless. It's really, really hard for a 525 auto ADC to get in range to hit someone without that gap closer and that safety. So you could see there that I think as soon as Targamas got engaged upon, nobody on KC could really follow.
Give us other context. Zaya in relation 525 as well? What's Zaya?
Yeah, they're both 525.
Okay. What's normal AD carry range? Out of curiosity.
I mean like 550.
Okay. 525.
I mean, it sounds low, but I guess like Caitlyn, for example, is 650. Aphelios with Green Gun is 650. Most of Aphelios' other weapons 550.
What's Varus? Do you know?
It's 575, I think.
It's such a quiz for you. It's great. It's such an 80 carry main. There's like, yeah, Varus is 575. Used to be 600 back in patch 12.06. Who's got the lowest range? Nila,
lowest,
obviously.
Yeah.
Anyone like range has got really low? Now I'm just curious.
I mean, I think Illusion has 500.
Okay.
I think that's the lowest appropriate.
That's got to be right.
Yeah. Illusion used to be 525, then got nerfed.
When did that get nerfed? What patch?
I don't know. Do you remember when Illusion was really OP with Bork Black Cleaver? I think it was then.
Yeah.
I think that was when they nerfed him.
Like 2019, 2020? Is it that far back?
It's really far back, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, good. Oh, I see what else we can pull out of Jack. I'd be surprised. This is only the start of our little adventure.
True.
You know, we've also got a cast coming up in a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Exactly.
Then I'll
Then
be
you'll
an
really
AD
go
carry
crazy.
main.
Yeah,
I played AD carry for him today, folks. I decided, I locked in, I'm going to play AD carry. So far, I've brought absolutely nothing to the cast to learn off, and it is helping nothing. All I know is that I just hate support.
We can share on that.
Yeah! Supports have it so easy. You can buy items now. Stop whinging. All right, GX is starting off the Dragon. It's a lot soloing it because Kana got pushed in tier 2. And before I get Jack fired, we have to find out how this 5v5 goes. Jack,
I don't think there is going to be a 5v5.
Not anymore.
As they get the Poppy ult and knock KC away. Able to pick up this Drake. Kana here, I think making a little bit of a mistake, decides to move all the way to mid rather than getting damage onto this tier 2 top. Maybe would have been able to get the tier 2, I don't think fully, but would have gotten a lot of damage onto it and then could have been TPing in. But I think a big reason was he didn't want to turn Mega, so he then moved instead of just continuing getting the tower and then TPing. As you know, managing that Gnar bar is an important part of team fighting on the champion.
Yeah, it feels like the most important part is look for GX again. We're celebrating their windows in this game where they're finding wins because, again, as the underdogs, it's 6 grubs. It's stagnating Dragon getting that 3rd one with a Hextech Soul being in this game. But for KC, I'm watching at items on the other side because you still got to remember Kalist is 1.2k gold ahead. Runan's now picked up. I thought it was normally
Junior
50
might be in
second
trouble.
as Jun, yeah, you're right. Disengaged there, but Yike is going to follow up. Unbreakable will as well, and Kalist now gets a tag on. He has ulti up and the ready, but he's not going to pop it because instead Vladdy's here, making sure Jun won't go anywhere. He's missed a few charms this game, but Kalist as he picks up kill number 6. KC is still in a fine position. It's going to be started.
Yeah, this individual mistakes again from the side of Giant X. This looks like it's going to just be the voracious outcome, but Targamas the one who's called now flashes towards Jackies.
Indeed, this has been a reoccurring trend, and you've got a real wall there now. Isma trying to get the kill set up. No one gets it. Okay.
Lotus TPing behind.
Indeed he is. He's going to fly in, and he's also got the turret in the bottom. Meanwhile, onto Vladdy and Kalist, but Kalist repositioned. It's now a spread out fight, but for Giant X, they just lost Noah. He was isolated. Khan's about to go mega. He's already picked up the kill.
Oh my
now in
God.
trouble too. Kana separates and makes sure that Yike's going to be A-okay, and Giant X started with the picks, but KC always just find a way.
KC get absolutely everything. They'll be able to take down all of Giant X and take the Atakan as the cherry on top. And it's Giant X that get the pick onto Targamas, but then they go too fast with the flank TP here. You can see after they pick up Targamas, Targamas flashes into Jackies. I think ideally here Jackies wouldn't have used the ultimate this early on. But then here, they have a great TP behind them, but Noah walks into the Atakan and gets nearly one-shot by the Atakan AoE, so he ends up falling down, while Kalist is doing miracles in this backline, flashing away from Isma, so Isma can get the stun on him, and Lotus here, but it's too late.
It's so sad because, again, for Giant X, it feels like the fight just flubbed up, you know?
It's like they have something, and it's so close, but then...
It's like putting peanut butter on a curry. Like, it doesn't belong, does it? But what is peanut butter doing with curry?
Who's peanut butter in this?
Giant X, both the curry and peanut butter.
Oh, okay.
Okay, they can be 4 different flavors if you want. How about vanilla ice cream with butter curry with peanut butter?
Yeah.
Vegemite we're going to throw in there as well. Just people, it's yeast. And like a Red Bull or something. They're good individually, but they don't work together. Are you with me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I see what you mean.
Are you sure you're with me?
I'm with you now.
Okay.
I was going more for the fact that they're good in the beginning, but then they like fall off. It's like...
Yeah, they are at the start. You know, you have them individually.
Isn't there surely there's like a food that starts off good, but then it gets worse?
Okay, well, I couldn't think of it on the fly. You have a thing, because Giant X are getting collapsed on. With that teleport, it makes damn sure they're not going anywhere. Converging down GX for an escape route. It's nice, though. It's a send-off, and Vladdy went in. Brother, yike, excuse me. It was sent away. Targamas. Great Poppy ult. 5 versus 4.
Yeah, just a beautiful disengage from Giant X here, but now they're really split up. Vladdy has a great flank, and Kana about to turn Mega here.
Noah has his ultimate available. No cleanse available if he gets smashed against the wall. They're grouping up, and GX are playing mega defensive here. Dragon's not up for another minute, Jack, so not going to force themselves into the pit yet.
This is one of the hard things when you fall behind like this. Despite the fact that they're able to get the pick onto Yike, they still have to respect so much that it's actually KC side laners that are able to get to the waves first. Gnar pushes out bot, Ari pushes out top, so they still retain their tempo advantage, despite the fact that Yike went too deep and died.
3k gold lead for KC. Did you think of a food?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, bro, it's a hard job. Why do you think I came up with peanut butter and curry? Like, where does your mind go?
I'd say, like, there's a lot of foods that when they're warm, they're really nice, but then when they're cold, they suck so much. Like white fish.
Oh,
like,
fish. Even fish reheated can be rubbish.
Yeah, but then when it's cold, like, what's it called, leftovers?
Like salmon cold, even though salmon's beautiful fish, salmon cold is trash in comparison to it hot, no?
Unless it's raw, yeah. Then it's
unless it's either raw or it's smoked.
Yeah.
I'm talking to a Norwegian about salmon. I think this is the point, surely, we've got to meet, right?
True, yeah.
Yeah, if we don't meet on salmon, bro, we are fishing the wrong fish. All right, set up a dragon. 5 seconds for Baron. Giant X, they're going to have mid-pro.
And here Kana is also on the flank here, but he might be... Oh, Lot, what was that flash?
He flashes on the spot! Oh, God! Giant X engages there, Kana's sent away, at least at the start. Maybe Lot can rediscover what the fight means, and Yike on fire again. Okay, a throw for a throw.
I don't know what's happening. Yike on Vi is struggling here as he keeps going in and not quite finding the angles. And Casey have to drop another Drake.
Let's throw that in. And much like Yike did at 1, 4, and 9, Dragon number 2 going to be taken. I don't know where this game's going to go, Jack. I'll be honest.
I mean, I think time is on the side of Giant X.
Yep.
This Azir gets more and more tanky, harder and harder to one-shot. I do think Gnar becomes more and more of a relevant win condition, but this tanky Azir combined with the Xayah, I think eventually she's going to be starting to catch up with this Kai'Sa. And as we talked about earlier, I said I've only seen Gala on Kai'Sa after 3 items be useful on AD Kai'Sa. Will Kalist be the second one?
Okay. Get a tick in your book.
He's done very well so far.
Yes.
Very nice.
He has been funneled kills, but you're right, he's also...
He's been funneled some of them, but he also earned some of them.
He did earn some of them. Spoken like a true AD carry.
Well, of course, you do get funneled kills, that's the point.
That is the point. It's all about you. Do you like AD carry because you're the star of the show? Is that the reason?
I like it because you can auto-tech a lot and kite. I think if League didn't have kiting, like it was like Dota, I wouldn't play this game.
Oh, the turnaround mechanic?
Yeah, the turn rate, yeah.
Oh my god. I like how... Look at Isma right now. Imagine if he actually had to spend time to turn around. Oh my god.
Then he couldn't take notes.
No, he couldn't. He wouldn't be able to spam that because he's too busy in doing a 180 every 2 seconds. All right. Have you noticed as well, Jackie's is spamming the cool, you know, the surfer dude thing every so often. Every so often.
We need a team that's all emote spammers.
True.
That would be crazy.
Maybe we got to talk to someone and just see see if we can influence them.
Yeah.
It's like a nervous tick though, isn't it? Do you have a nervous tick as we set up the Baron?
I don't, but some people also, like, actually, I love to spam C, which shows the range. I spam that perma. So I think some people use emotes like that, which doesn't make any sense to me, because it's like, why? But Kalist as well loves to spam emotes. So we have a lot of players. 113, I think he kind of stopped, but I remember he was a notorious emote spammer.
I swear observers sometimes squelch them, like, they're like, bro, that's enough. Like, wait, Isma hasn't spammed emotes for a bit. We're just going to check and see if he's okay. Baron's up and available now. There's no Dragon to talk of. We're all about the top side of the map. 3.5k gold lead for KC. As you said, time does feel like it's on its favor, but I think I need to state the obvious. I feel like Kalist needs to die in this fight.
Yeah.
For GX to be successful, right?
I mean, the thing is, you don't necessarily need to kill him.
Okay.
Because you have such great tools at just one-shotting the first person that comes in, and then the Poppy can just channel the ulti so that the backline of KC can't actually follow. And I feel like that's where they've found the most success. I think the biggest mistake they could do is try to like flash on Kalist and try to kill him, because at that point, if it just becomes the Kalist show, if he can outplay that, that can be a pentakill, you know? Like, that can be anything.
Important context. Okay, I'll keep it in mind because
Not jumping in, but he's 2 levels down here.
He is indeed, and he's hopped on. Even Kana in Mini Gnar is looking at a solo kill. Under turret, he walks for a bit, Boomerang out of range. Kana's going into Mega as well, but he'll just use this to push the turret as Lot. Might just have to give up this turret because TP feels so valuable at this point in the game.
Yeah, this is that Gnar win con that I was talking about. I just think when you have a lead on this champion and you start to get the levels up as well, you become so obnoxious in the side lane.
Yeah.
He's going to choose to not take the tower fully, probably scared of somebody roaming down. But still, I don't think this matchup is really going to ever change for the Jax unless he's able to pick up some backup. But it's actually Kai'Sa, the one that can easily look to assist the Gnar. And it's really hard for the Xayah or the Pumpy to really do anything, I think.
It is nice seeing Kana in control. Another player we've talked at length about, talking about how he's been outside the certain scope of champions. I think Jace and then everything else for me has been a bit of a tier list. But in this game, 1200 up in his individual lead, and especially with Bramble, able to survive more of that 1v1 as he continues pushing. And Jack, I see GX looking for priority in top, but Lot meanwhile has to be careful. Kana has flash available. Lot is up against the wall. He flashes. Kana putting on the Korean top show again.
Yeah, and it's just, I don't think it's getting any better for this Jax, but here we might be caught.
He is caught indeed. Can't be caught out there. Can't be caught out at this point in the game. Dragon's up in a minute, but Baron also in front of KC.
Yeah, I think KC should look to start Nash here. Lot is so chunked. He has the base TP, and you can see Jacky's realizing it. TPing behind Kana here, looking to cross-map this Nash, try to get a pick off the Kana, but Kana has flash.
Kana indeed does have flash. Lot does not. He flashes away, gets away from the wall of Jacky's. Now, GX2 members bot. If you didn't think Baron was going to be taken before, it certainly is now.
Yeah, and this, it's very similar to game one. Giant X are in a position where, not necessarily winning position, but where they can win.
Yeah.
But then it's individual mistakes, where someone gets caught, someone gets, you know, yapped on the side lane a little bit.
It's a cold salmon all over again.
Yeah. It's a cold salmon, yeah.
It's a cold salmon.
It was beautiful and warm.
Like,
now we gotta eat the leftovers.
We put it on the pan with butter, with the skin facing down.
Yeah.
It cooked beautifully through.
Yeah.
And now that it's cooked, who the hell wants to eat it cold?
Yeah.
It's really sad for GX because, again, we know what warm salmon can be. Now, Dragon's up. Number 3 here. GX, I guess, putting it all on the line. As you said, it's not all out of the blue. GX can still win a fight, but let's see how the Thunderback works.
They do have Rabadons on Azir,
They do.
but they can't enter. That's the problem with this comp as well, that when you give up position, KC has so many tools to start a fight, and they can flank from so many different sides that it's really hard to re-enter. This tier 2 bot is so low, Giant X is just going to have to give that over. But if Lot is actually able to trade for tier 2 top, this would be a very good cross map for the side of Giant X.
6 grubs as well, so
yeah,
maybe a little bit quicker than a lot of people at home would think. Watch those grubs in action.
I think this is a bit of a mistake from KC here to not send anybody to match this Jax. I think even the Ahri could have dispelled this push. And I don't think they can actually look to break inhibitors here. I think they'll just have to choose to back away. And this is the gold lead that they get with the Nash. There's still 3k and a Dragon. So not a bad Nash by any means, but not a game-deciding one either. But when you add that on the 4k gold that they already did have, 4k gold lead, you now have 7.5, which is...
So let's do that together. So 4 plus 3 equals 7.
Yes.
Everyone at home got that? I'm sure you did. Thank you, Jack. Very good math, by the way.
No problem.
You now prove to the world that you can count.
Yes. There's not many pro players who can.
That's true. Hey, when we introduced the Nico minion arc, you were very...
Actually, that one I can't count. That one I just
you
is bonus minion, bro. It's a... Riot messed up. It's a bonus minion for me.
That's 20-something gold for me. Hell yeah. Soul Flare on Noah. Targum is trying to get some summoners out. Good disengage by Isma. Steadfast presence. Zones out as KC now look towards top. And are just taking everything from the jungle as well.
Yeah.
To be fair, no one could counter that time, so I don't blame you, bro. Everyone fell for it.
Yeah, it was a tough. It was just like, it felt like your lucky day, you know?
Yeah.
2 cannons on this minion wave. Freak.
Hell yeah.
Thank you, brother. And then he died. Oh, the Kana here might be caught. He doesn't have the flash up, but he's so damn fast. Gonna be able to catch him, unfortunately. He actually face shakes back into Isma, but I'm not sure if it matters.
No, it doesn't.
Maybe he can cancel the jump, though. Ooh.
Good ult.
Nice little ult away. And it's just really hard for Giant X to ever really retake anywhere here because they're losing on both sides. And Kana now with 4 items on this Gnar. Very, very scary.
I mean, now, Force of Nature, Thornmail.
Yeah. He's a tanky boy. And now GA completed on Kalista as well. He's full build. The items across the board.
Are you happy now? Like, are we putting this in the good basket, or?
I mean, he didn't really do anything.
Okay.
Like, I mean, not to flame, but like, they got a pick.
What is it?
Well, now he did something.
He ulted in after a charm. And, yeah, unfortunate flash.
Not close to go.
Yeah. Okay. Kalist did a lot this game.
No, I mean, he played well this
did,
game, but it's just like after he was 6-0, I feel like he didn't... Oh.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, he thought Jun there with W Q flash on him, so he
true.
flashed away.
So
Might
Jun's
look
the
like,
go.
Yeah. It might look like noob, but wasn't noob.
No.
It was good.
Good reaction. Now Kalist, even with the GA, that flash is down, maybe an opportunity. Targamas that flash as well. Vladdy flashes too. Jackie's doing a lot, but Kalist is now just running in.
Flash.
There's an ulti available, but the GA is going to be popped. Yike coming to save the day, but a great ulti from Isma. GX, the moment in the sun as Kalist repositions, but there's damage from Noah. Kana's now in, but Kana, his ulti, not in range yet, has to walk on up, scared to do so. Rude up, and Noah is frying them all. The feathers unleashed, the ulti out, the rune again. He's got a triple on the horizon for a quadra kill, but taken away. In the end, quadra, yes! But Noah's defense in the nick of time.
The Giant X are able to hold on to the game just barely, and it's all Noah. He's able to do so much damage in this fight, beautifully set up by Jackies, who chunks out Vladdy and makes all of this happen. And it's also crucial that Kalist and Targamas both lost their flash earlier. And now we got to replay. So let's actually break it down. Oh, we get Noah POV. I like it. So we see here, he's able to take down Kalist, which is a 1,000 gold. Very big. And then he gets the E here onto both the Leona and the Vi. And this is where the Sai now actually starts to do damage. Because now you got the LDR, you got the IE, you got Navori, you got everything. Boom! So much damage onto the Gnar. He's able to take him down as well. 3.5k onto this Saya. It's going to be probably a GA.
Full build.
Yeah, that's a full build Saya. And now Kalist has no GA. Finally, I think you can have a fight here for the soul of KC that could be, I think, more in the favor of Ginex.
And I saw Vladdy killing the cow in the end. Didn't realize that Noah got that quadra, but as it rolls over, Jack, I'm glad you mentioned the gold that comes through because the gold lead is shrunk. Dragon's up, a full build Xayah. If Noah gets to play with this GA, GX now, as you see, feeling a lot more confident for the 5v5.
Crucially, no cleanse on Noah, though. So if Targamas is able to get that ultimate, or Vladdy with a charm, he's just going to get one-shot.
Kana no Mega Gnar. It's brewing up, though. You can see KC playing on the edge of that timer. This is all
the
the soul for KC, as you said, but Ginex want to deny it. They get the Dragon. Great Poppy ult. It disengages Targamas, but after the fact, KC are looking for an engage. Ulti from Kana, he's found Lot, but it sets up a good counter-strike. Jun absorbing the damage, Lot going golden, buying time. Meanwhile, Isma's dealing with Yike, but look at Jackies. Flies through, takes down Kalist. Ginex in with a chance. It's Lot with the counter-strike. It's the orders from Jackies that we forgot to mention. As Noah flashes over the wall, the feathers will fly out. Kana lucky to be alive. But Ginex, they're feeling alive in this Game 2 remake.
Oh my god, what is this game? As both KC carries fall and it's a supportal combat on bot here. I don't think either of them have enough damage to kill each other. As Isma's not quite able to cancel Yike with the teleport, but Noah's here.
Noah's waiting. A GA available, but over the wall in the nick of time. Ginex have a Baron in front of them. So portal combat stops. And Ginex, I mean, we love reverses here, Jack. We only got one from Team Heretics the other day at 13.5k. This one was 7.5k, now shrunken to 3.7.
And it's Jackies, I feel like he's finding so many of these angles. It starts out with Lot being a little bit caught. He gets Gnar ulted in. Jun tries to help and save him. Noah and Jackies DPSing. And then Jackies knows. Kalist no flash. He's in the choke. Ultis him in. That's a one-shot. And because the Azir is so tanky, he actually doesn't end up falling despite getting Ahri Charm. And then you'd really hope here as Ginex that they'd be able to actually end the game of this play, because usually this can be a game ender.
Yeah.
But Yike is able to get the mid-wave and save the game for KC.
And now, you know, I'm mentioning the gold difference and how it's shrinking, but like we are at the point where gold is mattering less and less. The carry's almost
full build across the board.
So, while Jungler's taking their time to get there, we know it is all about Kalist, Noah. Jackie's also as an Azir. You love this point in the game when you're just auto-attacking for free win as a mid-80 carry. Lot might be caught out, though. He cannot throw the game here. KC are on him, like flies on glue right now. Lot ultis, but Kana's about to go Mega Gnar. Isma over the wall to help defend. Jun's in the nearby vicinity. Look, Ginex are separated a bit. Kana wants an angle, but they're just going to keep pushing for the turret and ignore the little rat.
And they're able to force Lot to base. He does have the TP, and it seems like they want to continue here, but Vladdy's going to have a crazy flank. This could be really dangerous for Ginex.
Can't throw it here. It's been such a revitalizing game. One big team fight down bot has brought them to this spot. And KC know they're in dire straits. Their base is open. Bot inhibited and broken. Baron has done a good job as Vladdy He moves in with the rest of KC. Jun thinks about an engage. Onto Kana. Charm baited out.
It's
He's
an
not
awkward
running in
spot
as well.
to fight. And they do have the mid wave, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to play for the mid inhib as well. So it looks like, I believe this game is going to the LCS Drake.
The LCS Drake.
The 7th Drake.
Oh my god. Okay. 2 minutes until. Hex gates, not going to matter too much. Yes, just coming out of base as Lot has to make sure he doesn't get caught out in the meantime. It's all, it feels like, Jack, going to be about this dragon, as you said.
And I think every single flash should be up. Noah's flash should be up for it. It looks like they want to maybe...
John! He's charmed.
Okay.
The ulties. Noah's here. Noah cares not. Onto Yaiku. Pops the ulti in response. But Noah going into melee. The Feathers will fly out at the very least. And Noah has a GA. Running in. The old Fnatic bottom lane.
Kalist.
May have done it, but Kalist has taken out the support. Noah goes into GA.
He's down.
Saved out by Isma. GA for GA. Noah's going to be up first. Watch the autos. Watch Lot. Doesn't get the stun, but it doesn't matter. Noah does it again.
Wait, come on.
Give him a second quadra as Kana flash away, or it's Isma who runs from the little Nah. Kana wants to chase, but Lot now in range with a flash available. He needs Mega, but Gianx have the numbers, and they might have the base to go with it.
I mean, they look to try pushing here. Kana does have the flank. He does have the flash and the ultimate. Targamas is up in 15 seconds. I'm not sure if Gianx can actually end here. They're gonna have to fight.
He's thinning the wave, so at the very least they can't get near the Nexus turrets. Bot wave is not in for now.
Nash is
Mega
gone.
available. Kana
Only 1 minion.
getting destroyed by Lot. You're right. Noah's on the Nexus
minion's
turrets. Gianx.
They have to kill Kana.
The team that got us into Mega. He's still there. Onto Lot ulti. Flushed away from Kana into a golden Lot. It won't be the day. Gianx have one more Nexus turret. Target defending. Flashes onto Noah. Solar Flare. Isma doesn't do enough damage. Lot about to die. Kana jumped on by the Jackson. Noah gonna die as well. Blighty gets the reset. That's Lot's just trying to survive because Gianx have lost their carry.
Noah is dead for the soul spawn, but Kana and Targamas are as well.
So
KC are sitting with an open Nexus here. Jackies could even look for a backdoor. I'm not sure if KC can contest the soul. I don't think so. Trying to leave the base in this state.
Yeah.
It's very scary, but GX are looking to, I don't know, something crazy. Just go for the soul, guys.
Unexpectedly tense. Potential end of the series, or potential beginning, I should say. Game 3, running into the base. Jack is looking uneasy, but so are KC, because Flatty's just popped. He's got flash available, he's going to come out of golden, but as he finally flashes away, he's got no health. Nexus exposed. All they need to do is hit it away. Isma gets rid of the mid laner, and the auto attacks will ensue. Giant X.
Oh my god!
Return.
What a beautiful comeback for Giant X. An incredibly explosive, fun game to watch. Wow. That was amazing.
They had us in the first half, I'm not going to lie. They had us in the first half. But Giant X keep the boat flying. Because, yeah, it has to fly with a game like that, doesn't it?
Yeah. Wow.
Crap.
I gotta say, though, Kalist on Kaisa after 3 items.
I forgot.
He wasn't that useful.
It was the build.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we have an 80 carry mate ready to dive in. Oh, my God. I don't know how to start attempting to break that game down, because for me, I feel like the biggest takeaway is the fact that, like, KC had the game in the palm of their hands, but that bot lane fight, without realizing at the time, no one played that so well, and that was a recovery they needed.
I mean, I feel like the biggest thing that ended up happening was Kalist losing that flash that we talked about when Jun was comboing. And then also Vladdy being forced out by Jackies. And then the whole team fight being a little bit jank, like Vladdy TP's in, but at that point, his team is already all dead, and then Noah is able to kill nearly all of them. I really feel like that was the turning point. And I also think just the fact that they weren't able to get to Soul way faster with their gold lead. I mean, the game went for 40 minutes with no Soul being taken.
Yeah, that's true. Which is rare these days. As I've been told, Analyst Desk, I need to break down what happened. Barn burner.
Need to. We wanted to. We were supposed to do this after the break, but we just needed to do it now because this is kind of monumental for GX, right? They take down the #1 team in one game. They need to win 2. But I think the way in which they did it and how exciting the back end of that game was prompts me to want to talk about it.
this is so important. And the way that it was exciting as well. But this is right, backs against the wall. GX need this right now. And I think after having so many poor games recently and a lot of criticism leveled at them, they're starting to give me a bit of hope. That was a really good game.
And this is where the individual performance is it's built on. Everything just made sense. Isma woke up great and did an amazing job in the peel department. Jackie's a lot of individual outplays. I feel like he clutched the moments a lot. And then just Noah later on was just exceptional.
Yes, Isma, a couple of highlights here. I think definitely in terms of his narrative as well, being thrust into this team. Nymera also getting a lot of flame, I think, and some of it rightfully so. He was really finding his groove, but this is a game to be proud of.
I think Isma might have been the most criticized player in the LEC at points before this week. He had some absolutely clutch ultimates, some absolutely clutch Ws, and there's a play, I believe, just coming up here, where he managed to save some carries and some really clutch moments too. I'm not really sure if he meant to tank that charm, but the fact that he meant to tank that charm, and the fact that he did saves the carry in an important fight. Isma, for someone who I think has had a pretty poor run of form, that is clutch as heck.
It's important, yeah.
This was literally a standout game because he bought so much time in this game because the carries really needed a lot of time to scale up this game because when you have Azir and when you have Xayah, you don't really have a lot of mid-game power, but the Poppy made a lot of these fights 4v5, tanked a lot, and just gave them the bridge that they needed to reach late game. And even then, it was still janky when they reached late game, but it took a lot of star power and individual outplays for everyone, but he did a standout job.
I agree. I think we talked about the mid laners coming into this series, and I think in this game too, in these skirmishes, they kind of had it figured out. We could see it whenever they played, right? You said it also, KC's engage maybe wasn't the best, but they baited them out every single time. Jackie's had the timing and had the angle, and he always knew, and then his Noah, his ADC was there to clean up. I think they really had it figured out in this game. If they can replicate it once more, I don't know, but I think it makes sense to stand still with that for just a second.
For sure. I think that they managed to, as you said, kind of bait in the engage and play around that. I think that's what their draft really signals as well on paper. You want to bait in that engage. You're not the one that necessarily wants to be starting those fights.
Well, you say it's a bait, but in reality, Vi was just going in 1v5 for like 4 or 5
yeah,
in a row,
let's talk about that,
Vi. It worked for a lot of the game. They got, what, 7, 8K ahead of points? It was working.
No thanks to him, you know.
I mean, yeah, okay, we should talk about that as well. KC, the thing is, when it's the #1 team and they've been in this position before, you have more faith in them than in other teams to turn it around or to bring it home. And I feel like Kalist was very fed, right? He was 5-0 and then he was 8-2-1. But was it at a time in the game where kind of because of the way the drafts went and how scaled the Xayah was, it was just too difficult of a task?
I think it's hard to do like the Herculean everything as the Kalista, as the Kai'Sa for Kalist, right? Where you can kill the first target, I think, very well. If that's not the Xayah, I feel like once everything's been blown, I feel like the Xayah cleans up so much better in this kind of composition than the Kai'Sa. And that's what we eventually saw is when it got to hyper late game, that initial shotgun blast coming in from KC wasn't enough to just completely blow out the fight. Then they had to deal with the Xayah who'd caught back up with the game, and that was a huge turning point.
Kai'Sa always found herself like in the thick of it, quite literally, and then could buy herself some time, but you're never outplaying that situation, I think, right?
It's rough because as Nymera said, if the shotgun blast fails, then it's really hard for the Kai'Sa to do much. And even now, yeah, he's just in the middle of everything.
In the middle every single time.
This is just a desperation also when the engages goes awfully wrong. You find yourself, especially as the Kai'Sa, in the midst of everything. And now this is where the Xayah is just online. All she has to do is just sit there, kite, and just hit whatever's in front of them because KC doesn't really have a lot of engage.
No, and this is where I do have to blame KC a little bit, right? Because this is on their terms. They are pushing bot lane. We see that they want to set up a situation where the Gnar is pushing mid lane at the same time, and then it comes too late. You can't impact the fight with the engage, and I feel like that's where they kind of gave the game away.
I think that when you're playing in towards the very late game, I think that's where a little bit of the anxiety takes over, where you're like, look, if I don't get the right engage here, it is going to be really messy, especially when you're playing against the Xayah with all summoners up as well. You want to get an engage onto the Xayah, but sometimes you're like, well, I don't want to do it when they have cleanse and ult. That sounds kind of nasty.
That sounds hard.
And it sounds really hard. And then you kind of throw yourself into this, would you, will you, won't you? And you kind of split the difference a little too much. And you're not, as we saw compared to the last game, you're not actually opening up that threatening angle. You're just kind of sitting there and not quite achieving what you want in the team fight.
And what about Yikes Vi?
Yikes Vi.
It just stayed losing, man.
it's not showing up. It's not pretty, to be honest, because I mean, the meme started with YXY at first stand.
Yeah.
But even though, if you think about it, I think he's around 14 and 10 in LEC, and for a jungler that was on
Yeah.
G2, and realistically your win rate is 80-90% on everything you play, I do feel like YXY is the bane of his champion pool. But look at this man.
Look at this man.
1.1k the damage per minute. Those are numbers that, yeah.
I wonder what Jack Spectra thinks of if Zaya is good anymore. I wonder what he thinks.
He's gonna find a way to spin it.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. When it comes to GX, though, they would have to win another game to win this best of 3. And Alex, you were talking a lot while we were watching the game here about if they do manage to win this next one, it would be monumental. It's where you can set yourself apart, finally, in the standings from the teams around you that are struggling right alongside you, and maybe have a chance to sneak into those playoffs.
This is a bit of hope at a very important moment.
Yeah.
This is a 1-of-3 team in terms of series versus, I believe, a 4-1 from KC. It's very much an upset potential when it comes to that kind of standings. They've played a lot of the current lower placed teams as well in our standings, so their remaining schedule is really hard. If they do manage to take a win here, it gives them a little bit of breathing room, which I didn't expect them to have, but well, we have to consider it now.
Yeah, I do believe we have a graphic with their strength of schedule for Giant X, but we'll take a look. Oh, it's not ready yet. Well.
Regardless, for them, for their confidence, it would be great because, as Alex said, now you're playing the tougher teams. You need to kind of punch your way up to secure playoffs, especially when you're in a rough spot. And they haven't been, I feel like, mentally in the best state because it's been the curse, you know, from Giotto ever since he said G2 can't really.
He tweeted some things.
Yeah, and all of those things. And you see it when this team is built so much on individual performance. You need to be in crisp mental conditions because otherwise, when you start doubting yourself, you don't trust your teammates anymore. That's when it starts going downhill. But this is the win that they really need to pick up to keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, it's what momentum is made of. Things like this, especially versus the #1 team. And is there a bigger opportunity here? Because we said it already. KC admitted it themselves. They don't feel like they're at 100% strength just yet, and I think you see it in all of these games, but they always have the capability to turn a game completely around, and I think that's for GX what you have to be wary of.
Exactly, this is where the discipline needs to come in, because now you're probably facing KC at its lowest, right? I don't really feel like KC is still proactive enough in the early game to put you in so many difficulties, and it still feels like we saw literal holes in their engage because Yike was going in so much. They were not really coordinated, and if you don't take them down now to build up your momentum again for the rest of your split or possible playoffs run, then when would you?
Yeah.
And I think when it comes to this next game, obviously, it's Fearless Draft, you're not going to have the Poppy or something like a Talir to kind of deny that engage because they've both been played. I wonder whether you do have to commit to that anti-engage. If you make the plays, we have answers to you. Maybe they need to go towards something like a Renata. We'll see whether that's respected in here. I think they need to find a way to shut down that aggressive playmaking from KC.
When they're coming at you, just need to press the
Slap
pause
a
button for just a second. We'll see if that is something they get their hands on in this third draft. We're going to kick it over to a break, and when we come back, the deciding game between Giant X and KC.
Okay, will you convey? I'm on my. Go back. By Z. Go out, go out. Nice. Nice, Ari Z. Leona. Really good.
This tier face shaking is smart. He does get the stun though.
I feel like Khalid will kill him though. I mean, you're right. Obi has to come out. Khalid flushes it! Hot damn, call your grandma. Tell her about that one.
Guys. Nice. Ahri no charm. Okay, Ahri no ult. I'm probably right behind. Right behind. Okay. Vice out. Come in.
Welcome back to the LEC ahead of our third game between GX and KC. I have Isma with me quickly. Last game, a lot of resilience, but how do you make sure that for this one you win the series more convincingly?
In game we just try to fight more than the previous week, so we will keep going on that. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but at least we just want to fight and show a bit of gameplay.
Quick question about your opposition, because it is expected that EI could go back on a 3 champion. Which one is it going to be?
Okay. Yeah.
All right, let's see this one. Isma, thank you so much. Wishing you the best of luck for this game. And casters, over to you.
Oh, we love trees here. Absolutely, especially since it's spring in Berlin and for some reason almost 6 degrees. I'm Jake, that's Jack, and we are back. Now, game 3, we didn't think we'd get to hit it, but we do.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Side note, Noah's in-game icon is JDG. Wow.
Respect the pace, maybe?
Maybe it is.
I respect pace a lot.
Bro,
pace my go.
If I'd be fair, if I was Noah in that game, I looked a little bit like Pace, no? Like, that was some good carrying.
Not quite. I mean, Pace is like,
okay, thanks for being
pretty
real.
crazy.
Yeah, okay, let's pull him down a little bit. Let's pull up Jackie's, though, because as you were just saying to me about 30 seconds ago, you think Jackie's did a lot of stuff. I mean, the desk was also talking about Jackie's quite a lot.
I feel like he was kind of the silent hero because he didn't end up having any flashy stats. He didn't get crazy kills, but in terms of actually starting the fights and being the difference maker, I feel like he actually did more than Noah, who ended up, picking up all the kills.
I agree with that.
And I think that's what Ginex needs. I think that's what they had last week as well, despite the fact that they lost. I feel like when Jackie's looks good, this team just looks completely different.
True.
While when Jackie's is losing, I feel like the team just completely falls apart.
He does feel like the new linchpin, the new direction area, I feel like, for Ginex. And we talked a lot about what mid means for experience. Jackie's is someone that they have to lean on. So young, so fresh to the league. His second year is, we talk more about what he gets to play this game. For what doesn't get played, Jace is taken off the board by Ginex 3 games in a row, and I agree, you just can't let Kana on Jace.
Yeah, Korean Jace, baby.
Praise too good. No Gwen on the other side, though, so it's not like they're leaving a lot of options open up in top.
Yeah, I think the Gwen ban just makes a lot of sense. Like with Rumble, Gnar, Jax, and Aurora all out, that are like the typical answers you see into the Gwen. It's kind of a must ban. I'm a bit curious to see why KC didn't decide to actually first pick it, as I think that could have been good for Kana.
Yeah.
Just give him that carry top. But now with that out of the board, they also choose to ban the MF. Maybe setting up for that 3 first pick.
Okay.
That Isma was talking about.
Said there could be an option for GX to ban away the Maokai themselves, though. Let's see if it's just a handshake deal. Again, we've already had something like Skarner, so it's not like Ivan is the pairing to run into something like a tank. Sejuani still open. Remember Yone as well, actually.
True.
Banned in the first game, and Yone Sejuani globally Yone is actually banned away. It was like a really good pairing. So Jack, as you said, maybe set up for the tree first pick.
Maybe a Maokai first pick here, or even a Sejuani could be, or just a Maokai Sejuani trade.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to be the Maokai first pick. Now the question is, do you want to answer that with an Ivern or with a Sejuani? I think would be the 2 most common answers. I do think I prefer much more the Sejuani for side of Ginex. As Isma talked about, they look better when they fight.
Also known as Pig Sister if you're watching LPL.
Oh, Pig
You know that
Sister?
they actually call it Pig Sister.
Really?
And you know what Corky's called? Have a guess.
Helicopter Man?
He's just called Aeroplane.
Airplane.
They just call him Aeroplane.
Fair enough.
Right. This is the trivia for the day. So Aeroplane's going to get locked in. GX, at least you don't get to, people at home don't get to see Azir versus Corky. Is it going to be a poke draft for Game 3 from GX?
Looks like it with Corky mid lane, Nidalee jungle. This is a very difficult to execute composition.
But Isman loves this pick.
He does love this pick. It's great at fighting. And for me, the biggest problem I have is that I feel like Corky, we saw it there, 6 wins, 12 losses, just hasn't looked great. And I looked at win rates across regions, in LCK as well, 33% win rate-ish. In LPL as well, just around 30%. This champion does not win a lot of games.
Yeah. Well, maybe the Sejuani is going to make you a little bit happier at the very least. So we have to
No,
set
because the Corky was the problem.
Okay, sorry.
And they didn't change that.
When you start talking about win rate, I was like, oh yeah, you're talking about Nidalee, aren't you? Yeah, of course you are. No, you're the first person not to bag it out. You're talking about the AD carry, Jack Spectral, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, but the thing is, Corky, I think, is better in mid lane. Like in bot lane right now, in solo queue, he can still be annoying because he's so strong early game. But in competitive, I just feel like you're not getting the early leads, you're not scaling the greatest, and your impact's pretty low.
Well, you're going up against the scaling mid laner from Vladdy, and he likes this Victor. I feel like when you think about Vladdy, even though it's only one game, he's
like
really
permaban nearly at first time.
Yeah,
that was one of the really cool things that nearly every team, even Humble Life, banned it in a lot of games against this guy. Super respect to him for continuing to play it even when nobody else does.
Sure.
And it's a really good matchup into the Corky mid, so it's kind of forcing Giant X to reconsider and put this Corky bot lane. So we'll see what they decide to go for on 3. It could be either top or an answer into this Victor, or even an ADC to cement this Corky going mid.
I wonder what answer you have into the Renekton, because usually it's a great pairing with Sejuani. Another melee top laner, the Aatrox for Lot.
It's not the greatest matchup early game, but the thing is, what you can do with Sejuani is you can pick a lot of losing matchups, and then just because of the pure strength of the 2v2, you just have your Sejuani path up top, and you win every 2v2, and you're chilling.
Okay. Well, getting a lot ahead of me, it's not it's not the most reliable way, because I feel like we talked about Giant X being reliant on Jackie's last game also. Noah is another fundamental, but seeing maybe more solo lane focus in this game for Giant X already out of the draft as Ashe taken away. Utility AD carry that Giant X are getting off the board. Can we start talking about, you know, if that is a Corky mid, maybe some Jins here. What else? Where am I missing? You're the AD, man.
I mean, I do think Jin, just utility for the side of KC makes a lot of sense because you already have a lot of damage on the side of Victor and Renekton that I don't think you need to play any sort of crazy hyper carry. And it's going to be Draven taken out as well for the side of Giant X. Curious to see what KC takes out as their last ban. I think a Jin pick here goes very well.
Because what else is there? Like, Draven's now banned against Kalist.
You could go something like a Sivir.
Okay.
That would be more of a hyper carry style, but it can be fine. Ezreal's taken off the board in previous bans, right, or previous draft. So there's not a whole lot. You don't really, you want to play an AD champion for sure. Don't want to play any mage.
Oh, Corky bot.
Yeah. Ooh, Akali is spicy, but it's a hard Akali game. You have the point and click from Maokai and the point and click Renekton stun.
Yeah.
I played a lot with Certus last year, who loves Akali.
Yep.
And he always said, when our coach said, isn't Akali really bad here when they had champs like this? Oh, Kog'Maw Braum! I forgot about that one. That one's crazy.
It is. Great skirmishing.
Giant X doesn't have a support locked in, so they could go for a range support here. But even then, this Kog'Maw Braum is really, really strong. Let's see what Jun is able to
Bard
take
is
out
your
of his
range
pocket here.
support that you wanted. I mean, I'm thinking of range supports here. Outside of something like Fiddlesticks for lane, would you play Elise into Braum? A lot of answers are no. No. Bard.
This lane is still tough for the Corky Bard. I mean, all you need is really one Braum Q to land, and you can look to run people down. I think this Kog'Maw Braum was popularized by G2. I remember they played it a lot, and for me, it's I think it's like really obnoxious, to be honest. Whenever I played it and played against it, it was super strong. It's a bot lane that can be hard to pull off, as it's like if you get chunked out and you lose that all-in threat, it's so hard to play. But at the same time, if you do get ahead, then this Kog'Maw just becomes unkillable because he has the peel from that Braum.
So you're not worried about the dive that comes through from Aatrox, from Akali, I mean, you're all in from Sejuani, because usually what a lot of fans will be used to is the fact that Kog'Maw always had a Lulu or an Enchanter by his side, right?
Yeah.
To buff up so that he could play frontline.
I mean, the thing is, he can kind of do that with the Braum, with the shield.
Right.
But as you say, the shield value isn't crazy this game, as his shield is not going to do much against either the Kali or the Aatrox. But that's where the rest of the composition comes in, with the Maokai point and click, with the Renekton point and click, to actually allow the Braum passive to just instantly get procced and peel for this Kog'Maw. So I do think the rest of the team, like, they have a very well put together team. I think maybe more so than Giant X. And it's interesting because it's kind of the roles reversed, where last game we talked about how KC had a full-on dive comp and GX had to kite back. But now it's KC that have the full kite back comp, while Giant X don't have full dive, but
a bit of it.
Very dive. You know, the top side is very dive, while the bot lane is more chilling.
The shame we couldn't, you know, steal Mickey back for a little bit longer.
Yeah.
And we just use him for this game 3 because I would love you two to start yapping about bot.
Yeah, I mean, he would talk a ton about this Kog'Maw Braum, because him and Hansama were the two people that kind of invented this bot lane and started playing it so much. And I remember we scrimmed a lot against them, and it was super annoying.
I just heard in my ear that, yeah, Hansama was the last one to play it in spring 2024.
Yeah.
So that's for the Kog'Maw. Let's just look for the partnership in that date as well as a lethal tempo taken. No surprises there.
Yeah. But I was going to tell you,
please,
about Certus on Akali.
Oh,
right?
yes.
Because he loved Akali, and he would say, like, even into Maokai Renekton, like this game Jackie says, that it's fine. Because he said, I'm not stupid, I will just not get stunned. That's what he would say.
Really?
And our coach would just be speechless.
Okay. I would just not get stunned.
Yeah.
Does it really work like that?
Well, he said, like, I won't walk in range, I won't get stunned, I'm not stupid.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Well, sometimes he got stunned.
Yeah, he did. But this was, I know to rattle off, and obviously, you know, I know you watch a bit of LPL as well. We used to see this lane a lot, the Akali into Victor, because of the kill threat, I feel, and also because jungle pairings. I mean, double melee solo liners for Isma here.
Yeah. I mean, it is a great Akali game when you look at, like, Akali, Aatrox, Sejuani.
Yeah.
It's just Maokai Renekton, I think, is such a good answer into it.
Oh.
See here some little trades from bot lane.
Boy. Best skin at Kog'Maw, isn't it?
Are you going to bark if he gets kills?
No, I'm not going to bark. The theory's been in the game. Why does everyone keep asking? Are you going to bark?
I don't know. It's something that I feel like is in character for you.
Yeah, it is. You're right. But I barked once when Neferi wasn't even in the game, and I feel like that's enough.
Fair enough, yeah.
You know?
Why did you bark then?
He's a good... I didn't bark. I said he's a good boy.
Ah.
Because the skin is just the best skin in the game. Like, right...
It's very cute, yeah. The chromas are so good.
I feel like the Train Ornn is like a close second because that was just, you know, that feels like the flower skin for me.
But the Train Ornn, for me, it's like, it's more of a joke. While this one is like, you can use it as a joke, but also for serious.
Yeah, for serious.
Yeah, for like try-hard gaming, you know?
Really good defense. If you run into Kog'Maw's door, this is what will happen. Because right now, Targamas with the shield up, it's that cooldown that Giant X are able to play around. In fact, Jack, the lane 2v2 so far with a push in, working well, enabling Isma to get this invade with no vision. Come behind Flighty and maybe get a flash out. Permafrost close to hitting. One more auto. Maybe Jack just could have done away with him.
Yeah, it's a great pathing here by Isma. 3 camps into mid, and this is a big reason why teams prioritize this Sejuani. Able to look for these cheese ganks and can help out this mid and top matchup. He is going to actually choose to path all the way down to bot, which means that Lot is on his lonesome here up against this Renekton, which is going to be rough, but maybe after Isma is full clear to his bot side, he can look to try to help him out.
Great ward in River, by the way. Just spotted out Yike, who was coming towards mid as Jackie's takes an enhanced Q, but not the second charge. Or rather, doesn't take the enhanced at all. Jackie's in the lane, as you expect. Melee versus range. He's struggling a little bit here, while Bloody, despite not having the flash, still able to push up with Yike in the vicinity.
Yeah, and he needs that level 6, right, to really start to have that kill pressure that you talked about earlier. Until that point, it's just suffering for the Akali, and the goal is to just lose as little CS as possible.
Yeah.
Try to Chovy as much as you can.
Chovy it.
Yeah.
Well said.
That guy's crazy good at lasting.
He is. You know who else is really good in their own lane? I have to say it's Kana. Kana so far.
As good as Chovy?
Well.
That's a tough bargain, that.
Only one of them's been on T1, right? So... Current form. Hey, no. Go on to that. Have you seen Goomer's been playing top? Really? Yeah, there's some rumors going around. Oh, boy. Let's find out how far it goes. Good little setup with the Winter's Bite, and Kalisz follows it up. And the hit forward now has to flash away. Cleansed away by Noah. He's out of mana, but the Gatling gun almost sets it up for a further kill. Kalisz now down to someone while Bloody is going to get punished here. Sets up the static build on top. Bloody permafrost, Shuriken flip. Cleanly done for Jackie's first blood.
Wow, what a clean gank. And Isma punishing that flash timer that he got earlier to set up Jackie's for success here, as he's able to pick up a kill before level 6. Lot here training a bit in this top side. He's gonna be fine, just getting some grass procs. And that's so big for this matchup, right? That's 2 Darksteel stacks for the Sakali.
Yeah.
And now when she hits level 6, she has a huge XP and gold lead on this Victor. I think she can set up for another kill.
I think, well, you know, last game on the Poppy, we didn't get to talk much about Isma because a lot of it was that pick around Baron, remember, that kind of put KC ahead. It was a big part of setting up the massive gold lead. Isma has had a pretty okay series from at least my perspective, right?
Yeah,
I think he had in the game.
Some really good Poppy ultis. He disengaged very well, and it's also it was really nice to see. I think a big thing that junglers struggle with is peeling back. A lot of junglers and top laners, they love to go in and they love to go deep. And it was really nice to see that he actually understood his role was just to peel for his carries, and he did that so diligently. And it's interesting to see now, because now he has a completely opposite role of diving in. How well can he dive in and set his team up for success that way?
We come back to top. Just speaking of, Kana's ulti dominance is out. Isma's going to start off the dragon, and Jun's covering him. Moving away from vision as Targamas now moves into that same brush, but at 2,
Grubs.
it's just going to be a trade, isn't it?
Yeah, a classic.
Jackie's has just jumped in. Wait, Shuriken flip, he takes it onto Bloody on the turret. Jackie's! When we talk about mid being sexy, this is what we mean.
It's going to be a 1-for-1 here as Jackie's outplays Vladdy, but I think, to be honest, Vladdy might be the one coming up ahead here as the wave looks like it's kind of frozen for the side of KC, and I think Vladdy will pick up more CS than Jackie's will. He also loses the Darksteel stacks
He does.
as he gets the kill before he dies.
With a real
But
mid
we
shady.
might have a dive on bot here.
Please
No
stand
flash
up,
on
ignore
Kalisz.
that for now. You're right, Isma. With a jump down, Kalisz just gets jumped on. Permafrost going to put him in as well and into the dirt. But Isma close to getting traded on. Targamas is just trying to get something back while the flash away. The passive from Pugmore not going to do too much.
Noah going to take aggro here. Targamas flashing away.
Noah not going to burn the flash to get the final kill. Look at the wave denied Jack. I mean, that's going to hurt the most.
Yeah. And this is, they're getting dove by a Cull tier boots Corki. This is not a Corki that's itemized to kill you in lane, and he's still doing it. Up 16 CS here, 500 gold lead. Disaster for this Kog'Maw Braum.
Feels like Isma's been everywhere so far.
Yeah.
And again, a great time to talk him up because Isma, again, few and far between moments to highlight this French jungler.
Like Flair.
Well, I mean, to be fair though, Giant X, it was hard to highlight a lot of people in this roster.
That's true.
Like, again, you said you had low expectations for Locke coming through. I had medium expectations. I think I over-expectated when I had expectations. You know, Isma as well is someone who we're like, how strong is he as a voice, as a leader? Because this team really needs a leader.
Yeah.
And we said Jackie's got to be that leader, but bro, it's his second year.
Yeah.
And then you've got Noah and Jun, who are great in their individual mindset, but this is a completely different team from Fnatic, right?
Yeah. One thing that I do worry about, though, for Giant X is this top lane.
Okay.
Again, Kana now is building up a big lead. He's gotten 3 plates solo. Up, I think, around like 5 times CS.
Yep.
And it feels like Kana, in general in this series, despite their loss last game, has been incredibly strong.
Yeah.
And this is a great Renekton game when you're playing into this full dive comp. As you're not really getting kited, right?
Sure.
These champions are all going onto you. So I think he can do a lot. Oh, Noah's Chris here.
As you said, it's all about stacking up the concussive blows. Noah close. Less good spacing in the end as well. Now level 6, so a lot more spits going to be rolling out. Yeah, quickly on that top lane matchup, as you said, it does feel very snowbally, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, whoever takes over,
on level 6
takes
here.
the lead. Yike, going to run into a pick. How do trees really feel about that? Yaki's is over the wall.
Isma choosing not to commit to it. Maybe worried about KC's bot lane rotating first.
Yeah.
They do have incredible vision around this bot side, though. You can see, like, Oh, look at all these wards, huh? That's crazy. But KC bot lane here, getting some good trades on the Noah.
Really just gets through. Magical Journey, nicely done from Jun.
The thing is, despite Noah having a gold lead onto this Kog'Maw, he's got a garage sale in his inventory. It's not a whole lot of danger that he's sitting on here. Maybe he'll be able to pick up something here, but yeah, I mean, he's got a hard-bound axe. Still
Nice.
Pretty harmless, I'd say.
It's like he's going to another garage and put that in his own garage. Yo, this will look nice right next to all the scraps.
Yeah. This is going to be the swap here for Giant X. As Kana now continuing to build up that lead as he was able to crash the top wave. And he's also got that anti-heal for the Aatrox as well.
1k gold lead for Giant X, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Small tidbit from those ganks. And again, we talked about the gold being on Jackie's. That's nice. Jackie's in this lane. There's a lot more threat. I mean, Vladdy has to space well, and at least he's doing that. But Isma's in the vicinity again. On top of a ward, well, it's all about those grubs spawning in 15 seconds. Giant X have the Ripper. But Yike with the ulti, as you know, Maokai from anywhere.
Vladdy basing here. Maybe he has a decent item. Oh, another mask.
Okay.
Is this going to be the
double mask.
Full mask build?
This is Phantom of the Opera build. You know, you never know what's coming till you hear that high note. Maybe Tempered Fate brings it in. Jun, great ulti, but Yike to the side. He has to flash away. Casey looking for the re-engage. Winters might need it, but a Magical Journey to give the space. One grub's taken here in this rotation. Casey are looking for 4. Kaliss is going to pant his way towards the next, and Giant X is zoned out for the time being. Jackie's looks for a new angle. Kana finds him first, though, and remember that this Croc has dominance available. He gets out, but he's still fishing on the back end. Targamas zoned as Lot. Again, he's going to pop the world ender, but Kaliss gets knocked up. Their real target there, but now kiting front to back. Watch Kaliss. He's auto-attacking. Kana as well, taking care of business on the right wing. 3 members running into the wild again, snapped in half. Giant X flew too close to the sun.
And Giant X tried to go for too much. They already missed their Sejuani and Bard ult. I was hoping that they would back off after losing full position, accept the fact that KC are going to get the 5 grubs and be okay with it. But instead, they want to re-engage. Jackie's face checks Kana, gets chunked. Lot wants to walk up, try to make something happen. But there's no tools. There's no Sejuani ultimate. There's no Bard ult. There's no disruption. They have to face check and run into this Maokai ultimate. And it's just a disaster for them. They're able to take down Targamas, but at the cost of Jackie's and at the cost of Lot's life. And Kana's been on kill.
He's just he's a bit of a beast, isn't he? And I mean, he's got a garage sale as well, but it's just the fact that Kana, I mean, found so much lead in that individual lane, and now with a kill up, 1,300 gold.
Yeah.
He's up as well. I mean, top turret's down, by the way.
Yeah, he got full top tower.
Holy.
He is
perfect for a top laner.
He's making his individual difference known in this game, that's for sure.
Just like every other, as you said before, Giant X at least going to get the Dragon, so a 2-Dragon game, but KC.
Another Hextech Soul. Maybe that's a good omen for Giant X. Because they won last game.
I mean, yeah, no, I'm with you. Okay. Set us up. How do they do it this game?
How do they do it this game? Well, I think ultimates are super, super important. I really want to see. So, we talk a lot about, like, non-committal engage.
Yeah, we do.
And when you have these tools like the Bard ult, like the Sejuani ult, where you can just throw it and then back off if it misses, the backing off part is very important.
Okay.
Because if you miss it, but then continue going, that's as if the engage was committal. And then you lose half of that power. So I really want to see them just be willing to throw out the Bard ult, be willing to throw out the Sejuani ult, and then play off of that. If it hits, great. If it doesn't, oh no.
Jackie's all in, but look, Kana's there, he flushes Jackie's. One more auto, he gets out. And he didn't even burn his own flash. Close one.
Great from Jackie's. I was really worried he was going to end up falling there. But he's able to get Kana's flash. But Kana still generating such a big tempo lead.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to hit this mid tower with Demolished and get even more plays for himself. And Jun here, ooh, beautiful stun.
Yeah, but the cleanse comes out. Tempered Fate is even better though. Jun looking for the re-engage. He flashes Magical Journey. It's taken. Yike comes through to Neverland. Sets up the Nature's Grass. It roots only one. No one defends it behind. His support who then dies. But Yike looking to get away with it. And he will. As KC have 4 members down in the bot lane. Noah poke. Blocked by Targamas. Isma sends out the ulti. Flush with that, but at least finding Targamas as Targamas responds with the flush. But now in range, Phosphorus bomb. Noah with a double. And Giant X, no, KC might be in trouble.
Wow. And it's a bit of an overstep here for KC as they try to go for a little bit too much, going for Jun. It's a beautiful flash from Jun here. He flashes and portals with Yike on top of him to bring him all the way into the tower. And then the Maokai ulti lands onto Jun. Good ult from Kalist, good Q by Yike. But now Noah, he can fire away, shoot down Yike, continue chasing. Isma, flash ultis, hits onto Targamas, brings him down.
Yep.
Targamas flash W's. And then Noah with a good Q predict onto Yike, takes him down, takes down Targamas as well. And we're back to an equal game state.
Yeah, hell yeah, we are in a series that, again, is kind of surprising me. I guess it was talked about during the week, and again last week, you know, with the Heretic series, we're like, yo, KC, how they're performing. It's been talked a lot about on desk today as well.
Jun might be
with what Kalista's saying, Giant X, hold it right there. Jun's caught out and a kill over to Kalist.
I feel like whenever we talk about Giant X being potentially good, someone gets caught and dies.
We talk about KC being like out of shape and then they throw. So I just did that.
Yeah.
So just wait a couple of minutes, see if KC throws something.
Fair enough. Drake spawning in 2 minutes. That's a huge objective. I do think if Giant X are able to pick up that soul, it's key as well. Yeah, the Herald spawning as well soon. I don't think the Herald's actually that important in this game.
No.
But Jackie's here.
Perfect execution set up. Jackie's looking for a target onto Yike. He picked it out and now disengages with it.
He's able to get the TP out of Kana, and now that's a TP advantage for Lot. Well played by Jackie's here, just generating pressure and time for his team.
Okay.
I think that also just cements the fact that they're going to have to drop this Herald, though, as Jackie's without ultimate.
He's got a third one. It's like the Skana build.
But how many items build out of Haunting Gaze?
Rod of Ages. Sorry, not Rod of Ages. You know what I mean.
It's Landry's,
yeah,
Riftmaker. Is there a third?
What is the third one? I don't have to. I don't want to use a computer. I want people to think I'm genuine.
Is there a third?
There is surely.
Is the MR shred item the third?
Oh, maybe it is. Let's pause, because first Herald, then we'll find out. Tempered Fate gets Kalist. Nature's Grasp is to the right, but look at the left. Lot comes in with a flank, but only onto Targamas. Winter's bike cuts and blows, sets him up so that he can't move and go, go, go. KC running Giant X down in the pit. They thought they found it. They crunched the numbers, but unfortunately they didn't know how to do math. KC chased the Remnant. A double over to Kalist. The 80 carries again. Successful is one, but not the other.
And KC are just getting absolutely everything here. You can see that Lot is so damn squishy. They TP's in, and I feel like, again, it's a misunderstanding of Giant X's comp. You guys don't have a Kali ult. Why contest this? Lot gets immediately one-shot as he's so damn squishy, and after that, KC is able to just completely run them down and get 3 kills and the Herald. I really wanted Giant X to just drop the Herald, play for the third dragon, and win the game that way.
True.
But now, it's a 2k gold lead for KC. Kana taking down the top bot tower here. Breaks it down to nearly 3,000 gold. And it's looking dire.
Jack have had to cheat. Bloodletter's curse, you're right. Leandri's Riftmaker we had. I don't know why right now the wiki is like, it's showing Teemo emotes. It's confusing the hell out of me. I'm sorry I had to cheat. You're an 80 carry, I'm a top laner. We are excused. This dragon spawns now sitting there waiting third for Giant X. They obviously want this.
Kana is on a crazy flank here.
Yeah.
They haven't spotted him yet.
He's 1,700 gold ahead.
Yeah.
One item apiece though, so granted, that gold's not really showing its roots in the items yet.
I do hope that Giant X, someone tries to sniff out Kana, but here we have the Mark ult coming in.
I got my nose to the grindstone as Isma disengage. It's nice. Lot flashes out of the way of the Nature's Grasp with the ulti out as Kalist sidesteps there. No T1 Bard ulti to show as Jun now down without a count. Giant X might have to disengage this one, and you can see Isma's backing off as well. GX is just giving it up.
Yeah, and you can see it's so difficult for Giant X. They just pop down the Maokai ult. Nobody on their side can tank it, but Giant X want to keep going.
I was going to say that. I thought they gave it up. The ulti lands in. Giant X looking for the engage. Noah comes into range. Dragon's down though for Kate.
Kalist the Herald.
After the fact, as GX 5 members getting burnt down, Kalist does get out with the Herald, gives him range, but Giant X, it's not over just yet. Flashing forward is flooding with one more auto from the concussive blows. Giant X gets away.
They get away limping as they have to give over the Drake. They expend the Akali, Sejuani, and the Aatrox flash. And the only thing they got was the Victor flash as Vladdy tried to chase forward. And it just looks so hard for them to play any of these fights out. They really need the Sejuani ult, the Bard ult to land on more key targets to get these fights going, but they're just outranged. And they have such great disengage tools with the Braum, the Maokai, and the Renekton.
Every time they try to walk in, it's so annoying. You just can't move. Targamas, Yike, Vladdy, as you said, Kana's in there. So for KC, almost a 3k gold lead, still maintained. They stopped the dragon stacking as well. 30 seconds till the Arakan spawns, but let's be real, it's black and red one, and flowers are lovely. Everyone loves flowers.
Yeah.
But as we said earlier on, it doesn't feel like Arakan's a game changer. It's not a rift breaker, rule maker, play maker. It's not a show maker, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I agree with that. And Targamas might be caught here.
He might indeed. Targamas permafrost.
The damage is not there.
Great stand behind me. Kaliss also poking from the side as Jun sends out an ulti. Is Kaliss really caught? Waiting for a blow to set out, and Kaliss is popped! Noah with a great range attack. He gets a shutdown. There's a good explosive charge that comes from Kaliss and his dead body, but Giants are now on the run on the escape path. Noah tries to zone off a lot over the wall, zones off Kana. Maybe a re-engage imminent, but Isman solo. Jackie's is low as well. They get one, they get a pick. They stagnate Kaliss.
We can see even when they take down Kaliss with a beautiful Bartle from Jun, it's really hard to convert it into anything else. This Kana here is kind of playing gatekeeper, trying to prevent Lot from really entering. And it's these solo laners from the side of KC that I feel like are doing so much work in these fights. Kana just clicks forward and the rest of GX has to back off. Same with Vladdy. Just so much damage and so much tankiness on both of them.
Now we wait, because I just want to see Jackie's build the item, but he might have to do it from a corpse, because as he goes into the Shroud, Targamas waiting for him. It's a flash twisted advance. Jackie's slowed down and into oblivion he goes. Vladdy gets the pick and Jackie's caught out in the side lane. Is an old story for the mid laner, but still, you could say that Giants might have an opportunity to fight something back, because Noah has joined in the fray. A good stun up, and Yike next on the menu. Reposition from Noah is fantastic. Jun wants to slow down. He's got a binding to land, but Vladdy's in the way. The threat from the Victor also big.
It's a great move by Noah. He ends up dropping the mid-wave to move up top here. And Vladdy's sticking around. He has no flash. Jun's going to just portal right behind him here.
He's really fast as well, in with boost and swiftness. As you said, Magical Journey used Tempered Fate. He gets himself, but he also gets his jungler. Targamas is also here. Jun flashes away. Vladdy gets the range in the end, but Noah once again, the team-fighting legend. You move him to another team. He still has it, but Kaliss has rolled on in. And Alex
But Jack is keeping behind. Jack is behind him. Kaliss.
Kill dog.
Wait, no way. No way. No way. No. Wait. No way.
He
no way.
He went the long way.
He juked him. He actually juked him. No way. Oh my god.
But he just walked out.
Oh my god.
Instead of juke, he just walked out. I guess Jackie thought he was going to juke, so he counter-juked himself.
Yeah.
Oh, nah.
That feels bad. That feels very bad. What a crazy game we had.
I just thought that was a done deal. Yeah, crazy series at the end, isn't it? Jackie started it by dying.
I think Jackie's here is a little bit greedy. He has the ultimate, but he wants to try to not use it, so he doesn't immediately ult E on the Braum. Ends up getting flashed down by Yike. And then it's a beautiful move here by Noah, dropping this mid-wave, choosing to move here immediately. That catches KC off guard, and then he dodges the Maokai ulti here. No, the Braum ulti here, I mean. Really nicely played here by Noah. And then Vladdy choosing to stick around for this wave. Ends up falling. But now we're going into this Drake setup. Third Dragon for the side of Giants.
It's third Dragon at 22, almost 23 minutes, but Jackie still doesn't have his first item.
Yeah,
So
the build looks a bit jacked.
Faded Ashes, but Jackie's still no item. There is a 2-item Victor with Rod of Ages fully stacked. So he has a level advantage naturally, thanks to the 10-stack passive. So I guess Jack, my concern is real.
I don't know if this build is good, yeah, I'm not sure, but we'll see his damage here.
Still might do damage. Flip comes in, and Jackie's is now in front of Kaliss, but even in the shroud, he just gets popped. I don't know if an item would have changed that. He's just caught out.
Oh, Jackie's just ends up falling, and that surely will be the Drake going over to KC. I mean, you can see this team, when Jackie's is struggling, everything starts to look a lot harder for them. And it's also a 2k gold lead for Kana, as he's just slowly building this lead further and further up. And he's just so much more useful than this Aatrox. I feel like this Aatrox is getting one shot every fight, while Renekton is just unkillable.
And I mean, I'm confused because Jack in this game, like, it's not even been that back and forth. It's just been like, pick for a pick, kill for a kill. Like, we're getting these big skirmishes, but now 2 dragons apiece.
Yeah.
Baron's up in 55. That's going to be the decider. Atakan staring them in the face.
The thing is, you do have to feel that, like, the time, again, at this time is on KC's side, right? I feel like with Kog'Maw getting more and more items, eventually when he gets MR, it's going to be really hard for this Akali to kill him. Victor, the same deal. Once he gets the Zonias, really hard to kill. And they're able to start off the Atakan here, but it looks like Giant X won't contest.
Oh, it's just going down so quickly, though. How much chance will they have? Tempered Fate from Jun needs to be on point, and a steal from Isma. 7,500 to teleport to be channel first, as you said. Nature's Grasp, Lot is right in the way. He's going to get caught out. The Bell saves him, though. Lot with another chance, but Vladdy just walks through the Permafrost, or rather the Glacial Prison.
And that's the Sejuani and the Aatrox ulti burnt here. I don't think they can contest anymore.
They're going to try anymore, but I mean,
Jackie's
Atakan resets. Jackie's is coming in from a flank. He's angled good. He hits Kalish, jumps back in, but the CC chain. Kalish is saved by his team. Casey look for the re-engage. Locked out of his ulti, and Vladdy will run him down as well. Giant X. It was so jank. A cosmic binding to save Jun and save the rest of GX, but Atakan after the reset will be over to KC. Surely, right? Or Baron.
They're starting the Nash off, and it looks like it might just be the Nash going over for the side of KC. Maybe Giant X could try to contest here, as they do have Sejuani close, but Kana and Targamas are playing Gatekeeper here, trying to stop Isma from joining. Isma doesn't have the flash, however.
5k, he's going to get over Targamas first. Jun's going to come in, no, great damage. Kana might be in trouble, might not even get the Baron buff. He's shut down over the wall. 1500, no. A second more and Isma would have had a chance. A magical journey for the escaping KC, but 4 members with Baron is the cost of that zone from Kana.
It's so hard for Giant X to play this game anymore. Even when Jackie's is able to absorb the attention of Kalish, Targamas, and Kana, Vladdy is the one that is just killing all of Giant X's backline. I don't think they can really do this Atakan due to how fast KC is back on the map. And it's just running.
Bro, that range needs to change.
Yeah.
he goes a little bit too far as Yak gets a piece of it now as well. Atakan having a field day with the boys.
He's angry.
And he is.
Jax is trying to hide here, but he's a pretty harmless Akali if you look at the item difference
What
on
is
mid.
wrong with it? Atakan, go home. Atakan, go home, you're drunk.
Oh, it just keeps getting angry because of the Landry's procs.
Oh, we're back. Okay, yeah, think about it. Yow! Leave me alone! Okay, we're done? We're done, right. Fifth time was the charm, as Giant X might be done as well. They're walking away from this. We just perma top. All random, all top. A rat.
Isma took the portal here. Spotted out though.
But Kalish maybe isolated. Isma wants to target Yike, flashes and gets on top of him. Twisted advance, beautiful. Isma trying to buy time. He flashes as well, but Nature's Grasp keeps him in place. And Kalish makes short work. Jun also joined in, had to use the bell on himself. Giant X, Yakety stacks. We've got a magical journey. We've got an ultimate target. Everyone coming through. A cosmic binding saves his life. Cleanse from Kalish. we're just going to the circus.
Oh my god, what is this game?
See the elephant.
Isma is going for way too crazy of a flank, ends up falling down, and now it's going to be the mid-tier 2 dropping. Oh, but Jackie's looks for another one.
In again, why not? He's got an item this time. It's a good knockup from Lot, but he's gone out. Tries to get Kalish. That was the final blow from Jack. He's in Kalish, just keeps surviving.
He just doesn't have the damage, does he?
No, he
and
doesn't.
It's just sad. He keeps bashing his head into the wall again and again and again. And it never works out.
That's got, you know, I'm not an Akali player. This is like a Vedius day, you know?
Yeah.
But that's got to be, the 3 Haunting guys has to be some kind of pescatarian build, you know? Like,
I mean, the theory I can understand is the idea that Haunting Ices are a very good component.
And they stack, right?
And they stack. And completed items in League are not that important.
True.
But at the same time, I don't know if it was the gameplay or if it was just his build, but he looked pretty useless every fight.
It was like 18% extra damage as he stays in combat.
But he's not even going to stay in combat. It happens
it's
like
Akali, yeah.
It's a one-shot. I feel like a one-shot build would make way more sense this game.
Or maybe Kalish would have died. But people can argue at home. I'm sure he's 3,500 gold down. And again, Vladdy has just been stable. We've talked about him all day. It feels right to Giant X. Putting that candle, though, right up. Vladdy's
and
dead.
he cursed him.
I did indeed. It just happens again now for Lottie trying to buy time with Kana. Nature's Grasp from Yike. We're fighting yet again. We've had 28 kills so far. Why stop now? And Tempered Fate, it's great. But Giant X, low health bars. Noah can only poke and they can only run away. 5 versus 4, they got to pick. But
yeah, it's a sad sight when it's 4 versus 5 and you hit a Bard ult onto the enemy carry and you have to click back. It's hard for me to see how Giant X can claw this game back in because they just don't have the DPS. They don't really have the pick tools available to them. They need a crazy good Bard ult, crazy good the Sedrani ult onto this Kog'Maw and the Victor.
Okay.
But even that.
What about Targamas getting called out?
Targamas, yeah.
Lot is doing some damage now. Into the ulti, they just need a kill. He'll get a reset, but he flashes away. Instead, he's stunned up. Look at Galez. He's barking mad. Running them down. KC have now already found themselves an opening kill. Isma's isolated. And look at Bloody on top of this other dog on the other side of the lane. It's Borkin today for KC.
KC have a mid-wave. They can look to end here.
They should.
No wave clear on the side of Giant X. The Akali and Bard will not be able to clear anything. And it's 5 grubs. I think they can end. 30 seconds on Noah, 20 seconds on Lot. Let's see.
It's time to put the book down, isn't it? I mean, it has been a strange series, a crazy series. KC, we've got some questions for them, but at the very least, we know that they can seal the job. Setting up under turrets, and Jackie's once again is going in. He's still got 1 and a bit items and won't get him across the line. Kalis is 11, 2 and 5, and KC, yes, it was strange. Yes, it was messy, but they're still at the top of the board. KC is still delivering results, entertainment, and the French org is giving us something to smile about each and every day.
And a much better look from Giant X as they try to fight back. They try to claw their damnedest, but it's just not quite enough as KC take them down. And overall, Kalista and Vladdy both looked great. A wonder to watch them. I really want to see Giant X. They're giving me kind of BDS vibes. Yeah. It's like if they had that little bit more in them, they could be great.
Agreed. I mean, I don't think a lot of people thought that Giant X could push them to a game 3. There's obviously going to be a lot of questions for KC and how they close out games, but I think that can wait for another day. You can vote for your key player of the series, Kana, Vladdy, or Kalist. By the way, in this best of 3.
Might be Kana, actually.
I mean, Kana
just the silent gapping that he was doing.
Their solo owners are so good.
Yeah.
You know, that's what, again, makes this roster so scary. And then you have Kalist. And then you're like, hang on a minute, Targamas and the Brom. I mean, Targamas in general is still a good pivotal tool that has developed from his last year's stint into much better one this year. And then, like, the one person not mentioned there is, like, Yike, and even Yike.
Yike is phenomenal.
Yike,
I mean, he had an off game on the Vi, I'd say, but, like, he's been showing up incredibly well domestically. And for me, like, they have 5 players that all are improving, and all can shine in different games, which is just so much fun to watch. That is not a team like maybe like G2 with Caps, where it feels like oftentimes it's like the Caps show.
Very true.
I feel like on this KC roster, it really comes down to the day of who's going to shine. But 3 games against both Heretics and Giant X, are those 2 teams to go?
Maybe it is 30. Maybe it is 30 or 40% for KC. I mean, it's hard because as casters, we're often in a bubble where we're like, yo, we see what's in front of us. Oh, this player did well. This player did not.
Yeah.
Rather than like, how did they look at 15 minutes? Did they use the right rotation? Did they build 3 haunting geysers? You know.
Yeah. And we don't see their practice, right?
Yeah, that's
Which
right.
is huge for how like a team's confidence is doing, how they're developing, and what they're working on. Because what we see is just the end result, which can also be impacted by a lot of external factors like stress, anxiety.
That's right.
Performance and all that jazz.
And there's got to be a lot of that going around.
For sure, yeah. I think especially on the side of Giant X, right? Like that's so common when you see a team that just suddenly collapses.
True.
It's just due to confidence drop, due to mental, maybe some arguments behind the scenes.
I mean, who knows? Because you might know more than me, but I feel like for Giant X as well, you got expectations behind those players because there are some players coming in with maybe minor names, but also people like Isma, who's been around the block a little bit now.
Yeah.
And we've got that bottom lane as well, but I feel like we need to just celebrate KC for now. I wonder how Yike's feeling at the top of the table as we send it over to Law and the legend in the jungle. Oh, yeah, his Maokai is good.
Thank you so much, guys. Welcome back to the stage for the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in with the victorious Yike. Yike, thank you so much for joining me. Okay, let's get to the chase. Let's talk about Vi.
Yeah, let's talk about
I know.
There's a lot of memes about this, but I want to say, and I want to take the audience for granted here, 53% win rate. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. I checked the win rate global. It's about 50%, except in the LPL, where they play the champion a lot, and they find a lot of success with it. Is the champion bad, or is there a hands issue on you and Vi?
I don't know. Maybe I'm just cursed with the champion. I don't know what to say, really. I think the game went fine. Like, it was going like fine. And then we started getting caught more. I think it did 2 bad ultimates, and that's just like the bad thing. I also think they did a good draft against Vi. Like the other games, I was just playing like more bad, but they had a good draft. They grouped as 5, and I can't really ult. I should just play slower. So yeah, it's just some in plays.
Do you feel like there is such a thing as a mental block with some champions, or against some champions? I know that it's the case in solo queue for a lot of us players here, but like in pro play, I'm just wondering.
For sure, I think everyone has like some mental block with different kind of stuff, you know. With champions, for sure. Like I've had with other champions before, didn't have it with Vi, and I mean I would say I still don't have it with Vi.
No.
I don't care what people are gonna say. I'm gonna keep playing Vi. I'm still gonna lose or win. I don't give a...
There you go.
So yeah, we see what happens. You know, I'm gonna keep improving. I just want to win.
Of course. Memes aside, I want to talk about Casey's communication through a clip that I've selected here that we're gonna watch right now.
Cable.
Don't talk to me.
I'm not talking to you.
Okay.
I don't like you. I never liked you.
Bro, you don't have to be that honest.
Oh, sorry.
So the mood is great.
Yeah. That's the mood in the team, you know?
I just feel like when you guys are able to talk to each other like this, it means that you guys trust each other when you can banter so much.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of banter with each other, and I think it's very good, very important for us, because it shows that we, like, obviously we flame each other, but we actually like each other a lot, and it's very important.
So the funny part is that on this clip, there was just a single screenshot on X, and everyone, me included, thought that it was Vladdy. How do you explain this? Yeah.
The thing is, I would also think it was Vladdy if I just read it. But Kalis and Vladdy, they're kind of similar in that way. You know, they both want to be a bit cocky, you know, a bit toxic, but they're both like humble kids still. Like I'm still gonna treat them like my mid and ADC, like always, you know.
Who is the more cheeky? Who's the more likely to banter?
Probably Vladdy.
Vladdy?
Like every morning I say hello to Vladdy, he says shut up, or like he just blames me.
Wow. Yeah, thank you so much for
Thank
this
you.
insightful interview. Let's see what Vladdy has to say about this. Over to you in PGL.
Shout out, Vladdy.
I feel so bad, but I was yapping and I didn't hear the last thing, so maybe production can whisper it in my ear. But it was about the comms. I think you got mistaken for Kalista or something in the comms. Is that possible? You're not sure? Tell me about this series, because again, what's going on? Because all the series you guys play are pretty insane, and like it looks like you could lose them, you could win them, whatever, really.
I mean, yeah, I agree that every series we play is a banger, basically. I mean, I think we are a way better team than Giant X, in my opinion, and we didn't really show it today as well. But yeah, like we won, so I'm happy, I guess.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there was an interview that... Oh, wait, we'll do this first, actually, because I heard you take this very seriously. Our key player of the series was Kana. And a little birdie told me that you actually get really offended if you don't get all these.
I mean, I don't get offended, but I want to get some. But I don't think I deserved it today. I think... I agree with Kana. I think he was pretty stable in all of the 3 games. I think even the game 2 with Nar, he was really carrying on side and in some fights. Same for game 3, so I think he deserves it.
Yeah, you did literally ask us to literally flame your Arias on PGL. Now, I'm down to flame some Ari play.
Really?
But I mean, you asked for it. What do you think went wrong with you personally in that game 2?
I mean, first I think I couldn't hit the charm. I don't know why.
Did notice that, yeah.
And I would say I think our fights were very sloppy. Like I think we were just very disconnected in fights. Me, Yike, all of us, and I don't think we ever won a fight around a Drake. So.
Yeah. Obviously, when you have a lot of losses like this mid-series, you've got to try to find a way to bounce back from them. Now, I've actually been casting you for a number of years. The first time I got to cast you was 3 years ago now. NLC, you were over on Riddle at that point. You were really young at that point, too, in the ERLs. What do you think you've actually learned in terms of bouncing back from hard losses? Because it's a skill set you kind of have to learn, and I guess it's been really important today in a couple of other series.
I mean, I think the biggest thing is that you just move on. Like, you just lost the game, but you just completely restart and you just focus on the next one. What's the draft? What you have to do, and yeah, you basically just reset yourself.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I did hear from some of our wonderful makeup ladies that even at first stand, that when you had those kind of initial losses, which would normally for a young team might just kind of destroy you, right? That you came back the next day, you all sat in the chair, you were all like, oh, nothing happened, let's just go. Do you feel like this is, that you share this across from your 5 players and your coaching team? Is this really something that you make sure that you always focus on just to shake it off?
I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone has this mentality that you just move on, you go into the next game, and yeah, like I think everyone does it, even our coaches, even our mental coach, performance coach, and yeah, I think it's a very, very crucial part of a team to have.
Yeah, it's nice to see for sure, because the early games have been kind of an issue with KC, right? It's something that we see, but the team fighting then is where you absolutely excel and where you are great. Now, I like to look ahead if you're going to be going perhaps the MSI, perhaps the Worlds. Is that early game something that's on your radar? It's like, okay, we really do want to be cleaning that up.
I mean, I would say, at least in scrims, our early game is very, very good in my opinion. Even in today's week, in this week scrims, I think we did very, very good and against very strong teams. But yeah, I guess on stage we are kind of choking. We saw it today as well. But you know what? I would say our early game was quite better than before, so at least it's an improvement.
It's an improvement. It wasn't that bad, I guess. There was a quote that Lore sent me from, I think it's something you said around first 10 and someone tweeted it, but tell me first if it's correct or not. It's about playing a Kali. When you play a Kali, you don't play to make fights good, you play to show you are good on a Kali. Is that a correct quote?
Yeah, it is correct. I said it in LFL though.
You did?
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I think you can see Zeka when he plays it, like he just plays to show himself, and yeah, very good mindset.
But I wanted to ask you about Jackie's Akali, of course, after that. So how was it? Did he just play to make himself look good in that game?
I think Akali is very unplayable in this game. I think even if you you need to find a crazy flank, and even if you find the flank, I think it's very, very hard against our comp. But I was very curious about his build because he went 3 masks.
He loved masks.
I don't know why. I felt like he didn't do much damage, but overall, I think in lane he was pretty decent. Yeah.
Are there a lot of inting builders in pro?
I mean, I think there is some
for mid.
There was 1-1-3 with the.
Oh, yeah, he did the same thing. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the question is not whether it's an int build. I think there's always some micro optimization.
Yeah.
It's whether it actually loses you a game or not, if it's that bad. I think mostly in pro, because I used to flame a lot of bad Ahri builds in the past. I think it's less bad now than it was in the past. I suppose your Ahri today, I preferred the Milligans, the Rod of Ages, and stuff like that. I don't think we're at the point where it's completely losing you the games as it was in some years past. But that today, I wonder whether because his job was trying to just dive the cog more, maybe just go for a little bit more burst. He got really close on a number of occasions.
He did, actually. It was close, but no cigar. It felt like the way you were playing, or you guys were playing in game 2, because even then, what happened there with that bot lane push? In game 2, you were pushing bot, kind of flanked from the mid lane.
The Xayah crazy play.
When Xayah and Noah got
the quadra kill?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, we need to kind of talk about it because me and Khalid were bots. We wanted to sit for the bot tower and let the Gnar mid lane, but then I see my Vi and Leona on mid with the Gnar, and I was like, what are we doing?
What you doing, guys?
And then we just get caught, me and Khalid, which is kind of our bad, I would say. Yeah, which is kind of our bad, I would say. But we could play it a bit slower, but the thing is, I wanted to get this tower with this wave.
Yeah.
And if we are not on the screen as 4, we won't get this tower. And the issue is that the thing is that Zax is also dead, so it's a bit illegal that they can do that. So yeah, I'm flaming my jungle support here.
Yeah, understandable. Lore also flamed Yike on Vi specifically. Apparently, is it good in scrims?
I mean, yeah, it's pretty good. My Ahri as well.
Okay.
I mean, my Ahri, even though I had a good KDA, it was very, very bad today.
Yeah, but it's good in scrims, guys. Believe him. It's really, really true. How do you feel about kind of the race for Spring and the Spring Championship overall, and of course the fact that 2 teams go to MSI, and I'm sure you want, another taste of the international play?
I mean, yeah, I feel pretty confident. I don't think we are on the level we were at first, at least, and I think we can obviously get better at that level. But I mean, we are first place technically. G2 is 3-0 though, but we are first place. Our scrims are going very well, I think.
They should play more games. Like, what is that? You're
yeah,
5-1.
they have 3 games and we have 6.
Yeah.
It's a bit, the schedule is a bit illegal.
It's a bit.
But yeah, I'm pretty confident that we can go to MSI, yeah.
Yeah, I have to say, like, just watching this and watching kind of you take kind of a couple of L's in terms of games, if not series, I've really been impressed with your ability to tank those losses and kind of come back stronger from them. I think that's now been a trend over the last couple of years. It's been really cool seeing you go from strength to strength from ERL up into LEC as well. And yeah, I think, you know, obviously there are some flaws which you need to fix out here, but I'm really glad that you're committed to that growth because it's been really cool to see across the whole team.
Aw.
Thank you.
That's mega wholesome.
Really cool getting to see players like you've cast from like all the way, you know, at the start of their career and actually make an international impact. It's really special.
It's really cool. We're all really happy for it, for sure. Just don't drop the ball at MSI. No, just kidding. Just kidding, Vladdy. Congratulations. You have a bye week, don't you, next week?
Oh yeah, we don't play.
That's kind of cool.
I will get some vacations.
Let's go. And then I think you're playing tomorrow. No.
No, we don't play.
Oh, you're done actually.
Yeah, we are done for 2 weeks.
Oh, whoa.
The schedule is a bit weird, as I said. For
That's intense. But on the other hand, it's kind of unexpected, but that means you finally, because I can imagine that it's been non-stop since first stand, so.
I mean, it's almost non-stop. Yeah, we got like a week break, I think.
Yeah, that's nice. Happy for KC that they get a little break. And we're going to sign off so that he can fully enjoy that. Congratulations to KC for another victory on the board. But of course, LTA North is already playing right now, so you can just head over to that stream and keep the party going. And we'll see you tomorrow for more LEC. Okay, bye.
Because he got the solo XP. So for Fnatic, here comes a dive.
Adam has flash, but doesn't really have an opportunity to use it before he is just dead.
Can you dive from bot?
Can you ult him, Oscar?
Yeah, if you
Go,
want.
go, go.
Varus could move around, I guess.
Varus here right now.
Should I move too?
He's
Oh, is he
dead, he's dead.
He's dead? Nice.
Okay, Varus are close. I get this.
I shall do.
Kill the Varus, I will flash on him.
Yeah, no flash, no flash.
Get the flowers, guys. Flowers, flowers. He's
Yeah,
taking no flowers.
Redemption will follow here, so Adam is going to be healed up, and with Larson coming across, they should have the damage. No! He gets the counter strike. Adam flashes away. He's okay.
Yes, shuffle there?
Oh my god, no flash.
No shuffle, no shuffle. Okay. Nice, guys.
Nice, clean.
Huh?
Not talking.
I'm not talking to you. I don't like you. I never like you.
No, you don't have to be that honest.
Oh, sorry. You can risk corner if you.
No flash, okay?
Oh, he's basing.
We'll find this corner. No flash.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
Kill him. We can kill him.
Aurora is here.
Yeah, he's dead. Kill him. Yeah, nice. Oh nice one. God.
That's the best Aliyah.
Not a cap.
The best Capacha boost.
Okay, will you come live?
I'm on mine.
Go back.
Why is that? Go out. Nice. Nice, Ari is dead. Leona. Good, really good.
Okay, shot.
What is their face checking? Is smart. He does get the stun though.
I feel like Khalif will kill him though. I mean, you're right. Ulti has to come out. Khalif flushes in! Hot damn! Call your grandma. Tell her about that one.
Why is that? Guys.
Nice. Ahri no charm. Okay, Ahri no ult. I'm probably
Right behind. Right behind.
Okay.
Why is that? Commit.
Classic.
Jackies has just jumped in. Wait, Shuriken flippy takes it onto Vladdy and the turret! Jackies! When we talk about mid being sexy, this is what we mean!
Actually,
Akali behind you.
I'm fine for now. I will tag you. I'm on Seju, okay? Yeah, I'm going Seju.
Yeah,
I will cover you.
Seju
I'm Seju.
I kill Corki.
Maybe you can end.
Okay, guys. Oh, maybe kill him.
G2, the perfect teammate! They take it all! Here comes the Crow Storm!
touch of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Love.